I just said it.
And but you just said you didn't say that. You just
I
asked
didn't
the
say
question.
that. I didn't say that.
You just asked the question.
But Omari,
See, that's
look at this, Omari. So it's fun, it's good that you believe to her that a crime happened, but why would you think she's like a detective and she would just know who did it? Like, if they didn't say it's BLM or she doesn't recognize them as BLM, why would you just assume that she?
What I assume is that she was up to some bullshit, her with the Proud Boys, and that they were antagonizing people like they usually do. And then, as they would say, the FAFO, they went up against some people who might have been part of Black Lives Matter, and they stabbed her. That's what I took it as from listening to her speak on this app. She came on this app and talked about it. I mean, I'm just not. I don't need to bullshit. I don't. It's not me personally. I didn't get stabbed. I'm just talking about what the woman said. This is what Beverly Beatty said out of her own two lips.
Out of her own motherfucking mouth.
You can take it for what it is. You don't believe her, then fine. Fine. Believe what you want to believe. Anybody, all of you.
We will. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, but there is no reason to believe her because she had no evidence of it herself. That's my problem.
But not if they were intent.
Part of missing.
But what if they? But CO again, none of us know except the police said. But what if they were antagonizing at that time? Remember, at that time, people were painting over Black Lives Matter murals. They were doing the holiday with the face of George Floyd statues.
People could have been mad. That's my point. Any black people could have been mad. It doesn't mean it's been
That's what I'm saying.
You have.
It could be easily. I agree with you.
You know, those 7 people.
Sure, like Tom Daschle and Patrick Leahy. Like, I'm sure they were, really going on that one. So, I mean, what I find weird is that it comes from the ADL, who categorizes certain political violence and certain other entities who wanted to push for a narrative. Very similar to like Ray going to Congress and saying Catholics are the most dangerous religious group in America. Not that it wasn't fucking radicalized, jihadist ISIS members. Not any of those. No, it was Catholic people. And he said it with a bold face, and then it turns out to be a lie. Minnesota school shooter obviously took care of that one because they were anti-Catholic, anti-religion, and wanted to target religious people. That's kind of eye-opening to kind of throw in there. But somehow or another, the ADL calls him a right-wing shooter. And all of these attackers always seem to be labeled as right-wing shooters by the media or by someone like the ADL or the Southern Poverty Law Center or some other twat-waffle group that has a political narrative to actually meet an agenda. And then you'll have all the libtards, the purple-haired septum nose pierced theorists out there who are overweight and are going to die by being eaten by 12 cats. These individuals scream to holy hell that it's always the conservative ones. But again, like, we can look at that, the bombing of and destruction, firebombing, Molotov cocktails, Tesla stations, the destruction. BLM is a solitary single event. David Dorn would probably have something better to say if he was still alive today at that protest. And various others. Chaz, it was just, it didn't exist. It was actually, I've heard people and ADL members and other politicians say Chaz on the Autonomous Zone, the Summer of Love, was actually a right-wing thing. So this is how weird.
How about Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah, right-wing. Obviously, it's all like all of these things, and it depends. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call them left-wing, but if we're going to just divide them up between which side has it, then I'm all, all right, well, then we'll play that game, but we're going to play by my rules and other people's rules who actually apply critical thinking and critical thought to it and say, well, if all the religious people are on one side, and that's where the left categorize them, well, then any attack on a religious institute makes it left-wing. So that means, the temple killer, that shooter, he must have been left-wing. The Vietnamese man who did it in California must be left-wing, because any attack on a religious entity based on the left's rules makes it a left-wing person. And they just don't have any thought. And I think, again, it's just continuous grasping at straws for ridiculous points that they just never make. Again, they're rudderless, leaderless, they don't have money, and they're not going to win in the midterms, and they're not going to win the next presidency, and they're going to have trouble even maintaining some of the seats they have. So I don't know where they're going. It's just they're just nuts, and that's why they're losing more and more people on a daily basis. That's why Republicans are out registering them, out raising funding for them. Independents are gaining people, Republicans are gaining people, and Democrats are declining, like in negative, like going down.
Independents have been getting people from both parties.
Yeah, well,
So
hang
let's
on,
be
hang
very
on,
clear
hang
about
on,
that.
Gasling, hang on. Okay, Brad, thank you.
No problem.
Again,
And I got that from the skiff when I got brought into the Situation Room 5 times.
Gotcha. Again, I don't have the numbers. I don't have the statistics. This is why if somebody has them from a reliable source, I want to see them. In my humble opinion, if you go back, it's probably pretty close to 50-50.
Well, Steve, the Cato Institute
Yeah,
is not.
go ahead. Scott, are you in the Matrix?
Excuse me. No, sorry.
Okay.
Look, the when you look at this, is like been studied a lot, and I'll give you one
No,
example.
just tell me, Scott. Just what's your site?
The Cato Institute since 1975
Sounds good to me.
shows that when you excluding 9/11, that instances of political violence is mostly from the right. 391 instances from the right, 143 from Islamism,
Mostly from
65
the
from
right.
the left, 8 from foreign nationalism, 4 from
Scared.
separatism, 9.
Scott, the alcoholic who lives at the YMCA. I've been there. I know that, Scott.
We'd have to look at the Cato Institute numbers, but these numbers match what I've read from every other university and every study. That it's pretty consistent. That it's not 50-50, but.
And fair enough. And so, how many total instances do they
The world.
document? How many total?
Since 1975, we're looking at 466, 700 maybe.
700, and then how many are from the right?
391.
So that's about half.
65 from the left, 143 from Islamism.
But half of the instances that they document are from
391
right.
of about
700.
That's about six something 700. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna put the
No,
link.
fair enough. No, that's fine. That's great. And again, that's what's reported, y'all. That's what makes the news. That's not a bunch of street thugs out in like New York or Los Angeles in the bad part of town beating the crap out of somebody because of their sexual orientation. That stuff isn't going to make Congress or whatever. But this is what's reported. And Scott's site's a reliable source, and we can go with that for now. I have no problem with that.
And Cato Institute is a conservative institute. This is not a left wing.
It's not a conservative. It's a libertarian. It's a libertarian one. If you don't know it, and on social issues they lean much left. So they'll take social issues and shift.
Well, we can question the site, y'all. That's no problem. But if all of you were, hold on. If a lot of you are questioning those numbers and those statistics, bring me another site that brings up different number, and we'll go with it.
The FBI. But again, like if you're going to quote the Cato,
Well, what are the numbers from the FBI, Brad?
on political violence? Hold on, I'd have to go back and
Tell you what. When you get
it,
go ahead and go on mute. When you get it, break in at the right time. Let me know what the numbers are, and we'll move on. Jane, you're next.
Steve,
I was listening to two people ago.
Wait, Violet. Go ahead, Violet. Go ahead, Violet.
The news coverage that I've been coming across, my question is Charlie Kirk's killer considered to be politically motivated?
No question about it, in my humble opinion, without a doubt.
Okay,
Right, but Steve, that's the same question I asked earlier, and you said the FBI hasn't confirmed that.
I said in my opinion.
Okay,
They
fair enough.
did
But as far as we
confirm.
know, as far as
Hold on.
They just didn't confirm he was connected to any
Hold
radical
on,
leftist groups. That is it.
everybody go on.
I think it's still up for a jury.
Stop. Everybody stop. The last thing in the world I want, and again, no disrespect to Gary, because he runs his room the way he runs his room, but I can be like Gary. I can move everybody in the audience and bring you up one at a time. I'm trying not to do that. It's very difficult to moderate a stage, especially like this, when we've got very passionate people on both sides, guys. So unless you want that to happen, just give me a little slack. Now, I gave my personal opinion on political violence. This is my personal opinion. You're all free to disagree. anytime a person or a group commits a violent act where they're motivated by politics, that to me is political violence, and Charlie Kirk's assassination clearly qualifies. And that's just my opinion. I could very well be wrong. Jane, go.
I'm good now, Steve.
All right, very good. Next up is Dawn. Hi, Dawn.
Dude, you said me like 3-4 fucking.
Oh, well, let's go to you then, Pascal. Go ahead.
Oh.
Pascal, then Dawn, then I've got Angelica, and that's it. Okay, go ahead, Pascal.
So I was just gonna I just wanted to reiterate one point that Brad kind of touched on it. So when it comes to group, the news often will tout like the SPLCs and ADLs numbers regarding hate crimes and where they stem from. It is absolutely bizarre. He's right. They include things like a bunch of events from January 6th, but they will. I think they'll just look at the BLM as one event. They'll include hate crimes as being like white supremacist prison gangs when they end up like shooting another white criminal over a drug deal dispute. You can include that as a hate crime. It's just like really stupid shit. And so they've been ripped to pieces a bunch of times for that over the last couple of years. So I would just say, a lot of this, like 80% of the violence, I think it's bullshit. And I would say over the last few years, it seems to be more common to become, not more common numerically, but you've definitely seen an uptick in left-wing, motivated political violence, I would say, than you did in, the decades previously.
And before we move on, I just want to piggyback on what you're saying, Pascal. I love Reverend Scott to death. I trust Reverend Scott, and I'm sure what he's saying, the information he's giving us from his source is true. But in my humble opinion, and I'm just giving my opinion, to say that there's only been about 700 hate crimes in our country in the past 50 years, that seems to me like it's being underreported. But you know what? It's just my opinion. Angelica.
Steve, or was it political?
That's political violence. It is official. It's political violence. Thank you. Got it. But you see, in my mind, a hate crime does qualify as political violence because there's a political motivation.
It depends, Steve, on if there is a political motivation.
Yes, it depends. Exactly, it depends. Which is why I think 750 years is underreported. But it's just my opinion. Angelica, hi.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing?
Crazy!
Yeah, in these times, everyone's feeling crazy. But I just wanted to add that, like with identity politics, I feel like that's a culture that we haven't established as like a diverse nation, how to sort of cultivate a love for different people and different cultures. And I think
I know how to do it. It's easy. Bring everybody together, bring a shitload of marijuana, and have everybody get high and go come by up.
I doubt it's that easy. It has to be spiritual. Something spiritual has to
be. Well, then bring the tequila also.
I think we need a Hallelujah Sunshines for Dummies book.
By the way, mods, after I finish up with Angelica, I'm going to take off, but I'll give you guys some instructions. Go ahead, Angelica.
But yeah, there's like this informal kind of aroma about like walking down the street and watching how different people interact. It's not like, really, it's not what the West says that it is. There's no inclusion. Like, people might say that it is a very inclusive nation, but people are still segregated on the base of, like, let's say, race. Race is common. Like, race is still...
People are segregated in America?
Of course. Economically.
Can you give me one example?
Well, if you look at...
And this is kind of getting off topic, but I'll just go here.
It ties back into identity politics and why people are...
Well, it's not my problem how somebody identifies with themselves. When you're talking about people are segregated, to me, what that means is going back to forced busing as recently as the 70s, where because of the color of your skin, you have to sit in the back of the bus. I'm not talking about identity politics.
It's an informal segregation where it's not, meaning it's not institutionalized. It's not like something that's written within the law, but it's practice through.
Well, in fact, it's against the law.
Of course,
You're not allowed to segregate based on color or race or religion. That's against the law. It's against your civil rights.
Yeah, but it's done
Angelica, everybody self-segregates. Churches are the best example.
Pascal, go on mute, please.
Stop.
Yeah.
Shut up,
Go
man.
ahead, Angelica. Okay, that, no. Hold up, whoa.
Whoa, buddy!
I thought everybody
Holy
knew this
shit,
about me, but
Pascal!
obviously
Oh
there's
my
really
God,
big issue. I do
Pascal!
not allow the N-word in my room, no matter what. And I don't care what color your skin is, what your race or religion, that word is outlawed. Go ahead, Angelica.
Thank you, Steve, for that.
Welcome.
So, if we can't see it as a problem, and part of why there's violence that is happening today, like with that, the Ukrainian refugee, what happened to her, that was, like, a lot of people might deny, like, it's not based on, racism or hate crime. It is. It's clear as day, even if you
And that's why it's a crime.
Yeah, but
it's against the law.
But he's not the only one thinking
but
like
people
that.
break
That's
the law.
White people are racist against
Everybody breaks the law, dear.
And black
No. Let me take that back. People of all religions and skin colors break the law. It's not just confined to one race or one skin color. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the crimes are there for us to see. Like there's some who are like
people being prejudiced and racist has been going on since the country started, and it will continue to go on forever. There's nothing you can do about that.
And there's no culture that brings people together.
Okay, fine.
The culture, like our culture, is based off class. So you'll find, like, if you go to different neighborhoods, there's different like groups of people. So people are still segregated within this so-called unified, diverse nation.
Okay, let's get back to.
Ironically, that's what education.
Go on mute, please. I'm going to give you 60 more seconds on political violence, and go. If you want it.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the problem, is that people are not sensing this sense of oneness, this sense of nation.
And what is your solution to solve the problem?
We got to think through this together. Basically, how to create.
And how do you propose to get everybody to think through this together?
One, by getting the adults on board, and then our children, bringing them together and sort of letting them grow up together and loving each other in that way.
I agree with you. When was the last time you did that?
It's not going to be done if not.
The question is, when was the time you did that?
I do that all the time.
Really? All
yeah,
right, cool.
I have a very, very diverse.
I think it's great.
My family, like part white, part black, part Arab, part like from all over the world. Like I'm so thankful for my family, because we married. Like.
Thank you for your contribution. Go ahead and go on mute. I'm going to say something very short, and then I'm going to give it up to the mods. Go ahead and go on mute, please. Thank you. Some of you may be asking, well, how do I do that? I've been doing that basically every Saturday and every Sunday for the past 4 years on Clubhouse. Here's my shameless plug. Ask Uncle Steve on Saturday, Ask the Atheist on Sunday. The show's been basically running the same for 4.5 years. Everybody and anybody is welcome to come up and talk about anything they want, as long as it's respectful. That's how I do my best to bring people together. And unfortunately, if there's any way I could pass joints through the Clubhouse telephone and give them to everybody on show, I would. If all the mods would unmute, that would be amazing. I'm going to take off. Mods, I'm just going to ask one thing. Just try and keep the show respectful, one person at a time. Other than that, do whatever you guys want and make sure the last mod or the last mods agree to shut it down. Fair enough, guys?
Aye, Kevin.
Sounds great, Uncle Steve.
The show is yours. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Don't forget to turn the lights off, mods.
I think Dawn was next in queue, if I have the correct line.
Thanks. I don't have anything too profound. I don't know the correct answer. I can only suggest that we bring back mental institutions and we remove the way out extremists from our parties and take their voting rights away. That's the best I can do, guys. Thanks.
Exactly, Patty.
Well, I do have a question for you. Who gets to decide who is too far on the extremes? If we were to take their voting rights away, who would get to make the decision that your view is so radical that you can't vote anymore?
Our political leaders need to step up or get out.
That's a problem, is that we actually have political leaders that have literally retweeted Russian disinformation. We do not have the most informed Congress.
We must fight Russia at all costs possible. Death to Russia! Fight Russia with all our might and all our resources and all our taxes forever!
That is overstepping, because what they are doing right now is not to find in the Constitution or any document. They are literally overstepping, and that's the problem we're facing right now, which is a constitutional crisis. We have an autocrat wannabe, I'll say, who is leading with a ton of EOs, executive orders, and these are not constitutionally, both Venezuelan ships in international waters in any other administration would have been a big deal. Everyone would have raised this. Instead, it's like page 3 of the news, whereas Charlie Kirk's killing and Jimmy Kimmel are now at the headline. What the hell is happening right now? It's a little insane.
Nothing, you're just rambling, bitch. As usual. Nothing's happening, you're just talking about nothing, wasting all your fucking time. That's life, bitch. That must be what Dismal's life is like.
Did you care to contribute?
Sure. I did a little deep dive using Gemini. Of course, we know that's AI. However, I did a deep dive on it. I had to do a research on it, so it gives you a bit more information. I created a document in Google Docs. I just copied and pasted the results in. I think it's interesting. I think it's fairly balanced. I haven't read through the whole thing, but it does provide websites that it's gone through in order to arrive at the information. And basically, I was just asking it, what are the statistics regarding political violence in the United States? And it came up over the last few decades. And it started from 1975 up until present. And the numbers are really low, obviously. And it depends what the criterion is, because it depends what source you're using to determine what constitutes political violence, whether it's deaths only or other actions. But if we just look at deaths, it's about 0.035% since 1975, excluding 2000 9/11 attack. That skews it considerably because of the amount of people that were killed during that. But since 2020, it's only about 0.011%, if that. So it's quite low. However, it's disproportionate in the effects it has on society. And we see that right now. We can see how disproportionately we're affected by these sorts of incidents, whether it be Charlie Kirk or any others that have happened in the recent past or long ago. So if you're interested, I think it's a good read. Probably take you about 20 minutes to go through it. It's about 45 pages long. So I just thought I would offer that up. And just some quick numbers. Extreme right, 391 deaths. The left, I think it said 65. So you can take that for what you want.
That seems to jive with what Scott put up he got from X. So yeah, cool. Thank you.
He pulled from Cato, libertarian think tank.
I don't know who to really ask. I guess Scott, Matt, JCC, and Marshall. Violet, Do you want me to say anything about what I found out on my AI assistant about churches and money? Or is that...
Sure. Sure. I mean, not like Uncle Steve asked you for that. I'm definitely down to hear the answer.
Well, I appreciate that. Bottom line, just because it's like a 4-pager or something. The bottom line is churches can receive public money, which is tax money in the U.S., federal, state, and local, on the same basis as any other charity. But tracking exactly how much a specific local church gets can be hard because many churches are exempt from publicly filing financial returns. Below, I'll explain why it happens, where the money comes from, common programs, and give a very simple ABC 1, 2, 3 checklist that we can find this money trail, or that I asked for. And then why churches get the money. The federal government does not reserve special funds just for the churches. Faith-based groups are simply eligible to apply for the same grants and contracts as other nonprofits if they meet the program rules. Federal, state, local programs often give money to any nonprofit service provider that will deliver non-religious services like food, shelter, rehab, job training that includes faith-based charities, as long as the government funds aren't used for worship and proselytizing, and that they are self-governing. So there's nobody checking in on this, and if anybody knows what it's like to be in a church, mostly people are trying to get you on board. But anyhow, and also many funding streams are distributed through local boards, municipal grants, and intermediary agencies like United Way, county administrative boards, and it goes on, and it is 5 pages, and basically the loophole is, as long as nobody's proselytizing, they get all this money, and the churches who know where to write the grants, and if you're super smart and know where to go to look, you can get a lot of money for your church. Even to put in something like a circle, you can get a lot of government money, have parties for 2 years, go out to eat everywhere, to plan this big thing called walking in a circle in the churchyard, where nobody ever even uses that circle. So I think it's called something else, and I'm kind of being rude about it. I think it's called a labyrinth. And it is awesome, but nobody ever uses it. And I watched people take that money and then give the leftovers to the poor. And I will tell you, I left my Bible, and I feel like I never go back to these places. So that's what's going on, and thanks for letting me share that. I really appreciate it, guys, for letting me practice too how to read and speak in public. Thank you.
Anytime. Glad to have you here.
Can I just ask why the bell was banned from the churches?
Say that again?
Why was the bell banned? You know how like the bell call to prayer? They have a bell?
Well, I don't know.
It depends on what city you're in, and like local noise ordinances.
Indeed.
So some cities have noise ordinances that don't allow you to do that, and the reason they're acceptable is because they're not about church bells specifically. They're about all noises above a certain decibel limit. So sometimes towns can do that. I'll tell you, in my town, the church down the street from me, its bells toll at least 4 times a day. So maybe in bigger cities, there are more restrictive decibel limits.
Makes sense.
So
I also
in my neighborhood, the bell chimes, but I think it's for the time, not necessarily call to prayer, because it's not a church that I think they publicly call to prayer, as far as I understand.
No, it's not like a call. It's not a call to prayer like the Muezzin, which is 5 times. So I believe it's Muezzin is 5 times a day where there's a mosque. We have 2 mosques in my hometown, and the Muezzin, if you're near it, you hear a person called Muezzin, not a speaker. And I think that's because you're not allowed to have like amplification on that kind of thing. I know
it's
for the
because of
church I hear,
Tylenol.
you can only hear it if you're within several blocks of the church. right? It's not something they broadcast on loudspeakers.
Gotcha.
I mean, I really appreciate like the churches, the mosques, the synagogues. They really do bring the best of people out compared to people who like are in not the best situations. They don't really. I feel like that's like a refuge for people going through stuff, you know? So I feel like we should be protecting the churches, the mosques, the synagogues for that very reason, because we could have a lot more crazy people walking around.
I also think that that's true too, but I also believe that the government shouldn't be giving we shouldn't be giving money to the churches as taxpayers. They need to earn it from the people who go in there and then help the people out of their own goodness of their heart, like they were called to do by Christ. And so I'm not, you know, I've been around a lot of churches and a lot of stuff, and I'm not against churches or people gathering or people of faith. But I am against people taking money and say, yes, we're going to do one thing and then doing something else with that money. I am very much not down for that. So, thanks.
Okay, this is Uncle Steve is a liar, a fraud, a low IQ scumbag. That's exactly what Uncle Steve
Actually,
is.
that ties back to my other idea. The churches, the mosques, I think are also segregated. So depending on what church you go to and what area you're in the church that you go to, it's also segregated. So maybe we can start there, right? Like, those are the places where the communities actually go and worship. And if we could have something else that's non-religious for everyone to come together in that kind of environment where it's just love and
right
peace
now,
and serenity, like that would be something
Uncle Steve.
I think to move this country in a better.
Okay, don't forget everybody. Uncle Steve is a liar,
So
a fraud, a low IQ scumbag. That's what Uncle Steve is, everybody. Steve Appel, that's right. The world famous clown house atheist with his little,
any of you guys visited a church where
his mod squad of incel faggots like Matt, JCC, and yes, Scott Kent Jones.
Same thing with mosques.
There's always been more of a Republican conservative extremist terrorist attack. It's 4-1. I got the data here. It's not the liberals. It's the Republicans. Yes, that's faggot Scott Kent Jones. Go ahead, Scott. Put the link in the chat with your receipts.
They're very much segregated.
Well, I don't know. The Republicans really know how to fight.
Which is why I think like.
But the Democrats, they're a bunch of tricky liars.
Black and white and.
That's my Donald Trump impersonation. My name is Scott Kent Jones. I live in the basement of the YMCA. I'm a former alcoholic. Got a master's degree in divinity. I'm a faggot.
Segregation, and if I want a different
But I did interview Kitover once.
Sometimes.
Hey, look.
To get a different outlook from who's open on a Sunday. So, and it is sometimes it's not always comfortable to walk into a place and be the different person, you know. But
exactly.
I think it's very hard, and I think it's something that everybody should experience. And I know some places are different. There are some places that are different, and they have interfaith. But I do see your point about segregation all the way across everything. It's still here, and a lot of economical segregation, and then that is not good either. So, but yeah.
Even our school system, with the zoning laws, for example, if you go to one specific school within a specific neighborhood, you'll see 95% of the students are either white or black. Why? Those are the kids of the future. You know? Our schools should be more diverse. we as adults should be teaching the children how to love and see each other as one nation, right, under God. Well, that was the anthem. They're not allowed to even say that anymore in schools, which I think is not good.
Well, that's because we have separation of church and state, right? So you can have your, under God. They still say it in some schools, under God, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Nowhere in the Constitution does it say separation of church and state.
I didn't say it was in the Constitution, so, yeah.
We should have something like that in the schools again. And instead of a very diverse community where people can still associate with their racial group, but at the same time they're interacting with other groups.
Well, and that's the other thing is that I'm hoping, and I do believe, or maybe I just want to believe, but maybe I have magical thinking. But I do see more families. It seems to me I see more people strolling like outdoors, and I do think that in the school systems, as stressed out as they are, I've seen that people are making space for kids to learn, and there is a lot of diversity going on, to the point where some people think that it's too much diversity, like swung the other way. But I just want to hope and believe that kids in public education are being taken care of, and I think that maybe some of that is going on, and I just don't know about it because I haven't visited a school lately, and I don't have grandkids, so I don't spend lots of time with younger people to understand what's happening in the school right now. If anybody else has spent time in the school with kids, I would love to hear what's happening with how things are going there, and are political things entering the classroom at a young age. I hope not, but I don't know. Anybody have nieces and nephews?
So I send mine to a private school, a Christian private school. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It has a big red sign. You drive in. It says, "Our teachers are armed and will take necessary measures to protect our children."
I feel like that's so scary with the school shootings.
Yeah, that's the last place I would think a school shooter's going to go is to a place where there's a big red sign that says our teachers are armed and will take necessary measures to take. But anyways, the public schools are terrible. I'm in a great school district here in Houston, outside of Houston, Cy-Fair. Great school district, huge school district, size of Atlanta, population of Atlanta. But I grew up, I went to the school district. Fantastic back then. Nowadays, I sent my 19-year-old to public school, and it was reason. It's just I would be sent my kids to public school, and that's a God's truth. To live in a homeless shelter, my kid would be better off.
I'm happy my daughter's a junior in public school. She's been in public school since kindergarten, and prior to that, she was at a Montessori school that was very, very diverse, and it was a great start. Would I have preferred her to stay at the Montessori school? Yeah, however, the public school that she went to was considered a pretty good high-level public school, so she didn't, drop down in her level too far, but I did notice a little bit. But otherwise, it's been a great experience for her, and I have no complaints about the public school she was in. So, yay for public school.
Yeah, public school's fantastic for some people. It's just, for my family, it's not fantastic. And different church for different folks.
But, okay, so private schools, you have to have money, right? And then, I don't know if there's diversity there, but I know from public schools, there is no diversity.
What do you mean there's no...
There's diversity in public school, big time. There's no diversity in my son's Christian school. There's strong Christian men and women, and they teach. So there's not much diversity in that form. Okay. But in public school, there's a lot of diversity, which is good.
No, it doesn't. There's no diversity in public schools.
Okay, what makes you think?
Of course there is. If you look in major metropolitan, hold on. If you look in major metropolitan areas, I'm just going to use Texas as an example. If you go to Dallas, if you go to Austin, if you go to Houston, if you go to San Antonio, the schools are going to be very, very diverse.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her what makes her think there's not. I want to ask, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
in public schools, like the way it works in, I guess, New York State, is that everything is done, like you send your kids on the basis of zoning. So like there's zoning laws. Like if you live within a specific neighborhood or district, you have to send your child to a specific school. And when you go to that school, depending on the economic like status of, I guess, you and your neighbors, you're all going to be stratified into that one particular school. And because statistically and historically, the wealth and how, anyway, that's something else. But depending on where you go in New York State, some schools are majority black, and then others are majority white, and then others are like half and half. But there's no like true diversity, and I think that's the problem that we have to address. It starts with our children.
That sounds like that's a New York State problem.
Yeah, there's so many laws there.
How are you defining true diversity?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question.
Yeah, like,
what are you defining it racially, economically?
Everything. Like, so I don't know if you like,
Everything.
how to follow
Everything.
There's no looking at somebody with a different eye. You know, like there's no other. There's us. There's one nation. You know, so how do you do that? You have to include everyone. Everyone has, and they have to start as children. They have to start as children. They have to all grow up together, because how can you divide between two people who grew up at one level? It's going to be impossible for, I guess.
Yeah, but for example, where I live, it's 97% Hispanic and like 3 to 5% other, right? Like you could take all the white people in the Rio Grande Valley and stick us in a football stadium. But when I went to school in public high school, I went to school with black people, I went to school with Asian folks, Jewish folks, Hispanic folks, right? Like Muslim folks, not very many, but like enough to know they were there and enough to know they were a part of the fabric of our school, right? Like that, it seems like New York may have a bigger problem than maybe Texas does. Don't get me wrong, if you go to like, San Antonio Heights, you're going to wind up in an area that's a whole lot more affluent and may have a higher percentage of white students than Hispanic or other students. But typically, Texas high schools are like fairly diverse, in particularly if you're like in a major metro. If you're in a small town, or you're like in the Rio Grande Valley where I live, where it's literally 97% Hispanic folks, right, your ethnicity may be, percentage-wise, a little down. But that's just because the majority of people who live in the Rio Grande Valley aren't white people, aren't black people, aren't folks with Asian descent, right? Like, we have our fair share, obviously, but it's like it doesn't make up a sizable portion of the population. And I'm not so sure how that people have to like want to move to where I live. And like two of the main industries are agriculture and like hospitals and education. Those are three big economic endeavors in the Rio Grande Valley. And so like if you don't want to live in a place that's $21,500 poverty line that's like 4 hours away from any major metro, then you probably aren't going to move to the Rio Grande Valley, right? And that's not an issue of diversity. That's an issue of like, hey, I want to live in the Texas Triangle. The Texas Triangle is Houston, Austin, Dallas, and the vast majority of Texans live in that triangle. And so you're going to have a lot more diversity in that triangle than say you are in South Texas, but that's because it's geographically hours away. Like the drive I took this weekend was a 7-hour drive, and I'm still on my way home. Like it's 7:09 right now. I'm not going to get home till like 11. So I'll be on the road for at least another 4 hours.
This is a drug highway right there, Highway 59.
Highway 59, it is a drug highway. Well, it connects to 77, which is a drug highway, right? Like, but my point is more like there may be like a lack of percentage diversity, not because of race or economic status, but far more due to geography. I don't know how you
You'll be mistaken to
take
think
geography out of the account.
you'll be mistaken to think that it is based off economic class. All segregation is based off that. Even when you look at housing, for example, if you like within specific neighborhoods, like all the landlords will up your rent, right? And only a specific class of people will be able to afford that kind of rent, pushing the majority of those inhabitants who are already there, who are not of that same class.
I get
Which
it.
then they're pushed to a separate neighborhood, and then they're the same things happening again and again. So it's a segregation that's based off economics, but it's also tied into race because of historical factors such as slavery, like the wealth, the amass of wealth to be generated into one specific racial group. So if we're continuing that segregation, I think that's going to cause a lot of animosity, which it still does. I don't know, like, why you guys are in denial about it, but racism still exists. It's well and alive in America.
I live in upper middle class neighborhood, Hearthstone, and the elementary school, all these kids go to school. Is what sections 8 or something like the school. It's all free meals. One of the poorest elementary schools in Cyfair, and I live in a middle upper class neighborhood, extremely diverse. At this elementary school, same thing as the junior high, same thing as high school. Just no matter where you live.
Yeah, Angelica, it sounds like New York State has some significant policy issues when it comes to education.
It's trying its best right now. Like they're implementing quotas when it comes to like developers, and when they're developing housing, for example, they're making it obligatory by law that a specific amount of people from a class, like the lower class, like they can afford it. So they're mixing it up. They're trying their best, but it's still a major problem throughout the U.S.
Yeah, but that's more of a NIMBY problem than like a class problem. There are people who don't want to live next to somebody who's in a $20,000 house and like doesn't keep their yard up because it drives down their property values, right? Which New York, I'm imagining New York, since you said it assesses based on like zoning, it probably also has property values that like go to school receipts, right? So like there's a lot of NIMBY stuff there, and to be frank, I don't know if you can ever get rid of NIMBYs. You know, the not in my backyard people, to some extent, in major metros are always going to exist. Maybe you can like regulate that to a lesser extent, but I'm more in the corner with Matt when it comes to less regulation rather than more regulation. Now, I don't want to tell New York what to do. New York should be allowed to make decisions Texas would not make, right? So New York should be allowed to do New York. But at least in our state, we do have issues where it's less diverse. Like I said, San Antonio, Alamo Heights is a very affluent area, and the high schools there are more affluent in class and slightly more white. I don't know to what extent they're slightly more white, but like those big rich places, those schools. But again, I don't know if you
crazy shit to say at the end.
From the president. I don't think he should have said that.
From the president.
That doesn't align with Christian beliefs.
President.
That doesn't align with Christian values. So I would have advised him never to say those words.
Oh, you would advise him.
If I had his ear, I would have told him not to say he hates his enemy, because that doesn't align with Christian values.
Correct.
You're supposed to love your enemy.
So, man,
The problem is, you know what the problem is?
thank you for saying that.
Money. I've spoken to people like him. The problem is that he doesn't understand what love is. He thinks that love is, oh, you got to be all nice and cuddly. No, love means to have patience, kindness, and understanding for people without judgment. That's what love means. I have love for everybody in this world. Everybody. And that's all it requires. Patience, kindness, and understanding without judgment. And the fact that he thinks love is something else. And he can't understand that you do need to love your enemy the way Jesus said to love people. Not love people, lovey-dovey, oh, I love you, come here. No, that's a different. I think that's the problem. He doesn't understand what real love is.
I agree. I agree. And it's refreshing to hear that from you versus, what everyone on the right would just be like, oh, here you go with the echo chamber pointing out Trump's hypocrisy, because that's hypocrisy. Remember the stunt he did with the Bibles and tear gassing everybody the first term to go to that church, and even though the cardinal of the church called him out as a fraud, he's selling his Bibles, claiming he's a man of faith.
I remember that.
Total hypocrisy. So thank you, man, for keeping it real.
Yeah, the problem with Trump is I think he's on a faith journey, and there's certain aspects he's still not doesn't have a handle on yet. Because there's no way you would get on a microphone and say, I hate my enemy, when the Bible says, love your enemy. So what you doing? He don't understand that, and I think he's too caught up in his ego to understand that that's not what you need to do. That's wrong.
Yeah, that's a problem, Infinity, and he's the president of these United States. You know what I'm saying? So all that rhetoric is just not appropriate coming from him. I don't know what you guys think, but I think
that rhetoric adds to the flames of division. So I think the problem is that I think what he likes to do, and this is a strategic part of him, he likes to speak to the people's guttural emotion, right? Because he knows that there's a lot of political currency to be gained through speaking directly to the guttural feelings of people. So when you say that, here's Erica Kirk comes out there and says she forgives the murderer of her beloved husband. Okay, that's an example that we all need to strive towards. Love your enemy, forgive your enemy.
Okay, I thought.
And then he comes out, and he basically crisscrosses her statements. And he come out and say, I hate my enemies. I can't stand my enemies. That's wrong. That's not the tone of the night.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, and I'm proud of you for not falling into the same crazy shit as what's the guy's name?
Stephen Miller?
No. Anthony and TC. Well, not so much Anthony. Anthony really doesn't. He really doesn't do that. But TC will fall in line immediately.
How did TC explain it?
I'm sorry.
How did TC explain it?
You haven't talked to him about it at all.
Well, not about Trump's speech, but we did discuss a long time. Well, it wasn't in this. Was it in this room? No, it was in Patty's room. A long time about Stephen Miller's speech. It was very, 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 very dark, racist, and he was clearly talking to
racist
one group of people. It was very clear. But
is he Christian?
But
He's supposed to be Christian.
He's a Christian nationalist.
He's Jewish, you dumb bitch.
Matt's in the chat already. He said Matt said Trump never said he was. Doesn't make him a Christian. He was showing the Bible is a great book. I'm done.
Do you see that's what I'm talking about? So thank you, Infinity, for keeping it real. Unlike Matt. Yeah. Unlike people like Matt Cool, who no matter what.
What do you mean, Matt Cool? What do you mean Trump never said he was a Christian? Yes, he did.
Thank you.
What are you talking about, Matt? Where'd you get that from? He talks about Christianity all the time and Jesus Christ and all of that. What you talking about?
He's not. I believe he has said it once or twice, but he's not. He doesn't follow anything Christian, sir.
No, he's a fraud.
Anybody's Christianity.
Okay,
he says it in name just to get votes.
I know, but we shouldn't do that. You can do
Okay,
it.
but he's not.
I ask you guys,
He's not.
what church does he belong to?
He belongs to, he goes from the
What
Episcopalian.
denomination is he?
Episcopalian.
Okay, so I don't know where Haitian is. Let me call him because I need him to play the music.
I pinged him myself.
Okay, let me see if I can call him because he knows what time the room is going to start. Maybe he got something to do. But,
Yeah, this is Trump is a fraud, TDS Moose. Many of you know Moose. He's I believe he's Canadian. He's a total faggot and a loser.
Really?
You can't really say the F word. I didn't mean to say the F word, but we should have just said F word.
I mean, does it really matter?
No need to use vulgarity or to be mean
No, sir.
as we try to explain to people what we mean.
It's not
But there's no actually explaining anything to people on this app. That's just the way it goes. Hi, Stephanie.
Okay, he don't know either.
I'm recording a clip. You may know
Find out
which
where
one
he
it
is.
is. There's a lot of TDS
His
people in here.
Scottish mother grew up as raised them as Presbyterians.
He still has to accept for himself when he's a accountable age, sir.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is, why do you question his Christianity based on? I mean, I understand why you're questioning it, but at the end of the day, you can't say he's not a Christian. That's too far.
Exactly.
I understand you can question. He's doing things that's questionable. He's doing things that's questionable, so you have every right to question.
Always deny.
Yeah, that's fine, but I did.
I'm saying as a Christian, you shouldn't tell nobody they're not Christian.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I didn't tell him. I have an opinion, and that's my opinion.
I know, but you shouldn't validate the anti-Christian belief.
My opinion.
It's an anti-Christian belief. You shouldn't say nobody's not a Christian if they say they're Christian.
But I did.
I know you can, but it's not good before God.
But
I
what
don't
you
want you to
should
do
be
that.
more focused on is what Trump shouldn't say. Me.
Right.
We're
just
talking
talking
about
argument. Mike, hang on 1 second. Mike, hang on.
We're talking about the
Hang on,
president.
Mike. I know you hear me. Thank you,
Well,
Mike.
yeah, but I'm saying,
Go ahead, Deborah.
But what shouldn't Trump say?
I just respectfully asked you to hold up, Mike. I just want to get a point across.
Yeah.
Deborah's still talking.
You said this, I get it.
I said he's not a Christian.
Go whine some more.
And I'll say it, and I'll double down on it, and I'll do what I want to do because I can.
You're not a Christian.
That's fine. You think I'm gonna argue with you over whether or not I am? I'm not.
But man, Finity, you gotta realize
whether Trump is a Christian or not. Why would you want to do that?
Finity, you gotta understand that they're going to take away anything that Trump says, anything that this
Nobody
administration
talking to
does.
you yet, Mike. It's not your turn to talk. I'm talking to Infinity right now.
Yeah, well, we're having a conversation.
We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
Well, I mean, I was invited on stage, so it is what it is.
Mike, you gotta respect the mods. We're telling you this nice and early.
Well, man, this is not
Respect Deborah right now.
You know what's going on.
Hey guys, come on now. We just getting started. Everybody's gonna have a good time tonight, and everybody's gonna be able to talk. Trust and believe. Everybody. So Mike P.
How you doing, Lisa? How's your day?
My day is just ending, Mike P. It is just now ending. I've been at work. How long have I been with you guys? 12, 13, 14 hours and 22 minutes.
And these are meant to make fun of Trump.
I know, right? I'm good. I'm looking at my...
Like 2016 and Dave Chappelle, I'm pretty sure. Put this on there. Yes, Chappelle should not have been canceled, or at least attempted to be canceled. That did happen, right? But the big difference that I've seen between Dave Chappelle getting canceled, quote unquote, or trying to get canceled by the left at that point versus Trump and his censorship of Jimmy Kimmel is that when it comes to what the Chappelle thing was, Chappelle was the market reacting. The market was the viewer base that happened there. They reacted negatively, and they were the ones trying to stop the show, et cetera, et cetera. No one was trying to censor him. No one was trying to do that in positions of power, at least, right? Maybe the people that were protesting didn't want it on air, wanted to censor it, but that wasn't people in positions of power doing so. That was the market that just didn't want it anymore. Now, when it comes to the Trump thing with Kimmel, the difference between that is that's somebody supposed to be and enforcing the Constitution, openly going for somebody because they have a political disagreement or don't like how a certain characterization of them was made. And now we have an institution that has power, using that power in a way that they shouldn't to censor something that they don't like, which is why there's a lot more outrage over the Kimmel stuff than there would be for the, Chappelle stuff, at least in those two examples. But that's all I wanted to add on there, just some clarification.
Thank you, actually. So let me just say this. So ABC is acquiring ESPN. It's acquiring the rights to the NFL to show games, historic games, all that stuff, playoff games, and possibly a Super Bowl. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal. That deal does not happen if Daddy Donald says so. If Daddy Donald kills that deal, it's going to cost ABC billions of dollars. So that's something also we have to look at with this whole Kimmel stuff. Let me go to Vero, Steve, Kent, and Stark. Vero, good to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, y'all? I'm good. Oh my God, I've been off for a long time, so I haven't seen y'all. I got really busy here in New York, so having a good time. But here I am. As to the topic of the room, goodness, I think currently, I'm going to be a little honest. Currently, I've been feeling that the left has been kind of doing a little bit more dangerous. I mean, not a little bit, extremely more dangerous. The Luigi Mangione fella, that the man was shot on the steps of my husband's law firm building. So, it kind of puts, it kind of hits a little close to home. I'm going to be honest, this is what's going on right now. I won't say historically that's true, but definitely, yeah, it's something that's kind of hitting close to home, and it's making me realize that sometimes the left views can become radicalized to the point where they're taking, like, one person is taking upon themselves to kill another person, and that's nuts.
Thank you, Vero. I agree with you. And to be honest, I forgot about Luigi Mangione. I forgot about that lunatic, who I believe is going to beat both his cases.
Quick question,
Steve Wheat.
Quick question.
Yeah, Mads.
In terms of the left, because nobody ever answered in the chat about who the head of the left of Antifa is, I can't find it. And like Luigi Mangione, are we talking about lone wolves, or are we talking about organizations in terms of the left? Because I just want some enlightenment on who the left is.
I think what happens is, and we're all guilty of this, I believe. One of these lunatics pull one of these stunts like they did with Charlie Kirk, like they did with this Luigi Mangione, and we find out that they had tinges of Democratic far-left ideologies, and now all Democrats are far-left, which is so absurd to me. But, I'm not far-left. I've been a Democrat my whole life. I don't know if I'll vote Democrat anytime soon, though, but I'm not sure I'll vote Republican either. Steve Wee, how you doing, Steve Wee?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hey, this Kimball thing, Sinclair Broadcasting owns a lot of those stations, and Sinclair, not Donald Trump, was calling ABC and telling them, hey, we may not carry this stuff on our affiliates, which would have knocked the advertising revenue right out of ABC for that slot. It's already underwater with the money the show was bleeding out. So, there's more to that than just the FCC. And if you look at a map, I looked at one day the location of Sinclair's stations across the United States. It may not always be in areas where, it's like you'd have the demographics, say in LA or in New York. It's not that. And if these guys pulled him off of that time slot, it would have been devastating. So there's that angle to it too. But I think the left is far more dangerous because I was just reading the story the other day where you had a bunch of people show up at ICE detention center with trying to bum rush your stuff, and you can just see this. If we don't agree with the law, well, the law doesn't apply to us. It's like immigration during Biden's administration. Well, there's a law there that has tells you what immigration is going to be. Well, we don't agree with that law, so we're just going to ignore it. And that's such an inaction, a chain reaction. People see this and they say, well, if that's your deal, then why should I have to abide by any law that you had? That's your sacred cow. And it starts a dangerous spiral downwards. And I just point out this last fact. After Charlie Kirk got assassinated, how many stories did you see looted? How many cities did you see on fire? That wasn't the reaction. Wasn't the reaction at all. And I think that encapsulates the two ideologies right there as well as anything. When one of the rights gets taken out, there's no cities being set on fire. There's no riots. There's no nothing. They go and have a memorial.
What about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Hold on.
Oh, forget about January 6th, you racist!
And by the way, here's a little caveat that might trigger some of you. I'm just going to say Democrats. I'm not even going to call you lefties because it's not fair to paint everybody with the same brush. But Donald Trump is pondering making Charlie Kirk's birthday a national holiday. Imagine that. I know some of you righties are going crazy right now. Hip hip hooray! Kent, how you doing, Kent? Can't tell you that, there you are.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I'm doing well. I'm just going to digress here for a minute. I'm just making tacos. Carry on.
All right, I'm going to remove you from the room because that is Rich. Thank you. So let me go to Stark, the Majesty, then the MVP of Clubhouse, Matt P. Stark, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fantastic. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would like to add a point and then ask a question. I've been listening to the discussion, very good room, very decent discussion. Job mods. If you ask about the Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, he deserved to go. He was always toxic. Spewing out fake news. It's an easy case. In terms of Charlie Kirk,
Stop. He's a comedian. Okay.
Of course, he's a comedian, but he can't say lie about the killing Kirk, right? So that was vile and that was fake news. So that doesn't fall under comedy, in my opinion.
It falls under the First Amendment, but please continue.
Well, hate speech, right? I don't think.
How is that hate speech? How long have you been Stark? How long have you been on this app? Because I'll show you rooms on this app where there's plenty of hate speech, and nothing to the level. The thing Jimmy Kimmel said is nothing to the level you hear on this app. But please continue.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree with you, but he has a position to influence people. So
do you.
Watch. Okay.
Sark, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many people work at the Jimmy Kimmel Show?
Sure, dozens.
Dozens. Tried almost 250 people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you call for the cancellation of people along, the lines of not even being offensive, okay, you're affecting other people's lives. Do you understand that? Like, there are people who are on set crew, makeup designers, producers, you name it. Like, it affects a small economy that is around where the Jimmy Kimmel Show is. Like, that's not cool. And our president definitely, in his efforts to create more jobs, should not be calling for the cancellation of people and having a production background of understanding how many jobs he's taking people out of in doing so. Especially over comments that, quite frankly, he had a right to say. And I personally, as a Republican, didn't find that offensive.
All right, hold on. Marshall, hold on, because I got to address something in the chat. This asshat, Midas Spade said Juneteenth is a fake holiday. Jimmy Kimmel is trash. Midas, you're more than welcome to come up to the stage.
Well, he's not trash because he's going back on the air tomorrow.
Hold on.
So, it's when the rabbit's got the gun, right? So he's going back on the air tomorrow.
And he was responding to me and saying that. So real quick, I just find it real fucking funny that the same people that think that Juneteenth is a fake holiday / a waste of time are the same people advocating for a fucking National Charlie Kirk Death Day.
That's a fact. All right, hold on.
All right, Jimmy.
Well, hold on. Midas. Guys, hold on a second. Midas, you can spew your hate in a second. Let's Stark land this plane. Okay, Stark land your plane, please.
All right. Thanks, guys. So yeah, let's agree to disagree on Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not a big fan of him. So, but I see your point.
I couldn't tell.
Staffers, but he said something that's totally fake and hateful, in my opinion, because he made fun of a death, and he connected it with ideology in a wrong way, especially when he knows very well the killer was
You don't think that people had the same perception of Charlie Kirk in his rhetoric? Saying that, Michael Brown was a thug that had it coming? So, there are grievances on both sides.
But you got to look at it. Jimmy Kimmel has a relationship with, what's that Steiner guy that does the talk show in the morning?
Howard Stern?
Yeah, Howard Stern. They said him and Howard Stern, and there's one other talk racist trash about black people, and that they are, prejudiced. But I understand people who know how to just do business and go ahead and work with you on your merits like that. And so just I'm gonna listen to you because I got some things to do around the house. But I kicked for Barack Obama, and he gave us lawyers because they had the Soros brothers and they had the Kurt, what's those rich ones? Starts with a K.
The coach, the
They had
brothers,
them watching us because just like with Kirk, they want their verbal agenda to be brought forward to those who can pass the litmus test. I even for my father's funeral had a 65-mile escort by the state police of North Carolina. The left is far more dangerous, even though I grew up in their backyard. I've learned everything about politics from the left because I was a diehard Democrat. Now I vote for the very best person. Right now, the left is just acting out because they didn't get their way. But with Charlie being in the backyard of
Connie, you gotta please respect my space. I have a queue, and you just jumped in. So if you land your plane, please.
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to yield as people are speaking. So, anyways,
I get it. Just land your plane.
So moving on to the Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm a big supporter of First Amendment, Second Amendment. I have no problem with all that. But
unless it offends you, then you're not a proponent of the First Amendment. But please go ahead.
No, see, JB, if you're dragging me back to Jimmy Kimmel issue, he said that the killer is a Trump supporter, which is totally fake. It's a hateful.
Who cares? How is it hateful? Stop. How is it hateful? Who cares what he said? Who cares if he is a Trump supporter or not? People are so hypersensitive to nonsense.
All right. Well, again, let's agree to disagree because I don't think news should be reported in a fake way.
He's not a news reporter. He's a comedian. He's a comedian. Laugh at it. Dismiss it. Move on from it.
I mean, he behaved like a total clown. And anyways,
listen, hold on, stop. I'm not even a Jimmy Kimmel fan. I'm a First Amendment fan.
Right. All right. Okay. So now let me ask you this. I think this question might trigger a lot more, people. Do you think Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson's parents, apparently there was a rifle given by a grandpa it was manufactured in Germany during World Wars. So do you think Tyler Robinson's parents should be charged because they failed to secure the...
No, they turned him in. And y'all watch too many fucking movies. Like, this is crazy. Like, the conspiracy theory ilk on this app is absolutely insane. Yes, because you sound absolutely ridiculous.
Hang on. You believe in freedom of speech, right? So why can't you tolerate me making a point here?
I mean, because you're a little bit long-winded, and I'm asking you to land your plane.
I'm not long-winded. I'm asking
you a question. You can ask it in the chat. Majesty, how you doing? Hello. Would you like to chime in?
Yes. Hello, Jay. Hello, everyone. Definitely the correct answer is the far left. At least this time around. I mean, is there not a list of crazy things they're doing, from telling 5-year-olds that they're little boys when they're girls when they're little boys? Like, that is enough for me. We don't even need to go on. That's fucking crazy. Because, I don't know, like last time I checked, I was born with a vagina. And God forbid a little bitch likes to climb a tree and play sports. Now I've got to dress like a boy. Thank you, Mom, for not fucking forcing that on me. I just went through a phase, goddammit, and now I like French manicures. So that just alone,
Thank you, Majesty. So let me do a quick room reset. Then I'm going to go to Corey. Midas, I haven't forgotten you, I promise. I'm going to go to Corey, Mike Moon, and then Madison. Guys, this is unhealthy debates. Who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right? How you doing, Hope? Keith, how you doing? Joe, good to see you. PB, always a pleasure. We got a couple of anonymouses. Shana Tova to you. Heidi, how you doing? Tiffany. Uncle Steve just walked in the room. They have a pink ticket. Kirill, I don't understand you, bro. You come to every space I remember. You don't cash in your ticket, you cheap bastard. Jay, Randy, cash in your ticket. Jay, Randy, you got a lot to say in the chat, man. At least cash in that ticket. So let me go to Corey. Corey, how you doing, bro?
Not too bad. How you doing?
I'd be doing better if you cash in your pink ticket. But
I did already. It just isn't. It's showing that
I'm busting your chops, bro. The mic is yours.
I'm the type that's going to say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When you establish a line of credibility on yourself and what you accept, you then have to accept when that karma comes in, fits in you know where, and the fact was is he used his monologues to mock and laugh and praise the firing of others that were fired for saying things, tweeting things in private conversations even. So I mean, for Jimmy, he got what he got what was coming to him. He did his thing, and it bit him in the ass. And the thing is he's lost 70 million in ad revenue since January. It came out. He's not going to last long. It is what it is.
But Corey, let me ask you a question. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but let me ask you this question. I agree with you. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But what about all the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk spewed about the Second Amendment?
What about the Second Amendment? I mean, which rhetoric are we talking?
That he was a big gun proponent and people should have guns. And,
Yeah.
So you don't think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander? And I'm not saying he should have been killed. I'm just trying to get your opinion.
Having guns isn't saying shooting people. So that to me is a big difference. I've got a lot of guns, and not one of them has ever shot anybody. Not one of them has ever shot in the direction of anybody. So I mean, when we look at that, having a gun is very different than turning the gun. When we have the people who, there's two things that I find very ironic, Jay, is the people who are free speech absolutists right now were the ones who literally had Mark Zuckerberg testify that no. He had me deplatform people. He had me silence people. YouTube, same thing. You had another side that literally deplatformed the president of the United States, wouldn't let him be on certain broadcasts. They cut him. They wouldn't let him be on YouTube, couldn't be on social media. They literally were the anti-free speech people. Now they're the free speech absolutists. Before, they were the anti-gun, and now they're like, wait a minute, this guy is the Second Amendment right. Yeah, so is Second Amendment right give the right to shoot? No. What it says is you can't even necessarily truly defend yourself anymore in some states in your own home. There's people who've shot in their own home and are now defending themselves, So the Second Amendment is very different than saying that, there's any semblance of common sense in
what about birthright citizenship? Where do you stand on that?
So it's very different. If you look at the reason that it was first implemented was because we were growing the country. We needed the bodies. We don't anymore. We have an excess, I'll try to find a link, Jay, and I'll just let you watch it later. It's actually from World Bank that did it on global poverty and stuff. It's a very good watch. It's only like a few minutes long, but it's explaining what the USA thinks it's doing and how much global poverty actually increases annually, and there's no way in hell that America can make an impact. So birthright citizenship is no longer really needed. When you look at the deficit, when we weren't in a deficit then when we were doing it. Now we're at 38 trillion in debt. We can't keep it up. We're overspending, and we can't keep bringing that in. We can find better ways to do it. There's a tax code. It's called the fair tax. They gave it to every Fortune 500 company that left the country. 33 pages long. They gave it to him and said, what would you do? This is how you fix the immigration problem. They said, we'll all come back. You implement that. All operations.
Corey, hold on one second. I think Miss Madison wants to engage with you. Madison?
No, I'm not trying to engage with Corey because I don't think that I'm going to change anything that he believes or anybody that believes what he believes. I saw something in the chat about when we talk about trans kids, the groomers reveal themselves, something like that Nye said, and that's what I wanted to respond to because supporting trans people isn't grooming; it's basic human decency.
I said kids. I didn't say people. People would imply adults. Respectfully, I'm talking about children. There's no such thing as a trans child. And furthermore, when we talk about trans people, but I just want to make sure we're clear. I didn't say people.
Okay.
I said kids.
Well, let's be real clear then. It says, I love when the trans kids topics come up, so the groomers reveal themselves when they defend this lunacy. So that's what I was responding to. And being affirming of somebody's identity is an exploitation, is respect. That's like saying if you support left-handed kids, you're forcing them to be left-handed. It's nonsense. Like, what's really happening is people, they throw the word groomer around to scare people and to shut down the conversation, but facts do matter. So being trans or supporting trans rights has nothing to do with with predatory behavior is what I'm getting at. So to use those in the same sentence, if anything, spreading that lie is what actually harms kids because it makes them more vulnerable to bullying and abuse. And if we're going to be concerned about kids, be concerned about these Discord chats, all this violence that's going on, these motherfucking incels, and all of these shooters that nobody has anything to say about in terms of what's happening with young white men. We should be much more worried about that. When we talk about what's dangerous, a dress is more dangerous than a gun today, which is sick to me. That's why people are dying.
And just real quick,
everybody, hold on. Nye, I got you. Nye, I wanted to give you a chance to go, Nye. But guys, please respect the one-mic policy. Everybody's gonna get to speak. Midas, I'm gonna come to you next. Okay?
Ladies and gentlemen in the House, I need to make clear, I didn't say anything about trans people. I was referring to the children. And because I spend an unhealthy amount of time on social media, I've seen endless testimonies from parents of trans children talking about their transgender process of their child. Many of them put these children on puberty blockers while they're minors, okay? And for those who have, who are doing active, not selective listening, I want you to think about something real quick. They're putting children on puberty blockers to stunt their growth. Who wants to keep children drugged up on a cocktail of drugs that stunts their growth and keeps them young? To me, that sounds like groomer pedo behavior. I'm not talking about grown adults who are trans-identified people. Those individuals have nothing. You're grown, do you? I'm talking about the children who, in many cases, according to their parents and the scientific community and the folks who are constantly at war with God and nature and biology, and they're surrounded by enablers who put many of these children, aka Jazz Jennings, for example, on puberty blockers. That is abuse, that is diabolical, that is sinister. Who wants to keep children young but pedos and groomers? So when I said, I love when the trans topic comes up about kids, and you hear all these folks defend it, I just sit back and let them talk, because it reveals who the groomers and pedos are. Who the hell defends putting children on puberty blockers? Like, come on.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I don't think that children should.
So then why are you throwing me out there?
If I could finish, because I don't think they should be able to get tattoos. I don't think it should be 16-year-olds getting BBLs. Hell, no piercings whatsoever until you're 18. Nothing that's irreversible. But what I was responding to, there's none of those parents that are in this room. So when you say the groomers reveal themselves, nobody's a parent that's doing that in this room. So there's a disconnect between what you said and the conversation that we're having. So I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you.
All right, hold on, everybody.
I really need for us to not police people's language and not police people's opinions and not try to frame it because there's no trans people in the room. Then Nye shouldn't be in the chat saying this, that, and the other. Like, are we okay? Like, is everybody all right? Maybe we'll get it in the morning. Like, for real. I'm tired of folks policing because people do selective, not active listening. They get triggered by what Nye says or what people say who lean more towards this side or this side. Now it's, well, no trans people are in the room or on the stage. How do we know? How do we know?
Trans people don't fuck with y'all. Stop defending them.
Like, come on.
All right, everybody, take a breath. Jordan, hold on. No, not yet. Because I'm going to come back to you. MG, you try to jump in, MG?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what Nye said. What about, my comfort level as the parent who has to deal with the aftermath of this and this conversation that I was not prepared to deal with at 5 years old? Like, do my rights matter? Like, my husband, my rights, my comfort, my religion? Like, where is that in this conversation?
Well, not if you're Muslim.
I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian.
Well, yes,
right?
religion matters in America, yes.
PT.
Guys, hold on.
That's all I wanted to say, JB. Like, what about my comfort, my, how my husband and I feel, how we were uncomfortable, how we were annoyed, how we were not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression at 5 years old in kindergarten? What about that?
I'm sorry, I thought you landed. Madison,
No,
do you want to did you want to rebuttal?
Yeah.
Then I have to go to Midas. But
No, I just wanted to say I mentioned that earlier, MG. Yeah, of course, you should be comfortable as well. And the same people, and not that it's the same thing, but I put it in the chat during segregation when Ruby Bridges came to school, there were a lot of parents that were uncomfortable too. My whole point is that trans people exist, gay people exist, guns exist. So this is the world that we live in, and so we have to prepare our children for what's out in the world. And so if you feel like you don't want them exposed to it, we have to do what we do. Sometimes people they homeschool, they do whatever's necessary. I don't like the fact that there's social media out there, so I have to monitor what's going on in my own home. But to squelch somebody else's right to their own expression, then that's a slippery slope. That's a
Madison, I love you, but comparing this to segregation to me is wild, and I say that respectfully.
Let me get the cue going, guys, because Midas has the patience of Moses. I can tell you that. Madison, here's just my opinion. When it starts infringing on other people's rights, and what those rights are, I don't know. Is it a feeling? Is it, where these kids have to have education about it and the parents don't want it? I don't know. But, I think we've become, and it's not anything against any of the speakers. I think America has become hypersensitive to every issue, race, trans, politics. We're so hypersensitive because we pick a side. Midas, how you doing, Midas? Thank you for your patience, man.
No problem.
Midas, see you there.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming up. Cash in your pink ticket, please. Go ahead.
Already cashed in the ticket. But on what I said earlier, Juneteenth was basically a fabricated holiday. They brought it up recently. I think it was a byproduct of the 1619 project, which was a fraud in the first place. Now, the interesting thing just now is that when we talked about the trans thing, yeah, it is groomers. You can't talk to children about sexuality without calling yourself at least some kind of PDF. I remember back in the days, they used to be billboards and things that people would talk about. If anybody talks to you about sex, then they're sick. They're sick in the mind. And this is the problem. The Democrat Party has become extremely sick. And we're seeing it. Not only are they the face of violence, BLM, Antifa, all these other radical organizations that have been coming up and attacking the people. I mean, just now, Charlie Kirk was murdered. And where do we get from the left? Oh, he deserved that. The bullet should have been for Trump. This is what we're getting from the left. They're sick, genocidal, transsexual affirming weirdos who are trying to force and imprint sexuality upon the children. I think it's sick. I think I'm very glad to see the collapse of the Democratic Party. Thank you for allowing me to go on.
Thank you, Madison. Thank you for your patience, man. I know some of these topics, man, we get derailed. But one thing I will say, the Democratic Party is definitely in shambles, right? I think they're on life support. And these midterms that are going to come up next year, it's going to be very interesting whether they're still going to be around in 2028 to even make a dent. I don't care. I don't really care who the candidate's going to be. If they don't get their shit together and start focusing on their party and their principles that they built that party on, the Democratic Party is going to be gone. I believe that. Mike Moon, how you doing, Mikey?
I'm good. Thanks, man. Hey, my instincts tell me that hyperpolarization on both ends of the political spectrum is what's tearing our country apart. I think it goes back and forth. I think in the last, 15 years ago, the far right was the problem. I mean, I was looking up the research recently, and far right was responsible for a major amount of the political violence that was occurring 15 years ago. However, in the last year, this year specifically, it's completely flipped. The far left has been responsible for almost 100% of the political violence that's been accounted for this year so far, according to what I was researching. So, I want to say that it's the far left is the problem today. The far right might be the problem 10 years from now. Ultimately, it's hyperpartisanship and extreme opinions that on both sides of the spectrum that refuse to accept or see the other side as human beings. So the less that we are willing to find common ground and the more we want to stand on our laurels and demonize the opposite side, the more danger our country is in existing in the future as a whole. I've said it many times, the United States of America, we don't have a common culture like other countries do to hold us together. If we lose patriotism, we're already losing some kind of shared belief in a God. If we don't have patriotism, we don't have belief in a higher power as a people. We don't have anything else in common. And it's unique to our country being as diverse as we are, the experiment that we are. We're kind of the first and biggest of that type of experiment. And if we stop believing in our government completely and we lose all of our patriotism, and then we also increasingly become less religious in general. And I don't mean Christian, I just mean whatever you want to believe in still, but having some kind of greater authority to answer to, then as a country we're going to collapse because we're no longer united, we're individuals. So right now the left is the problem. And like I said, the right will be the problem again someday. But overall, it's hyper-partisanship, in my opinion.
Thank you. Can I pop in real quick? 30 seconds, then I have to go to XG and Jordan. Go ahead.
Perfect. A couple things. The right and left leaning stuff was really checked into. ADL does a lot of this, and there was some real discrepancies on how they come up with the labeling things left and right. There were some deaths that happened at some of the riots and protests of the Summer of Love. They put those as right leaning, and when they weren't, they were part of the protests and riots. Another thing is not much of the conservative value. None of the conservatives are going to align with the far right extremist racist. They just don't, but they still lump those into the right. However, the far left, which this is coming from an Islamist leader, extremist leader, he says, find me somebody that ever voted conservative that's an extremist. The Muslim that's an extremist, you won't do it. They don't vote right. But they don't label that as a left wing. That's a completely different category. So it's just, you're right on. I'm agreeing with a lot of what you said, but it was really digging into it and finding out how they label it was really misleading. And I think that's where the problem is anyway, is trying to do this is more polarization. We need to look at it as extremism in general, and we need to start kind of rooting that out because, like you said, the polarization is just going to keep going back and forth. When one feels wrong, it just irritates the other and lights them up. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Corey. And I'll say this. I think one of the major problems we have in America is where we're getting our news from, right? The right goes to Fox, the left goes to everybody else. And to be honest, I don't know if we've lost trust in our government wholly, but I've lost trust in our news outlets 100%. No disrespect, Madison. I just don't. I think that each one of these networks has an agenda, and they go with their agenda. And where I felt that when I was growing up, right, the news outlets were very, I thought, impartial. Now they're not. You turn on CNN, you know what you're getting. You turn on MSNBC, you know what you're getting. You turn on Fox, you know what you're getting. There's no impartiality with all these groups. I'm going to go Jordan, Jason, and then BT. Jordan, what's up, Jordan? I got you, Majesty, and I got you, XG. Jordan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Kitover.
Kitover. When I was growing up, you know who the most anti-Semitic folks were? The white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Those are the people I had to worry about at my high school, and many of them were my friends, but the country clubs, you don't hear about Islamic country clubs, but you did hear about white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country clubs that didn't let the Jews in, which is why we still have Jewish country clubs today. So, in going to these fancy private schools, I had to be more concerned about the WASPs. And my ex-girlfriends, many of them were white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Some of their parents didn't like me because I didn't want her dating a Jewish person. Anyways, where I wanted to go with this is that what's kind of fascinating to me, God, I'm already losing my train of thought here. What's kind of fascinating to me is that there are 2.8 million trans folks in the United States and approximately 80 million psychopaths. Now, you can be psychopathic and transsexual, but I have probably met, I've lived in 9 states and I've lived in California 3 times. I live here now. I've probably met 2 trans people that I'm aware of in my entire life. It is such a negligible problem. First of all, people on the right are far more dangerous than people on the left. People on the left don't even know how to be dangerous. Quite frankly, they can't even do.
Wait, Jordan, what? Yeah. Give me your reason why do you feel the far right is much more dangerous?
Because I'm still Jewish. Today's a high holy day. I'm far more concerned about the area, the white nationalists, the pushing the Aryan agenda back in the day. It's only kind of recent that we've been kind of concerned about that Islamophobia has really become so rampant. In addition to anti-Semitism, but the far right is consistently not like Jewish people since I've been a youth. It's just hilarious to me, these people who are making this trans thing. This guy, the chance that you're going to get shot at by a trans person or someone who with a trans person is so asinine. It's so ridiculous. Statistically, it's so rare that you really need to catch up with your masculinity.
Jordan, here's the problem. Okay. And it's just my opinion, right? I love you, share it, but I'm just going to say the problem is some of the high-profile shootings that have happened in America over the last, let's say, year or 2 years or whatever it may be, have people that have either been trans or trans supporters.
Right. That is how much media. Yes, they've been high-profile, but the media attention. That if you're trans, you're like a rock star in America because you get that much attention. We don't highlight all the other murders that happen. It's so ridiculously rare. Yeah, it happened, but it's so unlikely. But no one's worried about all the psychopaths. 40 times more psychopaths among us who have absolutely no conscience. This kid may even have a conscience and may feel guilty. He acted horrifically, but you should be much more afraid of the psychopaths on Clubhouse and the trans people. If there's even a single trans person on Clubhouse, there may be. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'd be much more worried about the vanilla.
It's a whole trans house on here, man.
Who said that?
BT said that.
Yeah, BT. And they look like women. And it's called Carmelita something.
Are you afraid of trans people, BT?
No, I'm just saying, don't gaslight us, bro. There's some trans on this app, bro. And they're loud and proud.
All right. Forgive me. The 2.8 million trans people in America are now represented on Clubhouse. Fair enough. But the 80 million psychopaths at Clubhouse.
You gonna say it again?
Guys,
yeah,
hold on.
The 80 million psychopaths we're not really worried about.
I'm worried about my ex-wife cleaning out at the bank. Guys, mute up, please, because I got a queue and I'll come back. I'll get to you, I promise, Midas. But I want to go to Madison and XG. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I agree.
I thought it was going in order. How's it going?
Okay.
Hold on a second, guys. First off, we always let the ladies go first. And then, XG, they're right. So I'm going to have to go Jason, BT, then XG. Go ahead, Madison.
Just real quick, I actually agree with you when you said there's no media that's nonpartisan. The one outlet that we have was PBS, and they removed all their funding. And just so you all know, Trump has Ellison lined up, one of his buddies. One of his buddies is taking over TikTok, as we all know. But he's got another one lined up to buy Warner Brothers, which also includes CNN and HBO.
How interesting is that? I didn't know that, Madison. Thank you. We're gonna go hold on, Connie. Oh. Connie, hold on, please. I got you. We're gonna go Jason, BT, XG, Connie, and then Simon, and then Majesty. Jason, how you doing, man?
Good, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, for sure. So to the media point that you made, you're definitely right. You know about the partiality. But in 1948, the Smith-Mundt Act is what made news more impartial, and certain reporting was only for foreign audiences because they wanted to influence foreign audiences to see America a certain type of way, look at them in a positive light. but they didn't want to have the same type of programming, which would be more pointed for domestic audiences in the United States. That was changed in the Smith Modernization Act that got signed by Obama in 2013. That is when reporting changed. That's why it's not coincidence that the Clinton-Trump election was the first time you've seen that type of news coverage as far as the mudslinging from both sides on the extreme level. It's because it was after the Smith Modernization was signed into law. So the way, the polarized way that they report in mainstream news now is really an Obama thing. It really kind of came from the left, them signing that into law. I tried to get a vote count, by legislators to see if I could see, which side was really supporting it. But I give that to the left just because Obama signed it into law. And with the extreme reporting that you get on both sides, it has radicalized people on both sides. So, you can take that however you want to take that. It's a lot of contributing factors, but this is why a lot of people watch independent media now versus mainstream media. Because the independent people who have their own stuff, they got their great setup, they're just as knowledgeable as, the people that was coming on mainstream TV. They're watching them more. But all that got kicked off when 1948 law around reporting the news, got changed in 2013.
Thank you, Jason. Great share. Appreciate you. Then go BT. BT, how you doing?
Hey, good evening. I'm doing well. How about you?
Good evening. Doing fantastic, sir. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Who's more dangerous in America? Far left or far right? Well, JB, I'll tell you. The answer is y'all are equally dangerous. Y'all are akin to the Bloods and the Crips, politically gangbanging your elephant and your donkey around, which is why you have the red and the blue. It's literally the same thing. And I think that you're both dangerous in different ways. I think that, well, actually, I know, I don't even think this. One side, we got saying, hey, we're Christians, so we're going to do everything the good way. But racist as hell and love stealing money and using and misallocating it and just helping corporations and not the people. The other side just want to change every damn law we've had in history in the name of progress. And some of that shit is outrageous. So they're both I see dangers in both. Because one side we got us gaslighting us, telling us that we can't be him and ma'am and sir no more. We got to be them and they. And then the other side, we got taking away every historical thing about everybody and making new laws that don't make sense. We are in a clusterfuck. This is a conundrum. And I knew no matter which way we voted on this last election, we was going to end up with some bullshit. It was just a matter of which bullshit you wanted. So yeah, absolutely, both sides are dangerous. There is no more dangerous. Y'all are equally as dangerous. Because I don't like the direction either party wants to go. I'll end there.
Thank you, BT. Great share. Appreciate you. We're going to go to Connie for a quick minute. Then we're going to go to XG, then Majesty and Simon. Connie? Connie, are you there? All right, XG, the mic is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I want to comment on. One, I just find it kind of funny for you specifically, JB, when you made the point about media and they love to paint these narratives, et cetera, and then right afterwards, when someone else brings up a point about the shootings being statistically super low, your response is the media talking point, which is part of their agenda, which is, oh, but look at how many trans people have been in the news in the last year when it comes to mass shootings. Yeah, because the news's agenda was to highlight those shootings and push it out as much as they could. Because guess what? There's a ton of others, hundreds of other shootings that happened that year that weren't by trans people. But we didn't see the news on any of that. Why? Because of the same reason you just gave. So that's a part of the media play that you fell for, which is the amount of highlighted trans people that are being shooters, quote unquote, even though statistically, one, they're less than 1% of our population. Two, the fear about trans kids as if there's 1 in 3 trans children in every pre-K is not true, because the majority of trans people, and they're less than 1% population. So if you're worried about your kid going into a class trans child in it, you have more of a chance of getting struck by lightning than that happening at this point. So unfortunately, this big fear mongering and this giant little, pearl clutching that's going on is extremely performative. And I'd rather people just say, fuck the LGBT with their chest than try to play it as if they're.
Hold on a second. Let me give you just a smidge of pushback. Just a smidge. What I said was the high-profile cases that have been spread all over the news, right? And every high-profile case, not every, but a good majority of them.
Look what the fuck's going on. Look what the fuck that. Someone says, majority of trans.
Can I finish?
To grooming. Do you see what the fuck is going on?
XG, hold on. Let me finish.
Motherfuckers just accuse me of grooming in chat. What are we talking about? Hold on.
Okay. Well, XG, I see you're emotional tonight. I like you, but I'm not gonna have you gaslight my room. Somebody says something to you, you gotta just man up. Serious. Bang with them in the chat. But the point I was making was the high-profile cases are either trans people, right, or trans supporters. So my thing was, it's the media's fault. This is why they're putting these people on Front Street. But before I continue, I have to say Shana Tova to all my Jewish friends, my Jewish brothers and sisters in the room.
Chag Sameach.
I hope you have a happy, sweet New Year.
Especially Jesse Eisenberg.
Especially, of course, Jesse Eisenberg. The supreme Jew that he is. So let's go to... who hasn't spoken yet.
Good Yontif, JB.
Thank you. You as well.
I didn't hear it, JB, whoever said it. He said it's in the chat, but we do know it is a lot of grooming going on. So that's not that far-fetched.
I mean, there's a lot of grooming going on. There's always been a lot of grooming going on. Nobody said shit when R. Kelly was doing it, though.
Oh, my God, Madison, please.
I'm just saying.
Well, what's funny about R. Kelly is that the people I've spoken to from Chicago, they'll tell you, because he's a Chicagoan. Oh, I still listen to R. Kelly. I don't care what he did. Not all Chicago people, but a lot of Chicago people. Go ahead, Madison.
I was just going to say most of them do. I hear it when I go out. It's crazy.
Well, let's not forget R. Kelly's big sister raped him and all his brothers. And she was great. So there is something there. I'm just saying.
That's usually the case with most pedophiles, straight or gay, but the majority of pedophiles are straight men.
That's no excuse.
I'd like to jump in.
One thing I failed to add, I just want to add this real quick, is that one of the reasons Jews and African Americans were so aligned during the Civil Rights era is because it was the white Protestants and people of Lutheran heritage, if you will, who were most inclined, not all of them, some loved us, but that was where the bulk of the hate came from. And today, the fact that, African Americans who, thank God, many of my African American friends on this app are not anti-Semitic, but there are some people. And there are still plenty of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who are anti-Semitic. That's how we joined forces.
Thank you, Jordan. I really don't want to turn this into a race relations room, even though I know it's going to go there eventually. Zach, Shana Tova.
Shana Tova here. Let me roll my window. So I just wanted to chime in briefly. I'm driving in my truck. It's kind of loud, but I'll try to speak normally. I think the left is more dangerous in America than the far right. The far left is more dangerous than the far right. And I can tell you from my personal experience, for 20 years, I was a radical leftist. And I hung out with radical leftists, and all my friends were radical leftists, and I went to a radical leftist college, and I had radical leftist professors, and I was a radical leftist. And when I was a radical leftist, JB, my friends and I would all sit around and talk about how civilization is garbage and society is bullshit. And that's in fact what led me towards rewilding, the work that I do professionally now. And I still believe that nature connection is very healing. And I think that learning how to practice small-scale living skills is very empowering. but I no longer believe that civilization should be brought to its knees. And I think that the far left, if you ask your far leftist friends, the conclusion of their message is destroy society. And if you ask your far right friends, usually the conclusion of the far right friends is leave me the fuck alone. And I think leave me the fuck alone is not very nice, but it's not quite as dangerous as destroy society.
Thank you, Zach. I think I'm at
That's
that
the my
BT.
point, and I'm rebutting.
Hold on 1 second, BT. Because I'm at that age and stage in life where I'm just like, and I'm not even a fucking far right guy, but just leave me the fuck alone. Please, people, leave me alone. But hold on, BT, before you respond, I have to say hello to First Lady Chi. She's my future ex-wife, and I just gotta say hello to her. Hello, First Lady.
Why you gotta be the ex-future wife? What's going on?
Happy
Monday evening. How are you?
Well, you're here, so I'm doing something right.
That's right. You better believe it.
So who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right, Miss Chi?
Why you always do this to me, JB? You know, I'm very secretive about how I feel.
Yeah, I can tell I'm politically correct.
I'm anonymous. I plead the fifth.
Good enough, BT. BT wanted to push back, then I want to say hello to my friend Howard. BT?
Can I get in the queue?
I got you.
You're already in it, mother. Yeah, my friend. I'm gonna have to push back on you because if people just wanted to be left alone, they wouldn't have done environmental racism to folks and wanted to come in and change everything. Like, bro, you want to be left alone, but you're messing with everybody else. And so that's my issue with that part. And again, I'm not the left because you were spot on with that part, but you can't. I just see a lot of bias in a lot of y'all views. And me being independent.
Well, I don't know if colonialism is a right wing or.
I have not done, sir. And I don't know if maybe because I'm an actual independent, not a fake one. I literally don't like neither one of y'all sides. I can literally say that a lot of you will talk shit about the other and completely ignore your own. And it's like, bro, it's a gaslight. It's biased as heck. Y'all gotta stop that shit. That's all I'm saying.
BT, let me ask you a question real quick before I go to Majesty and Howard. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm very disenfranchised with my party right now. And I won't vote for him anymore. I won't vote for a Republican. Would that make me an independent?
It depends, because you know what they're doing now. A lot of folks say I'm independent, but I'm this leaning. And to me, that's a cop-out. You know what I'm saying? So,
bro, I couldn't agree with you.
You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you. But Jason, hold on. I'm going to go to Majesty, Howard, then Red Apple, Rafi, and then you. Majesty.
What about me? You forgot about me.
I got you, mother. I promise. I always get you.
He's got you.
BT, shut the fuck up, BT. I'm talking to JB.
Watch your mouth, pussy.
Eat my ass. Fuck you.
Fuck you, sissy.
I'll bend you over and fuck the shit out of you. Shut the fuck up, BT.
Build a fucking
In
robot.
general,
Shut up.
there's a lost art. There's a lost art of people being able to have their own opinion, right? People assume just because, for example, people assume because you're black that you love gospel music and collard greens and fucking chillins, okay? And that you go to church on Sunday and that you know, but you might hate God and be a fucking
time out. Is this true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know that voice from somewhere.
It's a lot of stereotyping going on, so in my community, it's true.
Well, right. So they assume that's just one example I wanted to give, and that's just not. It's not right. You can be black and be whatever the fuck you want. You can be an atheist. You can listen to rock music. So there's a lost art of that in America right now. Where I grew up in a real democratic household. I was kind of taught through just things I heard as a kid to hate Republicans. They're the enemy. They're racist, and and that we deserve to have food stamps. We are owed these things. We are owed this from the government. How dare they? They owe us. And I divested from that mindset. And I'm not fully Republican. I didn't vote really for anybody because I just wasn't sure. But I just, in general, there's a lost art to having your own opinion. You can be gay, you can be trans, and still support what it used to mean. It's turned into something else. I'll land here and say I like Jeffree Star. I know that might be a horrible example for some people, but he calls out a lot of the community. Because let's be gay, let's hang out, be whatever you want to be. Why does it have to be that you're a man or a woman attracted to the same sex? You should shun the fuckery that's infiltrating your communities. You should gatekeep. You absolutely should. And there's nothing wrong with being Democrat or Republican or socialist or whatever, but there is something wrong with coddling stupid shit, mental fucking illness, things that don't make sense, predator behavior, and the actual things that people are defending are what's separating us and having us argue.
May I respond to that, or is it a cue?
No, go ahead, Madison. You're a mod. The cue starts around you.
Okay, thank you, JB. I just didn't want to step on anybody. I agree with you too, Majesty. But what I find is that black people, all the black stereotypes, like who grew up in church and I guess on food stamps. I don't know black people like that. Like I didn't grow up with black people like that, and my whole family's black, and all my friends, most of my friends are black and all of that. So it's like, I think when people grow up in their own bubble, they have a tendency to think that way in terms of their whole community is like that. But it's whole entire communities of black people that, that are not like that or didn't listen to gospel music or just whatever. I grew up Catholic. Like New Orleans, most people were Catholic anyway. They weren't Baptists.
Black people like that. Stop it. Everyone in here.
I don't have them in my world. I didn't grow up around black people. Don't tell me what I grew up with. I didn't. And nobody in my family is on food stamps. Nobody in my family has high blood pressure. Nobody in my family has diabetes. We didn't eat like that. We didn't grow up like that. We're from New Orleans, and that was not the culture then. It may be now, but it just simply wasn't. But I think what I agree with you on especially is we can just be human beings. We can just be human beings and deal with each other. But when we talk about some of the things in the community, and if you want to talk about what I do know about the black community and the silence that goes on in terms of some of these issues that involve children and some of the abuse when it comes to spanking children. I've got my views on that. Whooping kids' ass. I've never had a whooping in my life. We didn't do that in our family either. But that's very prevalent in the black community. But some of the issues that I think are pertinent, like violence and like all this gun toting and all the other shit that goes along with it and people dying, I just happen to think are more important than some of these culture issues that we get so wrapped up in when we see a shiny object.
But that box you talking about.
Hold on, James. Everybody, hold on a second, because I gotta address something in the chat for 2 seconds. Where is this? This esteemed person. Mango Tree DD, I thought this is a mixed room. Why is it always being taken over by black people? I absolutely don't have anything against them, but every single room becomes a black people topic. How do you say I'm a racist without saying I'm a racist? Did it trigger you, Mango? That some people with strong voices and opinions are on stage and they get to express that? Does that bother you in any way? Because if it does, there's the leave quietly button. Hold on, Jordan. I have to guys, you gotta let me get to the queue, then we're gonna go popcorn style. Because if I don't get to this queue, I can promise you mother's gonna start screaming at me.
Facts.
So, see that?
I think we all know that's a fact.
So let me go to Mother, then Rafi, then Connie. Mother, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll use my lady voice since it's my turn. Let's back up real quick because we got distracted with the New Orleans thing. So I think when we talk about like violent acts and I had brought this up in the past. Like statistically, the trans community has been aligned with their percentage of population for mass shootings every time you have a trans shooter, America loves to blast it all over the news. But if you actually dig into the data is just, they're like 0.1% of all shootings in the country. They just get a significantly higher amount of attention when it does happen. And so people who already hate trans people and hate the faggots just run on this as an additional, tick mark on their list of things that they want to talk about without actually looking at the numbers. So when you talk about like large violent events in this country, mass shooting, it's not even close. Like the far right groups disproportionately have higher totals in these counts, right? But I just think it's a little bit silly. Like when it's not, I think it's like 82%. I gotta pull up the article. Is from far right extremist groups in this country compared to the far left. So I don't even know why this is an argument. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mother. Hold on, Jordan.
He's itching.
Guys, hold on a second, man. Please let me get to the queue, and then we'll go popcorn style, and you can beat each other up. I won't sign. So there's been some things, and I'm not going to really get into specifics, but this labeling of somebody that's trans as a groomer, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't agree with that. I do think there needs to be a dialogue, and that there needs to be some parent interaction and how they feel as well. I don't think it's a complicated situation. I think it's a communication situation.
Jay, can I say something on that?
No, hold on, Adams. Adams, you gotta hold on, man, because everybody keeps interfering and it's fucking up the queue. So I'm gonna go to Rafa, and then we're gonna go. Then we'll go popcorn, and then we'll go Shucks, and then popcorn style. Rafa, how you doing? Rafa, are you there? All right, Rafa, you can just hang out with the cool kids. Shucks, how you doing, Shucks?
Hi, I just came to support the beautiful MG. Sorry, I don't have anything to add right now. Let me listen for a bit.
Anybody that supports MG, I support. Ooh, all right, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. I'm gonna ask for a one mic policy. If anybody comes off mic when somebody's speaking, I'm just moving you down. So we're gonna go Jordan, then BT. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, so I shared two articles. One talks about, I think they're both peer review. The second references a peer review from a popular psych publication. And the first one, again, mentions that for the past 3 decades, the far right have been certainly the most violent by far. Now, to the defense of people that are ardently opposed to what I said, I also shared an article because I'm open to new information that shows that the far left, in terms of personality profiling and psychopathologies, they're linking. I don't want to get into the whole narcissism thing, but I just did. But the notion that the far left, essentially, let me just say that extremists of any type are particularly dangerous, lacking. What's kind of notable about the second one is that the far left, and this may also hold true for the far right, but the second one said that the compassion that you might expect from the far left and the altruism as a characteristic that they were looking for as some correlate does not exist. So in other words, if you're far left and you're extreme and violent, just like the far right, you probably lack the altruism that might be expected of you. It's really more about your own psychopathology that is problematic. And this is epidemiological. It's not clinical to suggest that those people who shot so and so were suffering from this personality disorder. Go ahead.
Jordan, I can guarantee you, at least 92% of this room has no idea what you're talking about because you're using words nobody understands.
Okay, well, the articles are in the chat there.
I appreciate you.
Dr. Jordan, I'm over here cracking up because I'm like, I don't know what's going on, JB. What is happening? I love you, Dr. Jordan.
I love Jordan too, but he says words. I'm like, I don't have time. And then he moves on to another word I don't understand. I'm still looking up the first word. Psychopathology. I'm like, bro, there's crazy people. We get it. Let me go to, let me go to Adams and then BT because Adams has been patient. BT, I got you, but Adams, he asked me earlier. Get Adams.
Oh no, I just wanted to comment.
Are you in the bathroom?
No. So I just wanted to comment on the the trans women thing, like it's crazy. Like I feel like people have kind of gone off this ledge of sanity where, you know, the sun comes up and they want to blame trans people. Like I'm not the biggest fan of the trans community, but at the same time, if you're going to have a conversation about gun violence in America, I would start with young, disgruntled white men. People need to stop pointing the finger at trans people.
Thank you, Adams. BT? Hold on, Corey. I'm going to come to you.
No, Corey, go ahead, because he's bouncing off of Adam, so I'll allow it. Corey.
You sure?
Yeah, Corey.
Okay, so I know someone that's post-op trans. Was with them when the Leah Thomas thing broke. Absolutely pissed. Doesn't think it's right. Gender doesn't think it is right. They spoke about the movement that's the far left, we'll call it, in that demographic, and there's a divide. They do not agree, and this is this person's words. Post-op person literally said, "Those people are fucking it up for us all," and they're right, because this person lives their life as they live it. They don't care. They're not pushing anything on anybody. But then you have the ones who are trying to shove it in everybody's face that they don't like. And I'm telling you, I live 2 miles from probably the capital of the state, might be the freaking country for the gay community and where the LGBTQ community is. And I'm telling you, here it's very prevalent, and there is a divide. And so even amongst the trans, it's not just, oh, all trans are on the board on the same ship. So when we're in this debate talking about it, it's not a one-size-fits-all, even in the trans community. There's a difference in those that are trying to say, we need to allow this to happen. And I know these people have talked about they don't like the schools getting involved. They think it should be a parents thing. And that's from someone who's post-op.
Hey, Corey, but you know what? Just like everybody, if you're a Democrat, you're labeled the far left. If you're a MAGA, you're far right. And we both know that's bullshit, bro. There's plenty of MAGA that's not far right, and I know plenty of Democrats that are on my stage right now. They're definitely not far left.
Yeah, like you and I can both agree, like the far left party, the one that's in Manchin and everybody's talking about it, that's causing everybody to leave the Democratic Party, is not the Democrats.
But
it's not at all. In the far right, the conservatives do not identify with the white supremacists at all. And that's where this whole label, this is why the label is wrong. We can't do that. It's not fair. Most of us really are more of the center, you know? And we get pushed into this far right and far left. But if you know, you look back at the book The Crusaders, and G. Edward Griffin talks about it, how you divide a nation, how you break it down. You divide the people. You have these little facts that are fighting amongst each other. It creates an allegiance to the party over the greater good, you know, and that's what's happening here, I think.
Bro, I couldn't agree with you. Hold on. I couldn't agree with you more. Bro, we pick our parties like we pick our sports teams, and we stay loyal to them. Corey, unfortunately, bro, I'm a Jet fan. I'm never going to be anything other than a fucking Jet fan. But people have the same mentality in this country. My family was Democrat, so I'm going to be a Democrat. My family was Republican, so I'm a Republican. Yes, sir.
Did you hear what they did? They're moving our game Monday night to Comedy Central. Jets Dolphins. We're going to Comedy Central because nobody's going to want to watch it.
No, nobody's watching that game, bro. The Jets may actually win a game. Let me go to BT. BT.
Hey, thanks for constantly pushing me to the back of the line. So
don't start that shit. But
yeah, well, chill out, man. Dang, can I land here? I just started. So again, oh man, that trans thing is really tricky. I didn't know that y'all had that issue, Corey. I couldn't imagine looking at it that way. But I literally forgot what I wanted to offer. So.
So blame the white man. Madison.
Well, you know.
BT, by the way, BT, I really like your energy. I do your follow, man. I think you're cool as fuck. Madison.
I just wanted to say bravo to Corey and self-correct because I said that nothing would change Corey's mind and that I didn't have anything to say, and I just heard him say something amazing. And I just wanted to own up to that and say that, you know, it's all about dialogue and the exchange of ideas. So I appreciate what he just said.
And that's why I said earlier, Madison, there's a lack of communication. People listen to respond, they don't listen to learn. And when we take a breath and take a step back and we all listen to each other to learn from each other, bam, we become really fucking powerful. Connie, go ahead, Connie.
So I agree with you so much that I'm speechless. That is so much. People listen for whatever reason, but they don't take anything away. You have people who get PhDs, but they didn't listen with their heart, so they really don't, put a lot into the work. I just wanted to piggyback on the conversation, and that is that, like I said, I've dealt with both because I'm into the best candidate. Um, but when it comes to LGBT, the white man does make the decisions. He does, whether everybody sways in that direction or not. As far as left and right, your right would definitely be more based on color. They would have their race. They would have their own subset of groups. For the left, I canvassed my heart out for Barack, but you still have people who know your whereabouts in the canvassing schedule, and they're extremists. I even had a threat while I was canvassing, like that. And so of course I'm going to look at the left because I'm showing up for the meetings. I'm meeting you when you tell me to meet you. I'm moving my car all over the country when you tell me to. You know my schedule. And so with the left, all I can say is nobody's safe. And as far as big media, Trump has been reduced down to they have to send calls to your cell phone because of big media. So that is why he is really liking the fact that people are getting into Rumble and Warner and Chappelle. They're thinking about merging or selling like that. And so and lastly, Charlie could have. I don't think he was going to live that day because he was in a heavy left territory, and they should have billed him for the protection or something. But I was looking at YouTube while you all were talking last night, and they said that is how Turning Point operates. They no fee when they're ready to make a move, they're gonna make a move. I yield my mic. I'm getting ready to hop in the show, listening for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for your share. A couple of things. I just want to push back a little bit. I believe we had Utah's a very red state. He was offered by a security team about a month before he was assassinated. For them, they suggested to him to put up bullet-resistant glass around his tent, and he turned it down. He said, "I'll get back to you." Never got back to them. So, and I'm not blaming Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that's what I heard.
Yeah, because they said that. They said they the type when they ready to make their move, they not really, pressed about extra protection, and that bullet could have went straight and hit anybody. And see, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. No, because I've gotten more protection than that on a good day. So, but they said that's the plurality of what you just said of the movement, because she's a real living person. Turning Point by Charlie Kirk now.
Thank you so much.
And he also wants to work. What do you guys think about? He wants to work with black people. He contacted Smiley Davis just before he died, and he wants to talk about, the state of America with the broken homes, because you can build a strong nation on family and good friends.
Well, one thing I was just thinking about, and it gets brought up a lot. We never really talk about it. Is the epidemic of white shooters in America? The person that tried to assassinate Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, young white man. I don't know if he was in college or had finished college, but he's a college-age kid. The young man that just killed Charlie Kirk, young white man, college-age kid.
Who identified as a man.
Okay. And let me just say this. Adam, you just threw me off my square, man.
I was saying that it's the college-age kids. Were you trying to say?
I was going to say this problem that we have in this country with young white shooters, and why is that? And please don't come off the mic and tell me mental health and they had mental illness. And obviously, they were fucking lost in their mind if they took the actions they took. But how do we get here, Madison? How do we fix it? Madison, are you there?
Okay. Yeah. Did you say something to me?
Yes.
What did you say, Jay?
I was saying that the young man that tried to kill President Trump in Pennsylvania, the young man that just killed Charlie Kirk. There is a problem, and you know what? I've never had this, Madison. I never had the conversation. Why is there a problem in the white community with gun violence, especially amongst young white?
Can I push back on that?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. So, you know why I've never had that conversation, Madison? Because I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to begin or how to unfold that. So, Madison, why do you think there's a problem? Then Barry's very hyper to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that that's a little above my pay grade, but I have been aware of it for at least a couple of years now. And as young men, and part of it is the fact that, we're a patriarchal society, but roles have changed. Women are becoming more and more independent every single day. And what I'm hearing is that men don't exactly know what their roles are. The incels, they're talking to each other online. There's also the 4B movement in Korea, where women have just disavowed men. So I think it's, partially a gender thing, but the biggest problem with it is that we aren't talking about it. Like, the first step is awareness, right? And they keep reframing this stuff. I'm sorry, I'm at the gym. They keep reframing this stuff like it's the same thing and keep us looking at other stuff while people getting shot. And maybe had that been the focus instead of DEI and all the other buzz things that are being talked about. Imagine if that's what was being talked about, on social media and some of these pundits and some of these podcasters and everything else. We might have been able to prevent some of this stuff, but unfortunately, it has to get to this point. Smirkanish talked about it. For the first time, I heard him talking about it on his show. But there's some articles out there. So I think the first part, JB, is just fucking admitting it's a problem. And then after that, we have to do as a society.
It's definitely a problem. You just did. Can you cash in your pink ticket? Yeah, Barry, the mic is yours.
I mean, you don't gotta be a dick, but
okay, I won't be. Okay. Carlito, how you doing, Carlito?
Off to Google.
I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, okay. I think I'm just gonna address the title shortly. I don't think it's a far right or far left problem. I think we are funding genocide, and that genocide is coming to the to the youth. So the user mind is fucked up. It's not a white or a black thing. I think it's an American problem. Inherently, we are funding live genocide right now. So it's driving all of us crazy. All American, left, right, young, black, old. So until we solve our foreign problem, we're gonna have more problem domestically. And that's my thought. So I say this humbly as a black immigrant. So we have a foreign policy problem, and that's what's coming domestically.
Thank you, Carlito. Before I go, Corey, I see you, Corey. Hold on. BB, you wanted to say something. I saw you give him the X. Why'd you give him the X? BB? I must have stepped away. Go ahead, Corey, and then we'll go to rumor.
I think what we've got is we have an elected leadership issue here. We have people in politics. Good example of it this week was the Cory Booker and Kash Patel. We bring people in that both positions should be respected. They bring these people in, they're answering questions, and then they attack them. For instance, Kash sat and listened, didn't interrupt, let him say what he was going to say. He was done. It was his time, and all of a sudden, there's this outlash and yelling and screaming. And when we see leadership do that, it starts telling the people how to act. No different than kids start acting like their parents. If the parents are ones that back talk and all that, they're going to back talk to the teachers. Now, we have a society watching elected officials literally yelling and screaming at each other instead of showing decorum. They're telling people to go fight in the streets. They're literally, see, the beautiful thing about it is they can say they literally played a video of a Democratic leader saying that somebody needed to get shot. So I think it was Hakeem Jeffries, and he didn't address it. They said, what do you think about your constituent saying this? Ignored it and went on to something else. Because they are going to say there needs to be blood in the streets. They finished with that, right? What we didn't say go shoot him is the deniability of the politician, but they're telling the people who are going to go to jail to go do it. And they know that the extremists, someone out there will do it. That's what has to stop. We need to start having some accountability with politicians who say irrational things like this. I mean, once we have decorum. Joe Manchin, listen to the things he's saying. John Fetterman, listen to the things he's saying. They're the two most sane people on that party, and I think those two should run together. They would win. They're good.
Well,
Down the middle.
I like Fetterman, but he has no chance because he's so pro-Israel. But I'll say this: Hakeem Jeffries is my representative. I really, with every molecule of my being, believe he's a good human being. He's a horrible politician, right? You don't hear anything from this guy. Anything. This is why my party's falling apart. And this is the truth, Corey. I really like Hakeem Jeffries, but they're not putting him in the position that he should be in because he should have a loud voice at the table. Just my opinion. Crystal, how you doing, Crystal?
What's up, JB? Hi, Madison. Soul Madison. How are you all? Everybody else?
Doing fantastic. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You want to chime in?
I do. A couple of things. I think for real, we have to be genuine when we have these type of conversations. Not that it makes it right, but you have so many people doing the examples that you gave, Corey. Right, left, up, down, like in the middle, whatever party, like you have so many people doing it, right? Where, again, it's not right. We should all have decorum speaking with each other. Despite if we may disagree, we have to reach across the aisles in so many different ways. So that's, I think, to be like genuine in saying this for real, that's not just a one political party type. They both are doing it, and it's disgusting. But to your question, JP, I know you asked a question about you and Madison were engaging, and you did ask the question, why do you think
there's an epidemic of young white shooters in America?
Yeah, you know why I think that? And this is from the most respectful place, y'all, I swear. So many, I see where so many young white men who become shooters, this isn't their first rodeo. Like, they've done things before. They've gotten slaps on the wrist, never been really held accountable for the things that they did, and then it spirals into something big or egregious, and it's like, oh, okay, well, they did it now. I think it's a problem for sure with white privilege, where we can look into different things and see where, okay, well, he's been in trouble, but we're not going to send him to jail. We're just gonna talk to him and put him in the program. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, he's already haywired, and so much is being ignored. I mean, I yield with that.
Thank you. I would try to come up with an example of a black mass shooter. I don't know of any. I'm sure there has been. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I have to tell you, as the cracker in the corner, I am so fucking sick and tired of hearing these people, and it's the white people, who are calling you people out, saying, oh, he was mentally ill. That's why he did it. Making excuses, right? I grew up in a broken home. Making excuses. Man, we really have to have that real conversation of what's really going on. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something occurred to me, because these are the things that we choose to look at, and the things that we don't. Maybe if we didn't get wrapped up into identity politics and band it together, because we all want the same thing. We want a safe place to live. We want it safe for our kids and our families. So when there is gun violence, in urban America, when there is gun violence and there's these mass shootings at schools, when there is pedophilia, when it's straight and when it's gay, just imagine if we targeted the act itself instead of the identity of the person. They were left, they were right, they were black, they were white, they were straight, they were gay. No, the bullshit that you did was foul, no matter who you are. And if we address that as a society, then we might not be caught up in these circular conversations. And if we held our representatives responsible, left or right, whoever you are, do something about this problem. That's why we elected you. And if we held their feet to the fire and stopped going back and forth with this level of division, maybe we could get some work done in terms of doing the research necessary to see Are there mental health problems, and do people have resources to deal with them? Are there warning signs, whatever it is? What are the issues in urban America where guns are being filtered through our community? How are they getting there? Stop them before they get there in the first damn place. And so those are the serious conversations that never actually happen. You know, the war on drugs wasn't even a war on drugs. It's like they could stop that shit if they really wanted to. And so I think we're all just being bamboozled.
Well, let me say this real quick, Crystal. Let me just say this real quick, then I'll come to your promise. Two things, Corey. You brought up a good point, but I'm going to push back just a smidge. And I said, I'm not one that uses mental health as an excuse, right? You grab a gun, you shoot somebody, you know you're doing wrong. But that New York City shooter, and I'm not giving him a pass. He had CTE. He was a football player, had multiple concussions. They said when they looked at his brain, they said he had the brain of like a 90-year-old concussions he had. So I'm not giving him a pass, but yeah, I mean the dude had some serious brain damage. Here's the second thing I want to bring up real quick, Maddie. I'm not a gun lover. I'm not a gun supporter. Nor I'm just going to say take away Corey's guns, because I know Corey's going to jump on me for this one. What I will say is, I think that there has to be better mental health evaluations before gun ownership is approved to anybody. And I don't understand the pushback on that. If it's keeping people safe, but you're still getting to keep your guns because you have some sanity in your head, what's the problem? Mass, you want to say something? And I know Crystal wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick that, you know, people clown California all the time, but I'm very proud of some of the initiatives and the proactiveness of the state itself when it comes to social ills. I know we have huge problems there. I'm not saying that we don't. But there is an app. It's called Saluna, and it's a free app, JB, for kids between the ages of 13 and 25. And I said kids because before 25, you're still a kid to me. And it's a free app for mental health. Like they can sign on, and you can treat it like a game if you want to. But it's those types of measures that are, prevention based that I think that we could adopt as a society on a larger scale.
I agree. Crystal, you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, what you said the first time too, like kudos for sure, JB, because like these are conversations that Maddie said, you said the same thing, so that these are conversations that we must have. But it's so crazy because we all have a good collaboration, even if we are from different sides, different walks of life, right? But we can't be silent. Gun laws definitely would suffice in this day and age. Sorry. But it definitely would suffice. We definitely need more help or more stances. No one is saying take away your amendment rights to bear arms, but we have to agree, y'all. We definitely have to push our representatives to do something. I would hate for any of us to get on the stage in this room another time, maybe tomorrow, and something egregious happens at our children's school. Like that would be, I would, even if we disagree, like I would hurt so bad for any of you. Like it's real. Like it's not
Crystal,
nothing. We have to.
Crystal, I agree with you, but here's the problem. I feel it's a problem. Maybe people will disagree. We've become so desensitized to school shootings that either it was the day before or the day of Charlie Kirk being killed. There was a school shooting in Colorado. There wasn't a single room on Clubhouse about it, right? And I'm going to say something that might trigger some of you people, besides the fact that Boston sucks. Three cops got I see you too. Three cops got assassinated in Pennsylvania. Assassinated. Nobody speaks on these heroes. These gentlemen were doing their jobs. They went to work. They kissed their wives goodbye, and they were blown away. Not a single room on Clubhouse about it. 5,000 was about Charlie Kirk. 5,000. Nobody about these kids being shot in Colorado. Nobody talking about the cops in Pennsylvania. You know, look, we take our police officers, we take our teachers, we take our fire department, our nurses, we take them for granted. But I think as a country, man, we need to really start doing some serious thinking and some serious communication. Speaking of communication, let me to Pro Lyrical, Professor Lyrical. How you doing, Professor? And I say that sincerely because he's really a professor.
Man, He said that after you said Boston sucks, but I mean, you know, I'll take what I can get.
If it don't apply, let it fly.
I like to say Boston's mediocre when we're talking about the Red Sox. You know, mediocre with a winning record. That's how I like to say it. You know, I was listening to you guys talking. I heard you talking about the far left and stuff, and I would actually, you know, I actually would throw myself in what today is the far left. I don't mean the far left that people think is the far left, but what the far left has kind of been, you know, relegated to with the reassignment of the over push to the right. It's like if you take religion out of it, and you take really the really hot button topics that get everybody hot and bothered. I don't think it's like radical to say that, like, you know, as a, let me call myself a far leftist, like, that I want to, like, you know, fix potholes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like poverty. You know what I mean? Like, people shouldn't be in poverty, right? Like, healthcare shouldn't be bankrupting you. I don't think these are like wildly controversial ideas, even though a lot of that stuff will get pinned as, you know, far left. Like, as an educator, I think, you know, schools that teach facts are probably a good thing. You know, like, and if you can, you know, like go outside and breathe the air, and, you know, you don't need to, you know, like pay a subscription fee for it. That's pretty good, right? And I think a lot of times that people want to say, you know, the left doesn't like, you know, people making money and they're not capitalists and all this stuff. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that nuts. It's like billionaires can still be rich, just not, you know, rig the system. Like, you know, like in sports, we're talking about, like, you can't own the referee. You know what I'm saying? Like you should be able to, like, basic things, bro. Like, you should be able to vote, right? And like easily, and, you know, have the votes get counted up, like, fairly, like these big ideas, right? Let's what happens in your freaking, you know, your bedroom. How about that's your own business? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is like the wild lefty kind of stuff, then okay, I'm down for that.
Bro, let me ask you a question, respectfully, because I'm talking as a friend now, not that Boston Brooklyn thing. You have a young son, and I'm not going to dox him, say how old he is. He's a young man, right? Good looking kid. We've heard on the stage about young kids. Thank God my kids are grown, being indoctrinated with this trans agenda. As a father and as a teacher, what do you think about that?
I don't want to say it's a non-issue, because I don't want to be demeaning to for people who that's their issue, but it's just not something on the tip of every kid's mind. My son's not coming home talking about, you know, on a day-to-day basis trans issues, but I will say that younger people are much more forgivable to the ideas that when we were raised seemed like, you know, it was the boogeyman if you were anything other than, you know, what was right in the middle. You know, if you were anything on the margin, it was just like, you know, ostracized. And I feel like we've kind of slipped back to those kind of things. So I'm not surprised when young people aren't shouting out, like, you know, trans issues as like, craziness. Like, they just see people as people way more than maybe that we were able to when we were younger. You know, so.
And that was a long time ago for you. But
yes.
But there was a scenario brought up earlier. I don't know if she's available. Are you there, MG? MG?
I am.
Can you tell Mr. Pro Lyrical that scenario with your son and give him some context and then I'll tell him why I'm asking the question.
I can't come off mute. Yeah, so my son is now 6 years old. He's in first grade, but last year we had an issue with, the school. The principal sent a letter, informing all parents that this student was, going to be in my son's class, and he is trans. And, my husband and I were kind of taken aback and overwhelmed because we just, quite frankly, were not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression with a kindergartner, right? That wasn't on our bingo card. The way we explained it was obviously age appropriate on a 5-year-old level. And we just explained that this little boy, he's just different. And we have to treat him, nicely and kindly. He's just different. But as a parent, my husband and I talked about this, and we are not going to, we didn't allow our son to be around this boy. We didn't invite him to my son's birthday party. We didn't attend his birthday party. And the reason for that is because we didn't want our son to be confused. And we wanted to have, boundaries. So, hope that helps.
Thank you, MG. So Pro, what do you think about that?
I think that parents have to do whatever they think is best. I think like it's 100% not what I would do as a parent. But I mean, I hear you. I mean, you want your kids safe and not confused. And I think it's the same here. I think like it's just I would have different outcomes. Like in kindergarten, nobody's teaching sex, right? They're teaching like kindness, right? Teaching like how to share and stuff, right? And I as an educator, I mean, granted, I'm teaching in higher ed, but I've also taught, 9 through 12, which is still a little bit older, but you get the ideas, right? Like, you're sharing a classroom. I think if you're doing that with the trans kid, it isn't really a lesson in identity. It should hopefully be more about just respect. Like my child can learn our family values and learn to treat classmates well, I think. And if it's just, and I've done trainings with the and I've been in plenty with the pronoun stuff. I think that using a name or pronoun is basic manners for me. It's like learning to say Miguel instead of Michael, right? And how people can weaponize stuff like that too. So no one's changing my kid by saying be kind, you know what I mean? Like, but I think we can stop bullying before it starts. Like, every kid, I think, wants the same thing, and every parent wants that for themselves, or for their kids. They want a safe classroom, right? Including yours and the trans kid, right? So I would be thinking of it from the trans kid's family. Can you imagine what they're thinking too? When every time, that's probably happening more than once, right? That kid is probably sitting on the sideline, and when we see issues that affect the mental health of those particular kids, it's not shocking or hard to imagine why stuff would happen if that kid is the kid constantly being, sidelined. But parents gotta do what they gotta do. But that's just my.
Thank you, Pro. Hold on, Corey. Corey, hold on. Double, are you there, Double? All right, I'm gonna go back to Double. Corey, the mic is yours, and then I'm gonna send it.
I'm here. Pro nail. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So Double, have you ever worn a dress in your life?
Yeah, that one time.
Do you consider yourself trans?
No.
I'm just fucking with you, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Good to be here.
Who's more? It's good to have you. Who's more dangerous in America, far left or far right?
I mean, the far right is more dangerous because they're more capable. The far left are full of a lot of mentally ill people. I think they're more volatile. I think, though, if they had real competency, they would be far more dangerous. I mean, I think their ideology is more, anti-human, anti-civilization, but they're usually not well organized and effective.
Well, they seemed pretty organized when they shot President Trump and they killed Charlie Kirk. Just my opinion. All right, so you gave the. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but that's like a one-off. I mean, I do think the security is much more lax with these big appearances than, but seriously, it's not like they didn't even use a drone or any real technology. They used, 1800s level technology. It wasn't sophisticated, but I think, the right would, you could imagine people with drones with like all kinds of stuff.
Thank you, Double.
Like the Las Vegas shooter. Put it in context. The Las Vegas shooter. That's more of a right-wing capacity.
Oh, the guy that filled up the hotel room with like 600 guns.
Yeah, and he shot like 100-some people all at once, like from a well-positioned location. The guy was a millionaire. Yeah.
Thank you, Agent. And I try not to imagine you in a dress. We're gonna go Corey, Seneca, then Crystal. Corey.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious at the far left.
Seneca.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on a second. I was going to Corey, then you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say Pro nailed it. We literally had a first lady that had an anti-bullying campaign she wanted to run, and then we had just vicious attacks on her nonstop. So she literally just stepped back away to avoid the confrontation, which is, let's be real, the mature thing to do, right? Let's just not incite it. She didn't want to be a part of it. Don't blame her. But we literally had a first lady like, this is my platform. Let's stop bullying. And to be honest, I would have loved to see what she'd have done, because you could see there were times where Trump clearly had pissed her off. She wasn't holding his hand, but I like that about her. I mean, you heard one of the first interviews she did with Larry King with her. She was putting him in his place. And she's the type of person who we could have had some movement there. And I do think that the anti-bullying stuff needs to be held a lot as a more serious violation in schools. Hold kids accountable. If their kids get expelled, make the parents foot the bill on where they're going to get to school and how they're going to get to school, because we had you in a school and your kid wouldn't listen. He was a bully and you didn't do anything, you know? I don't know if you remember, JB, the case where the kid was being a bully on the bus and the dad made him run to school. The next day, after that went viral, ABC had psychologists on blaming the dad for being a violent dad and all these other things. And all of the teachers came out and defended him later, saying, wait a minute, that kid went from being a failing school, a problem child, beating people up on the bus, to now stopping bullies, helping kids. He became an A student, changed his life around. And you and I both know what his dad did. His dad whooped his ass, right? And then made him run to school even though it was raining. But his dad made him be held accountable. But psychologists were then attacking the dad without knowing anything. That was on Good Morning America.
Oh, Corey, let me ask you a question. That's a great share, man. Do you feel that the government is too involved in raising our children?
Yes, and it bothered me when Biden said that there are children as the government. Yes, parents need to be accountable for their children. And I'm going to be honest, I think teachers get too much flack. Parents don't make their kids do their homework. I know a lot of teachers, and they get yelled at because the kid isn't getting their homework done. And the teachers can't say anything or they get reprimanded, you know? So yeah, I think it's about time that parents start taking back some responsibility in raising their kids and holding their kids accountable. Because all of us on this stage above the age of, let's just say 40, know back in our day, if the school called because you effed up, you're getting an ass whooping. Go pick a switch and bring it in.
Yo, Corey, man, you're giving me flashbacks to what my uncle did to me.
Sorry, brother.
When he used to tell me go pick a switch, bro. Oh my God, he's telling you to pick your weapon of destruction. That's what he's telling you. It's so fucking crazy. Seneca, how you doing, man? Seneca, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm watching the best show of one of the best shows ever, Black Rabbit, guys, on Netflix. Oh my God. Makers of Ozark.
Never saw Ozark, but I'll take a peek at Black Rabbit. So let me ask you, who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right?
Far left by far. It's not even close. I'd rather be in the bosoms of a KKK director than to ever be, within 100 yards of a tranny leftist that likes to shit people in their mouth. I feel so much more secure.
You know it's crazy, Nye? I believe that he believes everything he's saying.
No, I believe it too. That's what makes it hilarious. This man is comedy.
I do. I feel a lot safer in the bosoms of a KKK director in a sundown town than I do at a DMC. What is it called? Democratic DCC, a DCC rally.
Seneca, Crystal, hold on. You're in the Matrix. I think Pro Lyrical wanted to push back a smidge. Pro?
It was mainly on you until I heard that comment. Anybody who hasn't seen Ozark, I just generally don't trust. I gotta start with that.
But wait, have you seen Breaking Bad though? Pro, have you seen
What a good
Breaking
series.
Bad?
It's funny, I'm one of the last people in America to start watching Breaking Bad. I'm on season 1.
I'm gonna tell you how it ends.
No,
I felt like I lived Breaking Bad. You know what I'm saying? Teaching high school in an urban city was known for high on Crack Street, which is Lowell, Massachusetts. Kind of felt like it was too close to home,
Pro, if you're still coming in these rooms, if we're still kind of in the same spaces when you finish all of Breaking Bad, I'll be curious to know if you think where you rate it compared to Ozark, because I've not seen all of Ozark, and I stopped watching it early on because it kept giving me Breaking Bad vibes, and I'm obsessed with Breaking Bad, but everybody says Ozark is great, so maybe I'll go back.
Ozark was boring. It's for only crackers watch that, except Seneca. Okay, Seneca, you want to land your plane?
Ozark is amazing. But you got to get into it though.
It's up there with Sopranos.
It's a slow start. Yeah, it's a slow start. But yeah, the leftist is pretty much saying that you can't say shit. If we don't like you, you will not be able to make music like R. Kelly.
This is okay. Yeah. So I would have to say something like this. Feels like you're trolling, because that's exactly how most people on the left feel about the right, and it would be wild.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay. Both sides, like, they have loud mouths, right? There's people that are gonna, get you riled up or whatever. But to me, it's like the danger now with stuff that I see at daily news when I'm watching like comedians get canceled left and right. It just flies in the face of what you're saying. It's like it's a movement on the right that's using government like a freaking bat. It's not just like yelling out like the stupid left can do when they go crazy at a college or something. They're making laws, right? They're banning books, and there's speech gags for teachers, bro, and political takeovers of schools. I mean, threats to yank these TV licenses are happening like weekly, like almost like that's a legal thing. And you get this like retribution talk from the top. It's more than just what we're talking about, like culture war stuff. That's like actual muscle. That's like actual mafioso kind of stuff. And the recent stuff, and people may not like to hear it, but it doesn't seem, it's like thinly veiled. It's this like Christian nation branding, Bible stuff that we see that, maybe I just see that on my news feeds, and but maybe you don't. When I see like Trump Bibles for sale, and like Christ is King rallies and judges quoting scripture, like, so if you're not with them, you're against God. That's a tough argument to win, right? Like that's how you bless the punishment kind of stuff, and you get this mob boss stuff, like leaning on media and doing all this, let's go reward all these friendly billionaires, right? And promising to go after the enemies, and meanwhile you get this body count from the political violence. It skews right, not left. So yeah, the campus shout down stuff is whack, but state power to me is more of the chokehold, and it looks a lot like fascism. What we're looking at, it's not a fancy like word that it's when a strong man in a cult, right, and the cops and the laws, they're all lining up to smash dissent. You should be pretty fearful, whatever side you're on, if that gets weaponized and becomes normal when somebody else is in power. That's overreach, and it's a threat, bro. And that's why I see the right side as worse, because they seem to be enjoying and smiling while doing.
Seneca, you land his plane? Sorry, no, it's okay. You were unmuted. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So Pro, I'll make a bet with you. If I win, you get me any Mets jersey I want. You win, I'll get you any Celtics jersey you want. That this deal that ABC is doing with ESPN is going down the drain now. I guarantee you.
I'm not taking that bet. I agree.
If Jimmy Kimmel gets on air tomorrow night, ABC's that deal's done. 100%.
He's going back on air.
Yeah, they didn't think about this many billions were going to get lost with loss of subscriptions. They were just like, hey, let's move the deal through, and they weren't thinking about what would happen from the actual people watching.
Absolutely. Free, how you doing, Free? Free range, are you there? Free? All right, guys, we're going popcorn style. Respect the one mic. Oh, there's Free. How you doing, Free?
Hey, what's up, guy? I'm hanging in there, man. I'm just listening for now. I'm going to respond definitely to what Political said, but I'm a little busy, so I'll just be listening in the background for a second. But appreciate it. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you as well. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style, one mic policy. Everybody gets a chance to speak. Everybody but Double Agent. We don't talk to Canadians, and there's no offense, BB. Nobody has anything to say? Adams, I know you got something to say.
Well, I mean, I said everything that I needed to say in the chat. We spend $133 billion a year on fat people.
through Medicaid. And, people are talking about kids staying safe at schools. To put metal detectors that would be adequate for America's schools, it would cost about $980 million. So, again, when people want to look at the scale and look at the mirror and look at reality, fat people are actually, holding us back from keeping kids safe in America.
Well, there's that take. All right, nobody got nothing to say? All right, guys. Corey?
JB, I wrote this down in a small community I used to live in, how cheap it would be to actually put security in the schools. And there were multiple schools in that small community. And when you look at vets and all the other people that could use a job like that, you could put them in a canine. And I'm going to tell you, a canine smells it before they walk in. I still agree with a metal detector, but a canine will smell it before it goes through the metal detector even, right? That dog reacts. That dog starts moving. Shootings happen. When the dog is coming, the dog isn't afraid of getting shot like a cop might be, like a security person might be. That dog is coming. And when that dog is coming, it's coming fast, and it's hard to shoot a moving object, right? And these dogs would be a simple solution. It would be an affordable solution. And we know for a fact that 2 shooters have already said they went to a different location because there was no security there. So just having security there would be a major thing to do. And it would sure put a lot of people in positions, you could give them a tax-free income too. There's a lot of things that you could do to give benefit to these people and not necessarily have to pay them as much. You give them a tax. It's just like a government job. And I think if you did stuff like that, you could make our schools so much safer. Look at when was the last time the courthouse got shot?
If you put metal detectors in the school, you can reduce gun violence in schools up to 80%, Corey. I just looked at the numbers.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what, Corey? I've been saying for years, we had. For me, I look at America, unfortunately, through a tainted view in the sense of we have overpopulation in our prison systems. That's one thing that needs to be rectified. That never will because there's too much money involved. And how we treat our vets. And how we treat our America is vile, bro. And I've been saying for years, why don't we put some of these unemployed vets who could pass some kind of mental competency test in these schools because they're already patriotic. They're going to protect these kids with their lives, right? And it would build their self-esteem. But why would we empower our own?
Yeah, JB. I mean, if you look at it, you could literally take it. Could be pennies, per household, because a lot of the households don't even have schools. I mean, say it's $10 per household. There ain't a person that would reject that. And then I don't care. Say you cost me $100 a year for security. Add on top of it. If you can't afford it, you can fill out a deal so it's covered. Whatever. There's so many ways to actually affordably do this that it just doesn't makes 0 sense not to do it. And like I say, and a lot of these vets, if they had that canine unit, that's a great companion for them too. You're right. I know personally from a few situations where there was suicide talks with some vets that were dealing with PTSD, and 2 officers showed up at one of the places. Both of them couldn't get the help at the VA. One, it was the officer's husband. The other one was the officer themselves. Both pulled me aside, gave me the number for somebody that could help these gentlemen. And it was the same person, but they can't get the help from the vet. Now you tell me why this person has helped so many vets. Why our VA isn't saying go to who you want, just get the help you need. That's got to change in America.
Absolutely. Listen. You get 0 pushback from me. All right, guys. I'm gonna close the room because I gotta get going. Kitover to all my friends, even my non-Jewish friends. Happy New Year. That's what I'm saying to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. May this year be the best year, the sweetest year of your lives.
Great room, JB.
Thank you, Jay.
As always, good night.
Good night, guys. Later.
Great room, JB.
the milk farms, everything. Even a lot of these red states, they're going with Trump. They want to vote fucking right.
Listen, I don't want to piss people off, and people hate when I'm in the space. Like, I can only tell, like, all right, so listen, you guys, a lot of you guys in here are white, so, you probably know your experience.
We don't give a fuck about race.
Only illegal immigrants and immigrants when this country was based off of the backs of white and black and brown illegal and legal people here.
That's a damn lie. You're not finna disrespect us like that.
Check this out, bro.
Check this out.
I never said black Americans did this.
Let me know if I can say something here sometimes for sure. You guys are done.
BT, you really got to make me fuck off, BT. Go forward 25 seconds. Stay on fucking mute. You'll see your time to fucking respond.
Shut up, nigga.
Now, he was asking.
Yeah, I'll smash the fuck out of you in real life. Just watch your motherfucking mouth.
Hey, you won't do shit, pussy.
What the hell?
Where you at, bitch, nigga?
Hey, yo, can I answer that?
I'll send you the address.
Hey, bro, that cereal.
Don't do shit.
Hey, bro,
Watch your mouth talking to me like that, nigga. You on this microphone, fuck, nigga. You don't fucking know me, nigga. Watch your fucking mouth.
BT, answer the. Go ahead and say what you were gonna say. And
Why
then down.
you can't tell hate from the
Yeah, then we're gonna go to the shark here, of course. You know.
Give me the back there, buddy. Alexander, why you can't tell Haitian to stop?
It's spicy.
Hey, yo,
Okay, you guys, everybody, calm down. Stop. This is a conversation.
Don't wave me, pussy. You can tell me where you at.
Hello. Okay, listen, I'm not kidding right now, okay, because I will close this room up right now. You guys, calm down. We're just having a conversation. It is really not that crazy. It's just not that out of the line. So can we just continue on with the conversation? What were we talking about? Who's next?
He was talking to me, and I was trying to answer. Every time I talk, three people start talking.
I called
Okay,
it
so
the way I.
who is next?
It was me.
BT was next. I'm looking at the mics. I'm looking at who came out first.
Yeah, so, and then you can add the Times Square shark after that.
Ma'am, thank you. So,
Okay, then D.
okay. So, the championing of more immigrants to people who have seen our neighborhoods change drastically because white Americans would not accept immigrants, so they pushed them into our black communities. Now our communities are literally erasing, not only because of white gentrification, but because of all those immigrants being pushed into them, so much so we don't recognize our neighborhoods that we were raised in anymore. You can't just keep trying to make us say this is okay and try to have a voice of reason, especially for illegals, to just come in and act as if they built something or did something that couldn't have been done at a better wage. And I think y'all have to stop trying to manipulate our heartstrings and our voice of reason, because you're basically telling us to go against what our brain has been seeing because we're from here and been here so long. And that's just not going to happen. I don't care how harsh it sounds, how mean it is. I'm not finna keep championing more immigrants coming in this country. It just doesn't make sense for actual Americans.
Go ahead, Lamb.
Okay, now check this out. Now, he was asking me the last 15 years they was being abducted.
At that time,
The last 15 years.
Omari, go on mute.
The last 15 years, they undercut our wages. They work lower. Okay, the last 15 years, the company's been breaking the law, breaking the work law. And then I got this one place in Georgia. They had a big chicken farm, right? After ICE did a raid and got like 200 illegals. The black dude came through the news report, asked him, say, hey, why you never work here? He said, the blacks in the neighborhood always put applications, but they never hire them. So, Poppy, what you were saying earlier, that, tell me this, they production, but black people will get out there and pick oranges, pay us the right pay. Black people will get in the fields and work. I mean, we hard workers. Yo, we work. What is you talking about? 400-something years we've been doing this. You've been doing it for 15? Come on, brother.
what I'm saying? We read the work. If you pay us, hold on. If you pay us what we weigh, we will work, brother. But you ain't gonna pay us like them illegal aliens, brother. You know what I say? That's why we ain't out in the field. That's why we ain't doing that, brother.
You better preach up, brother.
Everybody say on me.
Well, who's you? All that passion you bring it to me, you need to bring it to the white farm, the white owners farms. That's what I'm talking about. You coming at me, I'm referring to, and I'm going on for what you're saying out your mouth. First off, I don't, in Georgia, if you have a lot of black people that's going for those jobs, they are going to choose people that is illegal because they could pay them lower wages and get a profit on return. So
we already did.
Yeah, I think I was next, but I was.
You were next. DT, go on, DT, go on mute. Go ahead, D.
Okay, yeah, so the Times Square shark here.
Hold on. That's what
No, he was next.
Yeah, that's what I'm not done. That's what I'm saying to you. You need to bring that fire that you're bringing to me. Go bring it to the white people that own those farms that you need to go get the jobs from, and then join a union, get your worth, and get the illegals out of there. That's what you need to do. That's my point.
Go ahead, D. No. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, amazing. Appreciate it. So, hope to give an educated perspective here, or something that's basis of reality. The basis of reality is that the major cities like New York.
Threw them down.
Somebody did a nice marksmanship. The base of reality is, the base of reality is, them people been messing about.
Okay, so you know what? Hold up for a minute. Hold up. You know what, you guys? Okay, I'm back. This is getting out of hand here.
Talking. I'm moving around my house.
This is getting out of hand.
Okay, so
I'm back. Sir.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to make.
I really.
Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, sir. Go ahead, so you can. So go ahead and say what you were saying.
Oh yeah. So I mean, the thing is that the major cities have lived off of an immigrant, I will say mostly illegal immigrant labor class for AIDS, right? And so if you're just going to all of a sudden upend the entire labor class that all the rich people live off of, it's annoying and it's ridiculous. And so, I mean, this is done in some kind of like A-team. It's Trump, it's Elon, like, listen, I'm a 6'1" alpha male in a suit as well, but I can be humanitarian. I can have it in a gradual way. I can have things that, listen, start with, sure, like the gang members, you gotta go, man. The gang people gotta go. Trinidad, Aragua, I met somebody from Venezuela who knows what Trinidad, Aragua really is, and he knows the president's funding it. Cool. So get rid of some stuff that has been lingering for a while that needs it. But people doing yard work, people doing food service and that type of thing, make some kind of humanitarian way that they can pay a fine over a period of years or something. Not just deport them out of their country or throw their kids out, or it's just so disgusting and so unhumanitarian and not how I would have done governance, but I'm out of politics now.
So the issue with what you said is, and you said you're going to be educated more than everyone, but interestingly enough, you completely misunderstood it. Actual Americans own landscaping companies like myself, and we actually know millionaires who own landscaping companies, and I had to close my landscaping company down in 2021 actually, because I couldn't afford to pay my guys a livable wage in contrast to what the illegals were charging them. And it was faster. I ain't gonna lie, it was faster. But the point is, so when you say these things, it's like you're not making sense and you try to minimize it to just cutting grass. When landscaping is a very lucrative income, I need to take into account.
Let him
my primary income. I opened to hire my cousins and my friends who weren't doing anything around the hood. And I had to literally let them go because I couldn't afford to pay $10 an hour. I couldn't. Because it was.
Well, I mean, but see, that's a failure of policy.
Guys,
That's a failure of
hello,
policy.
sir.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Specifically because of the prices that I had to charge tenants, regardless of quality of work. So
Okay, so I really don't know how we got on immigration, and I'm thinking we should be done with immigration right now. I need to have Haitian play Donald Trump's speech or whatever it was, press conference. I don't know what it was, but he went off the rails and said crazy stuff. Oh, the lights are back on. And said some really crazy stuff. So I would appreciate if you would play that Haitian and get us back on track with the rules. Welcome to the 420. And the title of the room is What the Fuck Donald Trump, RFK, and Stephen Miller Do. We need to get also on RFK, because RFK is also Junior, has also lost his mind. I should have put Junior in there, and said some really dumb stuff today. It's been dummies on crack today in the United States, and especially in the government. So if you have it, Haitian, can you drop it? And I'm going to the house.
Yeah, I'm going to playback right now. President Trump playback at the White House.
Sometimes even fighting others.
Go ahead.
What's worthless to us?
Yes, so just real quick. So illegals don't make demands on income. They take what they can get. All illegals. End of discussion.
Because they breaking the law.
Right.
Hold on. Just connecting the speaker. Give me a second.
I think it depends on what they're doing, because
they're breaking the law.
Removal, they might be, but if I need them, shit, not gonna pay what they asking for.
So give black man grace like that too when he break the law.
We listen,
Oh, that was interesting. I love that.
It was, but he don't know what kind of grace. He don't know what kind of grace I have given. Black men. He don't know what kind of grace I have given.
No, I'm speaking in general.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you were talking to me.
Because everybody's so sympathetic towards those legals, be the same way towards us. Because we've been screaming and hollering.
Well, no, you can't do that. No way. You can't do that. That's not part of the plan.
Who said that?
Yo, that might
Alvin.
Yeah, that's not part of their plan, man.
Alvin, did you vote?
I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Trump.
Okay, then stop whining.
I ain't whining.
This
was before Trump. What are you talking about?
Hey, yo, Trump making a way for us. Trump making a way for the blacks. Trump is making a way for the blacks to resurrect the black woman.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm going to go
so we can get off.
Me and all my friends have went and got construction licenses. One of my homies is getting his general contractor's license. It's gonna be a lot more black.
I say Trump want us, Trump
just
want us.
Mute them, Haitian. Just mute them. If they can't listen, just mute the stage. Mute the stage. Can you guys really hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
okay,
can.
great.
There is a lot of black construction.
Thank you. So,
period, BT. There is a lot.
What the hell? You guys are so you know what, mods? Drop your fucking self if you can't control yourself. Seriously. Haitian's been trying to.
We can't hear you.
Lisa's in the Matrix, but Haitian, go ahead and play the clip.
Jesus Christ.
Haitian, can you play the clip?
And you know where we are over there.
Everybody, we're getting some Trump playback right now. President Trump playback at the White House.
members of the Congressional Black Caucus to the White House.
That's the wrong one.
I think we're gonna have a lot of meetings over.
When you drop, bro.
I very much appreciate
No, he wants to hear the RFK tape. We put it after. That's the wrong one.
Nah, she said this one and then RFK.
Oh, okay. My bad.
And send me the RFK one then.
Okay, I'll find the
Beautiful
RFK.
thing, baby. Focus on improving.
All right, boys and girls, are we ready?
Let's go.
Nations for African American citizens. This means more to me than anybody would understand or know. Every American child has a right to grow up in a safe community, to attend great schools, to graduate with access to high-paying jobs. America has spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. I guess I heard just recently in the Middle East we've spent, as of about 2 months ago, $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And you know where we are over there. While neglecting the fate of American children in cities like Baltimore and Chicago and Detroit, African American citizens have given so much to this country. They fought in every war since the Revolution, and they fought hard. They've lifted up the conscience of our nation in the march toward civil rights, enriched the soul of America and their faith and courage, and they've advanced our country in the fields of science, arts, and medicine. Elijah Cummings, who was here about 2 weeks ago, who I happen to think is a terrific man. I don't know if you'll say that about me, but I will tell you, I really liked him a lot. And we were talking about drugs and prescription drugs. And you go to Europe, you go to Canada, you go to other countries, and you buy a fraction of what you pay in this country. And that's been a very big subject for him. And it's a subject for me that is very important. And we're going to either do it in healthcare, which I think we're going to do it in healthcare, or we're going to do it separately. But we're going to bid out drug prices, and we're going to try and have the lowest prices anywhere in the world from really the highest. And that's not only the drugs, it's prescription drugs, but you go out to stores and you go even in any community, rich or poor community, and you look at the kind of drug prices that we're paying, and it's really unfair what's happened in our country. So we're going to be instituting a very, very strong bidding process. We'll probably need some legislation, but we're going to do it regardless. We have to do it, and we're going to get drug way down, way down. Some people think it's as important as the healthcare measures being ripped off when they need drugs. They need prescription drugs, and we're going to take care of that situation. So again, I very much appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor for me, and we're going to work on different things, and we're going to see if we can get a lot accomplished. And with that, let's get going, and thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
God bless America.
He just cooked. Like, what can y'all, what?
God bless America.
No other president.
God bless Donald Trump.
What did he cook?
God bless Donald Trump.
Fried chicken, collard greens,
Hey,
macaroni.
yo, you know what he did? He dealt with the issues. He dealt with the issues at hand when he was talking to them brothers. Whatever they dealt with, he said he's gonna get it done. That's all. If we bring what we need to bring to him, he's gonna get it done. But we got all them sellout. We got all them sellout blacks up there.
I need that link. I'm spreading that all.
You know what I'm saying? We got all them sellout blacks up under him. Up there want to look out for illegal immigrants and want to fight for illegal and want to give all our money to illegal immigrants. When Trump trying to say, "Yo, I'm opening the market," oh man, this is your time, bro. He asked Jim Brown in his first Trump. I'm about to land. Yo, just like Trump did his first term. Jim Brown, he said, "Jim, what you want, Jim? Anything you want."
Yeah, I want to say something here to Shark. So,
Okay, one more person come off mic when it's not their turn, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change the rules for tonight. When you try to give people grace, they don't respect you.
Yo, I'm out, man. Y'all Trump haters.
You'll have nobody's a Trump hater, sir. You'll be the first one going.
Why is this guy nasty like that?
Yeah, he needs to go because just crazy.
Why don't you go back to your homeland and fix up your homeland?
Everybody be quiet. Lisa's speaking. You know what, Mike, and all you guys, you're being very, very disrespectful.
That was very disrespectful.
You got grace on this stage, you get grace on this stage, but you take kindness for weakness. Now, when I turn into the person that you want me to be, it's going to be a problem, right? When I turn into the black woman that you want me to be, so it's going to be a problem for you. Or maybe it won't. Maybe that's what you do. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go one at a time, because what Trump said was crazy. And if you think that black people are trying to get money for immigrants, first of all, Lord have mercy. So the immigrants are here. They have to be fed. They have to be taken care of medically. We just can't let them roam around here sick, making everybody else sick. He's sending the ones back that he wants to send back. So what's your gripe now? I don't understand what the gripe is right now. What's the gripe?
Yeah, so I just like to know the summary of the clip. Like, what is the main point that he was making with that?
I don't know what the point is, but they didn't got a lot talking gibberish. So can somebody
I didn't get a point. I mean, I think it's
can somebody else concisely tell us what was the point and what he actually said he's going to do? That's it. Can somebody do that?
I mean, when such as my clip. I mean, did any of us say he said he was going to do anything? You brought up a clip of this man admitting that we built the country.
I ain't brought up shit. I asked him to play the.
And you're mad that we like the clip?
Oh, the motherfucker. Nobody says mad at shit. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? When I'm mad, I'll tell you I'm mad. Don't put no jackets on me that I haven't tried on and ask you to try on. Don't do that. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You the one excited. I don't give a fuck about that nigga because
the thing is that the whole point is there's not a point.
I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You guys are the one where your pockets are thin. My pockets are not thin. I don't need to be worried about Donald Trump. Whatever he do, he do. What I am worried about is the community, and I'm worried about my community. So if it affects my community, I'm concerned. Other than that, I don't have to repeat myself every time we open a room. I'll be fine. So, Haitian, what was the gist of the clip? We got the mega celebrating.
Amari wants to explain a little.
Okay, go ahead, Amari.
And then Rosalind after.
Okay, Rosalind, you next.
The clip was when he first got. His first group that he met with was the Congressional Black Caucus, right? He met with them, and that clip he talks about black people and what he wants to get done. And I know he tried. I mean, I definitely know he met with several people.
Okay, this is a response from Jarl Balgriff, who in the chat in the previous room said, FYI, everybody who used to like you on this app now also hates you and thinks you're a loser. And that's coming from Jarl. First off, I just gotta let you know, I don't care what one single person's opinion of me is on this piece of shit app. It's a great technology. It's a great software. It's a great app. But the humans here, the people here, the Democrat, liberal, pussy, faggot scum that exists on this app, the atheist, loser Democrats, the Canadian Democrat losers, all of them, they can all go fuck themselves. All of them. I will record them, humiliate them, I will dox them, I will fight them. There is no reason to be here to even have conversations with these people. They're a complete and total waste of time. The only value is in exposing them, doxing them, using their names, publishing them on the internet so everyone around them can learn just how stupid they are and how they waste their time all day long. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't a good place to spend time, but it's a little bit like people going to the casino for free and not having to put any quarters in the machine.
Okay, so
I need these people producing, creating, and that's what I'm doing. I'm using them. You might call me a parasite and them the host, but what I am is a parasite on a parasite. And what does that make me?
If you don't know what that is, ask me.
That's
the clip I was talking about. I don't know which one Haitian played because there was no.
Yeah, he said that. Matter of fact,
you're listening to Lisa's 420 Lounge right now. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're having a good evening, Rondell. My number one long-term fan. I can't believe you're here. You listen to Rondell.
So Haitian, do you have that clip ready to go?
I just got back.
Hey Vincent, nice boat. Reminds me of my boat. I'm about to abandon ship. Could care less about it anymore. Bye, boat. Never liked sailing you to begin with. You're a pain in the ass. You flood all the time. Sick of pumping you. Sick of paying the slip fees. Never should have bought you to begin with. You suck. Should have just gone to the beach, done some yoga, had some dinner, and got laid. Fuck that stupid floating bed in a boat.
Very old
What a waste of money.
Because Elijah Cummings was mentioned, and he's been dead since 2017.
Elijah
And Donald
Cummings!
Trump was speaking favorably about black people, and he hasn't spoken favorably about black people in a very, very long time.
Wow, okay.
I'm crying.
This is deplorable.
Oh my
That clip
God! And
is
people are saying that old ass clip.
very, very old, and
Thank you, Rosalind.
we should
Just
not
because it's old, it doesn't mean that it's not relevant.
to that
Nobody
clip.
said it wasn't.
But yes, when we're kind of we're kikiing, I mean,
Has he done? Okay, good. I'm glad you
It's
came
been
off
9
mic.
years.
I'm glad you came off
What
mic.
does that even
So you're celebrating the clip. I'm happy. I'm thrilled that he said something that he was going to do. Has he done any of it?
Hell no.
Since you wanted to clap your ass and tap dance, has he done anything on that clip to support you black?
but why did you do the insults constantly at the
I'm
time?
just,
Just
no,
because we're having a
I
conversation.
insult you. I said since you continue to tap dance. Tap dancing is a big thing. We have a lot of
When have I tap
dancers.
danced?
We got a lot of famous tap dancers.
Every time you open your mouth, you dancing.
So
Just because we have a difference of opinion because I happen to conservative
Excuse me, a voice that hardly ever speaks is willing.
Gregory Hines.
Let's go on conference thing. Hey, let's talk about
I want to say something here as a shark, and I want to say, I mean, Trump has done
How do you like my hair?
He's done nothing for black people. He doesn't care about it.
Okay, I got to say one
I do.
sentence, right?
And I like to help
Can
them.
we get back
Listen,
to it? Can we
hey,
get back on
I want
track?
to say one
Yeah,
sentence.
of course.
Okay.
And that sentence is,
Hines died.
so much
Oh,
racism and hate is
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
Who is this
Okay.
dude?
Okay, so what I want to say is that Donald Trump made this claim of being the best president for black population since Abraham Lincoln, and that is entirely false.
I mean, inspiring white nationalism, of course, would make you the best president since Abraham Lincoln. Or not.
Okay, can we hear some of the speakers?
From me saying that.
Nice to see you, Aleb. Nice to see you. Thank you for
Lisa,
joining us.
is it possible to play the clip of the? I put it in the 420 chat. It's an hour long, but how much you want to play?
Is that the
We
one
listen
from
to it
this
live.
morning?
Yeah. I
Okay.
put the B4 minute in there too for you. That's what before Malek yelled at me. That's what I was just trying to say that.
Okay, so let me see if I can find it. It's shorter clip of it. All right, you got it.
You look at reality.
You got another one?
America is Canada's little bitch, right?
Oh, that's the one I was looking for.
America
Go ahead, Mr.
needs
Chairman.
everything.
Where Canada is, we're uninterested in Canada. It's a non-entity.
Yeah, there's two of them.
So the thing is that
Listen, the thing is, you loser Canadians gotta come to America to become successful because in your country, you guys got nothing but barren tundra wasteland of snow and low IQ hockey players. That's you, Jeremy. The fucking loser in a hoodie. The shadow man. The dumb piece of shit Democrat cuck liberal faggot. That's you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's you.
perfect. Let's double click on that.
I think you drew blood on that one, John.
I'm sure you think that out. So John, let's double click.
Call the medic.
So let's double.
Don't interrupt whatever you want. Normal, man. Let's have the conversation.
But he's a Zionist. They don't give a fuck. They'll kill rooms. They'll gas the fuck out of entire gas.
The Jews deserve to live in our home.
You're a Hamas defender, bro.
He's a terrorist from
See,
Canada.
Canadian, but I appreciate I'm talking to Americans, but I'm a Canadian, Randy and Al and John. So
I'm not proud of that.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I called you you're confused. I called you a Hamas supporter, not a Canadian. U.S., French, whatever. I called you a Hamas supporter.
That means you're a terrorist promoter, Jeremy.
Country. You're confused.
By the way, Jeremy, I've reported you to the Department of Homeland Security. Never cross our border again. You're not welcome in America. If you do attempt to cross the border, you will be placed under arrest and probably imprisoned for up to 10 years. I would recommend you never step foot on American soil ever, ever again.
If I can respond, Americans, because please, if you want to interrupt me, by all means, go off mute. What I was trying to respond to you, John, is saying that, okay, so the vast empty tundra, right? Do you mean all of our softwood lumber that you guys need to build your houses? Do you mean all of our uranium that you need to run your nuclear power plants? No, but go ahead, you fucking Nazi. Go ahead, Nazi.
It doesn't even have the sense to have a viable economy. Great big empty country, and you can't even figure out how to have a viable economy.
They're going to take in a lot of Palestinians. They're going to take all the people from Gaza, bro. They're going to solve their problem by bringing all the terrorists from Gaza.
Yeah,
that's the solution.
You can deal with them. We're sick of them.
They'll ruin your country too.
Thank you, guys, because I think you guys had some stuff you wanted to get out, but let me know.
Listen, no one has to ruin Canada. They already have citizens like Jeremy. It's totally fucked already. Don't you get it, Randy? They're already lost.
It's getting worse. Let's put it that way. It's an embarrassment. When they get 2 million people from Gaza, it'll probably be.
I gotta say, I'm starting to think that Trump's idea of taking Canada wasn't such a terrible idea. It sounded crazy, and the more you hear from these Canadians, the more you realize it wasn't such
a lot of Canadians want that.
Who could blame them?
You know why? Because they're nothing but a parasite on our back, drinking our blood, sucking up our resources. We have Congress people that actually make appropriations for Canada.
Obviously, a Zionist doesn't matter joking about killing millions of Canadians.
You're like a member of the KKK talking about Jews. You don't know what a Zionist is. You have no fucking idea.
Nobody talked about. It's a straw man. Nobody talked about killing Zionists. That's your imagination.
They Down syndrome killing all. Is this just because of your education system that you don't know how to talk? No, but genuine question. Hold on. No politics. Wait. Normal. Normal. Can I do guys? All right.
Do $100 you don't know what a Nazi is. Even your Canadian fake money.
Do you guys know how to talk?
Wait.
Do you know how not to be a green bean fascist, Jeremy?
Just talking over.
No, but you asked if we know how to talk, and we're talking.
Come on. What is this called?
What's the Zionist? What's the Zionist, Jeremy? You half-wit, you uneducated.
Well, Norma, you're not subscribed to all the Free Palestine channels on Instagram. You're not being very polite to the Palestinian terrorists who are trying to kill you and all your cousins and uncles and family members.
Start by looking it up, Jeremy, so you stop embarrassing yourself in your own room. You sad, sad little man.
So I'll try to answer, but again, Eleanor ask me questions and interrupt me when I try and answer.
You smoke too much weed, by the way, Jeremy.
Let me know, brother. Let me know.
Anytime you can figure out how to use the word, use every day without knowing what it means. Very pathetic. Start with the dictionary, Jeremy.
Let me know when I can respond.
I don't have to let you know. Just get started right there and show us that you know what a Zionist is. You pathetic little half-wit. You stoned fool. Go ahead,
he has a problem with Jewish people, Norm, okay?
Of course he does. He's
it's called jealousy. It's called jealousy.
It's called racism. He's a racist.
Listen, it's Jeremy's superior intelligence. It's his IQ. You gentlemen can't contend with his superior intelligence. He obviously knows the truth, and he obviously knows everything. And it's not opinion, it's fact for Jeremy. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Who doesn't have a problem with you fucking baby cocksucking Jews?
The strongest superpower in American history is called the United States of America. That's who, you moron. You failure. You illiterate dropout failure.
Oh, I forgot we're in Talking Apes, where the people with Down syndrome gather to make themselves feel good about themselves, that they're not totally stupid and pathetic.
The crown is like, you don't follow Allah, you're the...
No,
Can I finish? It says you don't follow...
Nobody said to follow Allah.
I got you. I got you.
You gotcha.
Hey, relax
by
already.
the way.
Chilling, bro. Fucking swollen. Hey, Allah says if you don't believe in Allah, you're the real loser.
I never said anything about Allah, or listen, we happen to be the greatest superpower.
There's 2 trials that already proved. You know what? Omari put in the chat earlier today, thinking he discovered gold, and didn't even fucking read the results.
We talking about the NIH? The NIH?
Yeah, it was funny as fuck that you put that up there. I was like, this dude is beyond.
What did I do with it? Because
You have no defense. You're like our little tiny sister. And you know it too. Huh? What? You have no defense now. You have no economy. You have no defense. You're failing, and you know it. So go ahead, engage with anything I said. Why don't you start by looking up the word Zionism? You use so freely, like a racist, like somebody insulting black people. You're so pathetic. Don't you realize that same racist logic gets directed at you all the time? You're literally buying into white supremacy by hating Jews, and you don't even know it. This is why you're such a failure, because you can't think. How come you can't think? Maybe you should stop smoking the weed, Jeremy, and open your dictionary.
Rondell, what's up, Don? El Norma, when I speak, you interrupt me, and you've done it 10 times, like right now. And so I'm not going to speak to you because all you do is interrupt. So I'm not a fucking idiot. I don't run into walls and then be like, oh, that hurt, and then run into walls again. So I'm not going to speak to you. You're a fucking idiot. What's up, John? What's up, Rondell? What's up, Kaiser?
The victim bullshit. It falls on deaf ears.
Come back here, Kitty, because the stuff you're saying, Kitty, is insanity. It's insanity. So if you're a proud American, Kitty, then come up here and speak. In the goo, girl.
What Zionism, Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy, I just want to know if some people came across the border and killed you and all your friends at a concert, would you just sit there and create a bunch of Instagram posts and say, stop the genocide, stop the Zionism, stop the genocide, stop the Zionism? Jeremy, when did your penis fall off of your crotch, and when did your wet pussy grow in, Jeremy? That's all I want to know, Jeremy. When did your penis actually fall off of your body and your vagina grow in? When did your uterus start making its way up your legs, Jeremy? Why don't you believe in security? Why don't you believe in safety and the law and justice? When did your pussy...
What's up, Jeremy?
Woe is me, the Zionists is so mean.
Yo, Kitty, come up.
Yeah, but I can't take it for too long.
I can't either, these fucking genocidal cocks. Kitty, listen, and I'm not jumping on you, Kitty. I hear where you're coming from, and a lot of Americans feel the same way. They look at Canada and say, pull your weight. We're spending all this money on our military to protect you guys. You guys aren't spending shit. We're literally like your baby daddy or whatever you guys call that shit. I get that you think that, right? But America has never gone to war for Canada. American soldiers have never died for someone attacking Canada and going to war. That's not true when you flip that over, right? No one wants to kill Canadians. Everybody wants to kill Americans, Kitty. Like, you get that, right?
Bro, you're Canadian. Why the fuck would anybody want to kill a Canadian for? You guys are like Buddy Rabbit.
Yeah. Agree with me? Oh, shitty.
Like, nobody looks at a Canadian and gets filled with hate in their heart, right? Like,
Trump.
fucking most Republicans, those fucking guys who we just left. What are you fucking talking about, guys? I get the sentiment. Other than Americans, you're right. Tampa, how many times have you teared up because of shit that you've seen going down again?
As many times as you did.
I genuinely hope that's true.
You don't give a fuck either. You think because you're loud and about it, you don't give a fuck? You don't give a fuck about nobody in Gaza. I get it that you're loud about it and you make it seem, but you don't give a fuck.
To what extent, though? Tell me to what extent you think I don't give a shit. Again, listen, I agree. Listen, I'm not fucking sending 20% of my net wealth over to fucking Gaza. No, but tell me the extent to which you think I'm full of shit. Like when I say that I fucking teared up many times watching videos of those fucking kids covered in blood carrying their fucking 3-year-old sister or brother. Like, do you think that's just like
to that extent, right? To the extent of the fear porn, right? Like I'm pretty sure you see videos and then you probably like getting your feelings. But outside of the videos, you're like just like every American. You don't give a fuck, outside of the news cycle. Until you see the fucking feed the children ad, and that's when you want to care and shit. But you don't really, you care because it's a talking point, right? It's something that you can beat up on them on. But at the end of the day, you don't really give a fuck. Because they all suck the same dick, too, right? Like, that they're all the same. But you'd rather choose a side and ride with it.
Okay, so let me try and unpack that, right? And again, I'll build bridges, guys. Like, I'm not leaving my family to go over there and work in a hospital. Not that I could, because I'm not medical. But I've given money, to causes over there.
That's for you, because damn well the money don't go over there. So if you give him money, that's something to satisfy yourself, right? To tell yourself, okay, I did something. Because damn well whatever you sending over there means anything, right? So whatever you got to tell yourself to justify that you care, but it's bullshit, right? Because I can tell you right now, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about either side. I don't care. So when I see people be like overly animated about this, I'm like, come on, bro. How much do you think it is? Well, you're Canadian, so
yeah, but I'm an agnostic and you're Christian. Like imagine hearing this conversation and the agnostic guys up here saying, no, dude, like it doesn't matter that they're not Christian or American or like, right? And guys, again, I'll build bridges, man. Yeah, listen, DRC doesn't fucking come up very often. Not many people know that there are fucking African women who are being forced to eat human flesh to fucking live in the DRC today, right? Or the nations that surround the DRC and the instability of that, the politics in Africa. Nobody gives a fuck about that. 27 million people, right? And Kaiser, I'll agree with you, man. I should know more about what's going on in the DRC. I should know more about the impact of the U.S. government pulling funding and not keeping the peace there, so that the neighbors of the DRC, those African countries that are going in and killing fucking so many of fucking Congolese, right, guys? I should probably speak to that more.
You need America to be daddy? You need America to say that they everyone.
No, dude. That's not you. You're not hearing me. I don't think America should have to be the fucking daddy and fucking volunteer of the world. You're not hearing me, guys. I'm saying there's 27 million fucking black Africans who fucking died, man. And I'm up here talking about the fucking 70,000 Gazan men, women, children, innocent fuckers who have died. And you got black up here talking about Captain Kirk for 13 fucking days, guys. And I got you, a Christian, saying, I don't give a fuck about those 70,000 little fucking kids. and it takes fucking agnostic, white fucking stinky leg cracker Canadian to come up on the stage, tell you guys about the fucking 27 million dead Congolese, about the fucking cannibalism? The fuck? My bad. What's up, Kat?
How are you guys doing?
What's up, man?
I'm getting used to having so many conversations at a time now. Usually I'm like extremely introverted and just reading through tons of papers, and so I'm breaking it all in, but I wanted to come in from a different angle. Like, I think there's always going to be like suffering in the world that just is like beyond like what we can like traumatically endure, I guess is the word. But at the same time, I think we should still be focusing on being community oriented and doing what we can, you know, not trying to boast about, oh, stuff's happening here, and, you know, instead of talking about how much we care about what's happening, we should do what we can and have our grievances, basically. You know, doing what we can, you know, and acknowledging that there's just suffering that is extremely traumatic beyond like what we would imagine enduring. But yeah, that's what I wanted to add to the conversation.
What should be prioritized? Like when we say our community, right? Like, is that part of the problem, right? Like when people say I don't care about those people, but when you hear Andrew, you know, just like cry his little heart out over Charlie Kirk, because Andrew identifies with Charlie Kirk but doesn't care about the other people. Like, what's your community? Is it everyone on earth, or like would Jesus say that your community is all humans, or would Jesus be like, no, America first?
You know, one analogy that I've been wanting to roll around a bit more is we need to start eating more like wild baboons, but not acting like them. You know, like we need to really get our shit together, like as a race, you know, as a species, like a whole species, you know, like, and harness dominion over the earth. You know, I think that's the meaning of our existence, and that's what we should do. I don't know did he drop out? What do you think, Black? How do you make sense of all this? Oh, there you are. Did you disconnect or something?
My phone died.
Yeah, so I think we should do what we can in terms of like focus on what we could do to not just like fend for ourselves individually, but you know, like even if we could work with each other at a distance, like communicating with others on the internet.
Didn't like being recorded, huh, Jerry?
Other places that have now found it. Well, I'm just trying to clarify, Trent, so that it doesn't trail off, because that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for places that are not Harvard, all these other scientific institutions. What is your confidence level for their not being able to reproduce this?
Well,
go look at the Harvard study, because what it did is took 46 other studies, and it said of those 46, 27 show a link that there is an increase. It's not 1-to-1, but it says that there's an increase. I think they break it down to about a 20 to 30% increased likelihood of there being neurological development problems depending on when Tylenol is introduced. And that's why Patty would play that the doctor, because he taught. I cannot talk.
Spread misinformation, so you might.
Hey, Fred, go on mute. I'm about to play the other clip. Go on mute. Thank you.
Can I get in the queue too, please? Because I have a comment.
Go ahead, I'll play after you. Go ahead. Thank you.
No, I just, so I'm neurodivergent. My son is neurodivergent. I think that people want something, a silver bullet offering to give them this false sense of security, to make them think that somehow having a neurodivergent child is that's something that they can protect against, right? A lot of this stuff is genetic, but beyond that, our ecosystem is totally poisoned and polluted, and I think that it's just sweet that they would point the finger at Tylenol and not Monsanto and all of the chemicals that they spray on our food and our particular food supply chain, or the lead in the fucking water, or all of these other environmental not intoxicants. The word is escaping me, but pollutants. Yeah, environmental pollutants that are that we're being exposed to every day. Pregnant women. People are talking about why are so many young people getting colon cancer? Like who? Like it could be a million things. But I just find it very interesting that they grab the bottle of Tylenol and want to go and codify this, or to put some type of federal legislation behind this, but no one is talking about regulating Monsanto. No one is talking about redoing the water pipes to get rid of all of the rest of the lead pipe. Like there's still not clean water in Mississippi. Right?
Did they actually mention during that time? Also, just not this conclude. Despite these findings, the study authors from the Harvard cautious that harmful association exists causality cannot be definitely established to observational nature of the research. They recommend that Tylenol can be used judiciously. So they're recommending that it can be used at the most effective dose for short duration medical supervision.
That was already in place. You're pregnant, and you during your pregnancy and they would tell you that you are supposed to overuse Tylenol. Okay.
Yeah, the reason why I was referring to was saying that our study conclusion said that it was.
Okay, so let me just play with. Okay, go ahead, sir, because I'm gonna play what Trump said. He just is a big knucklehead. He's a big knucklehead. And then another thing, I got it already keyed up. And then the funny part is, first of all, RFK was doing fine taking the guy out of Cheerios and Puffs or whatever you guys eat, Lucky Charms. He was doing good doing that. Now he tried to advance onto something that he knows nothing about. And that's trying to tell people that Tylenol is connected to autism. He needs to go sit his crazy ass down and have another drink or whatever him and Hesef be drinking after these conferences and these press conferences. conferences. Go sit down. Concentrate on the diet. You're doing good. You had me in your corner when you were trying to take dye out of Fruit Loops. Now you're tripping. So we're gonna play with the other knucklehead said, and that's President Donald Trump. So we done it for the night with what's his name? Stephen Miller. So I can take him off of the marquee. We're done with his retarded ass, and we can move on to
to be picked up later.
I'm sure, because he's not done. We're not done with CK because pretty soon we're gonna all have you know, those pledges or whatever they used to wear when you
Where
were
when they play those bagpipes?
no, they gonna make y'all wear some shit. They gonna have stuff in the
We
curriculum.
gonna have patches on our arm. Like
something. we gotta like candles and shit. It's gonna be the CK Bible. It's gonna be all kind of dumb stuff going on with this.
If they get a purse to match with the bag.
Oh, I bet
I'm wearing it.
Jacket
And a little hat, a little, beret.
This shit
I'm with it.
funny.
And the Trump credit card is out too, y'all.
USA beret.
There is no Trump credit card.
Girl,
I've seen that, Deborah. I've seen that. It's on his
So what
website.
kind of credit do you have to get the credit card? What's your credit
you
card?
need $100,000.
Yes.
You need $1 million to get
It's
the
a buy-in.
That's redundant.
Yeah, you could get a silver coating with the $2 million.
Yeah, nobody's gonna accept that shit. So what is it backed by? So anyway, let me play knucklehead. We can
The government that's about to shut down.
Oh, they still trying to shut the government down?
Lisa, will you do me a privately, and because I know you work for a hospital, will you ask one of your OBGYNs privately?
We did today.
You did? And what did they say?
I did. Well, I was listening to you guys babble. I had one of the GYNs who came in, and I wish I could have recorded what he said, but I didn't want to go to that length. But go ahead. What are you going to say, Trent? Where do you want me to go? Don't have me looking stupid, because I'm not going to ask no stupid questions tomorrow to no providers who've been doing this for 20 years. So what would you like me to ask them?
Ask them about Tylenol. I've already been told.
We did. We had the conversation. They said, so what's next? They said we already have guidelines by which pregnant women are taking Tylenol and why. And he goes, well, what are they replacing it with? Did they tell you guys what they want to replace it with?
Folic acid.
And folic acid.
Time, and folic acid.
But not just, Lisa, get this, Lisa, not just any folic acid. They're recommending a very specific prescription drug, so you can't get it over the counter. So they're telling pregnant women, go to your doctor and ask for this specific prescription drug, which is basically folic acid.
Oh, somebody's trying to get paid.
I'm sorry. May I ask a question?
There's something else behind this that we don't know, and no doctor is going to listen to RFK. If your doctor is listening to RFK, I suggest strongly that you find another provider.
Also, let me say this, and I know Your Honor wants to speak, so I'll give it to Your Honor after. But the other thing is, this whole correlation doesn't equal causation thing that we've all been saying. That's really important because you have to think about the context in which the Tylenol is being taken. So nobody's taking Tylenol just for fun, right, as a pregnant person. It's particularly taken in the context of a fever. So a lot of these studies have also said they don't necessarily know because let me read, because I actually read this fucking study, hypothesized where during vulnerable brain maturation windows, there are stressors like maternal fever, infection, oxidative stress, right? All these things associated with why people take the Tylenol. So it might be that's also causing, developmental delays or having neurological effects. It's not just the treatment, but the thing that you're actually trying to treat. So with that, I'll throw it to Your Honor.
And I'm sorry I called folic acid vitamin C. It's vitamin B. And nobody corrected me. It's vitamin B, actually.
I've been traveling all day. Why are you all talking about our least powerful headache medicine? What the hell is going on?
President,
But
that's
you
why.
asking us? You need to call Donald Trump. You need to text him and find out.
I don't know what happened. I'm asking.
We're talking about it because they don't want to talk about the Epstein files, so they have us talking about it.
He wants to know what happened.
Like literally,
Aaron literally doesn't know what we're talking about.
I feel like I came into a room and you guys were all talking about like what were those slinkies or something? I'm like, why the hell are we talking about slinkies?
So
what
Trump,
is happening?
So Trump and
I'm
RFK
getting ready to play
Jr.
a clip in a second.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm sorry, Lisa.
Go ahead, no, go ahead and tell him, and then I'll play the Donald Trump portion of it.
So RFK and Trump and some hand-picked doctors and a couple of sad moms had a big press conference today, touting the so-called link between taking Tylenol and autism.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so the doctors were a little more, they were like, they were praising Donald Trump and saying, thank you so much for your bravery, and we know that you want real answers and you can't wait for the answers, so we're just going ahead with this. But they were still a little bit like, they didn't fully go, but then Trump, which is what you'll hear, Trump fully was like, don't take Tylenol, don't do it. Which is crazy because, let me just say this, which is crazy because if you think about, there are so many negative side effects that can come because this is like the level of the ableism. So if you don't treat the fever, if you don't get the vaccine, blah, 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 we know all the horrible things that can happen. It can lead to miscarriages, it can do this, it can do that. But what they're saying is all of those horrible health impacts up to and including death, that would be better than your kid having autism. That's the depth of the ableism.
I got plenty of people with autism in my life. I just want to say this. There was a reason why episodes of Punk'd only lasted 30 minutes. This is brutal. Like someone's gonna tell me this was all a joke, right? Like, ha ha ha. We punked you, Tylenol, ha ha. Was not a funny one. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Well,
anyway,
what's funny is
thank you for telling me what's happening. I appreciate it.
I'll play it for you, Your Honor. And then, you guys, we gotta talk tonight about Jimmy Kimmel coming back and how he's refusing to apologize. Kudos for him. And we gotta find out what really happened behind him coming back. And then Turning Point is, now that they know that Jimmy Kimmel is coming back, Turning Point USA is urging ABC affiliates not to carry him live when he not to carry Jimmy Kimmel live when he returns to air. Well, there was a reason why they brought this mofo back, and we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna find out why. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that, but let's finish up with the crazies.
I'm sorry, but we missed one critical thing now, and that was Trump actually promoted another drug to me.
Oh, that's the one I want to write down.
The folic acid thing.
Okay, so the folic acid, vitamin B.
Is this a new brand to the market of folic acid, or are they just saying any folic acid? No, they have a specific brand. They want people to request. Somebody's getting paid. Yep. And also, sorry, I'll be super brief. Sister Toja brought up a really good point in the other room, which is that if they now burn the name Tylenol, right, and acetaminophen, and people just feel super uncomfortable with that and whatever, what the companies can do is they can change the drug in an insignificant way, like it'll still be the same thing and work the same way, but the change will be significant enough that they can get a new patent. If they get a new patent, then they have a new monopoly, because you can only have a patent on a drug for so long until it goes to generic, and then people can buy it more cheaply. So they get the new patent, they have the monopoly on the thing, they say, hey, this is the hot, new, safe drug, take this. They make all their money double again. So now they get it's like the Tylenol profits of day one all over again.
Yeah, this sounds like somebody got some stock in something, and you can get folic acid over the counter, but I don't know what dosage they're trying to lift this up to, or if it's like a dosage that is abnormal. You know what, you guys, you can take 3. It's wild. They can bring
Just connected to that gas.
That's what
Y'all watch.
instead of folic acid, it's folate acid.
Y'all know late at night when those infomercials used to come on and shit like that, and they have hay products.
like sponsored products that celebrities get on, and they tell you, you know, I use this and it's literally. Yeah, Dr. Oz has been like one of the people, one of the paid spokespersons for a number of companies that he is trying to get approvals for and get RFK and all of these other motherfuckers to say is okay. And again, like, let's not forget, these were the same people who were saying that you should take a horse tranquilizer for COVID. Mehmet Oz was one of these motherfuckers, if I'm not mistaken, talking about ivermectin.
Yeah, he was the ivermectin dude, for sure.
So, I mean, like, not only is the profiteering crazy as fuck, but we had the first death of a child from measles in March of 2025. That's the first death since 2015. And before that, there hadn't been a death from measles since the 90s. And Florida is getting rid of or drastically changing its requirement for vaccinations for kids to come to school, which they alluded to today that they're going to be talking about vaccines because it's vaccines and Tylenol. Like, this shit is nuts.
But you know, get ready, you guys. We're going into the cold and flu season, and I'm just saying this before I
Get your vaccine boosters, everybody.
They had the last place that I was working. I was wondering why they requested so many people that day, but they had 7 nurses who tested positive for COVID. So I'm gonna let you know on the East Coast in New York. So let's just get this party started. So 7 people already in this one facility. I guess one person came in and infected the whole goddamn facility. They're already starting to see COVID pop up again, and yeah, just
COVID's back, everybody.
On the East Coast.
COVID is back. Alert, alert, red alert, red alert. COVID is back. Get your boosters. Get your vaccines.
And then there was another story I was gonna do before we checked out of here. But let's do this one. Y'all listen to this. We'll chop it up and then we'll move to Jimmy. Because I want to know how he got back on the air, and I know you guys already know. So let me press play for Trump though.
A questionable warning and frankly directive from President Trump just spoke.
Okay, they called it a directive, not a warning, but a directive.
Oh, as well, at this time, health officials from the White House, the president saying, quote, Tylenol is not good, don't take it. For a little bit more of what we are hearing on these announcements, let's listen.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of we said is that okay? Which is basically probably known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated.
He's so proud he can say Tylenol.
Increase the blood test. Taking Tylenol is not good.
The president there just moments signed in on the patient Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, and others all claiming as well there is a link that they say they have found between autism in children and the pain reliever acetaminophen, of course known as Tylenol by its brand name, when used during pregnancy. Now, let's reset here with the facts of what we do know at this time. Secretary Kennedy has, of course, previously promoted debunked theories which link vaccines to autism. And he was just bringing that up again moments ago as we were coming on the air here at the top of the hour. The Secretary, and just pardon me as I look at my notes here, noting that they are now investigating, in his words, multiple areas of causation when it comes to vaccines. He claims that 40 to 60% of mothers who have children with autism believe that there is some link to a vaccination. The Secretary also claimed that these women have been gaslit, he says, by the science, which has found.
Okay, so which is it? Is it the how do you say that?
Acetaminophen.
I know how to say it.
He went on to
I was playing with Trump.
He said mercury and aluminum in the vaccines too.
Yeah, so which is it? Everything causes autism? The water?
80% of people who don't know they got autism, they got autism.
Everything causes autism except what Dr. Oz is telling.
Everything causes autism.
There's not a vaccine in the country. And I wanted to say this earlier, like, y'all, I'm not sure if y'all are aware that there is not a single vaccine in the country that has mercury in it.
For real, because mercury is talking
and that's thanks to Donald Trump.
While he was on stage talking about, you know, these vaccines, they got mercury in them, and we got to get them off. We got to get them. They're just pumping everything into these beautiful children like they horses. I can't name everything that's in a vaccine, but I can tell you that mercury isn't.
Go ahead, Trumpers. Go ahead, real
Man, these dumbass motherfuckers.
You need to name everything that's in the fucking vaccine. I know mercury ain't. And you got the fucking president of the country talking about vaccines with mercury in them are being pumped into children and it's hurting children. And ain't a single motherfucking vaccine in this bitch got mercury in it.
Can I just say something about
Joe Biden can't spell mercury.
One at a time, Your Honor's trying to.
That's not okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to tell the people on the right something about science. The crazy thing about science is that it's available to everybody whenever you want it to be available to you. So you could prove it, or I could prove it, or someone else could prove it, and it would still be true. But if you use science, like you don't get to pretend stuff because then other people can check you. Like the idea that RFK, man with a brain, has magically discovered that Tylenol was secretly hurting everyone, and there was no scientist out there except for these quacks who could come up with the fact that Tylenol was dangerous in this way, doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, do you know how valuable it would be to a researcher to discover that Tylenol was really bad for you and to be able to replicate that in in a study? Like, this is why science works. It's because you can test and retest and make sure that something is true. But it's never going to be like medial education. Dude, your mic is, I don't know what's wrong with your mic.
Your mic tripping today, huh?
And you're also talking over people, which is kind of shit. So anyway, I'm gonna land with this. I'm gonna land with this. Which is just like, look up science. And this is my remedial advice to the MAGA idiots tonight. I'm done.
Hey, the person who was just interrupted to say that if you take too much Tylenol, it can kill you. Did you know that you could die from water intoxication as well? That you can drink too much water and it can kill you? Right? Did you know that?
Take that away from America.
This motherfucker got hydrophobia.
Sir?
Hello?
I think he's not on the stage anymore. I guess I'm going to fix his mic. Brooklyn, welcome to the stage. Did you want to jump in?
What's next?
He's not on stage anymore.
I just need to get his mic together. He's not here.
I just wanted to, reiterate for everybody that's experiencing it, saying Tylenol and mercury that can cure autism with folic acid from a specific company. Welcome to our first invention.
All right, guys. So, anybody want to jump in? Just the breaking news for the day. We already talked about Tylenol. We're talking about that right now. France recognizes Palestine and calls for new ports in Gaza. Let's see. Hold on, guys.
Oh, they also said they can open the embassy in France.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That is good.
Yeah, it was another country too, but Israel, the big man. So, basically, they're gonna take care of everybody inside though.
Like they're gonna welcome refugees, you're saying, or?
Hey man, they told me.
Okay, so that is news. All right, so let's see. We're gonna talk about Jimmy Kimmel returning after his suspension. Trump signs order designating Antifa. That's another thing I wanted to play because y'all don't believe what he's talking about. This man is absolutely insane. Trump signs order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Democrats want Trump's border czar. What's the guy's name? The big fat guy. Yeah, they want him investigated over bribery.
I was just getting ready to say that.
And we're gonna see if we can touch that tonight. The UK and Poland vow to confront any Russian aircraft violating NATO airspace. So that should be interesting. Let's see. So far, I think that's anybody that else have some breaking news before we finish this up and go to Kimball?
No, I just want to know if you like my hair, though.
I saw your hair. It's really nice. You're attractive.
What will likely happen, because there's protections in both California and Texas for the suits that those suits were dismissed from the judge code. And what this will let you.
What did he say?
He ain't say nothing.
No, I couldn't hear him. It was breaking up.
Trey, you're breaking up, Trey.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so what will likely happen now that this announcement has been made is the class action suit that was dismissed, the 361 families will be able to refile because both Texas and California have protections against federal lawsuits. It's a statute. And so they can bring this back up. And now that they have a claim in it, because it's coming from the HSS, and India will have to go through discovery and open up their files. And in those files, very similar to what happened with the ovarian case when they had to settle for $700 million, that they've known had been killing women of ovarian cancer since 1978 because they knew about the asbestos. When they have to go back through discovery, that you will likely find in the animal trials that it's going to show that there is
What kind of animal was that?
Do we have to go through his predictions of what's going to happen before it happens?
I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
So Trump is going to expose the corruption.
Okay, thank you.
Spreading misinformation.
You got to be the first to predict some shit. We still waiting on the aliens, Clown.
Motherfucking aliens?
Anything about Donald Trump?
Motherfucking aliens?
No, but I know that.
Just drops a team song station.
You know, I don't even understand why you come into the room. I don't understand why you come into a room just to say what you need to say and then say goodbye. That's the weirdest thing. So rude. Stop that.
He always centers himself. He just leaves them out.
So he can be on record. Like what he just said means.
He literally gets the last word. He literally gets the last word when he does that.
It's so insulting because he's basically saying, none of the rest of you have anything to say worth me hearing. But I have something to say.
Right. the people. So.
If I'm saying so, you can't be mad at me if I shoot him his beats next time.
No, why don't you just not bring them up?
I didn't bring him up.
We don't have.
Come on, Lisa, you be wanting to hear that shit. Hey. If I ever said.
Keep it real, Deborah. Keep it real.
You be wanting to hear that bullshit.
Hear that shit. Bring him on up. Bring him on. Well, in Trent's defense, he is a hopeless drunk, so there's that.
Right, and the reason we have to repeat it over and over is he doesn't listen to what anybody else says. He just listens and then, somebody else is talking. He just waits so he can jump in. None of what anybody else says resonates with him.
Wait a minute, is Corey there? Is Corey there?
Yes.
Corey, what the fuck was that? How you went from fucking talk about Charlie Kirk to you niggas ain't Indian? What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? We get ready to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. What happened?
Let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel.
Talk about Jimmy Kimmel, but that was a funny.
I can give it to you in 3 sentences. I was in a squabble about 2 Sambo-ass, seven-fetching niggas defending whether Charlie Kirk was racist, white supremacist, etc. And then a known alcoholic on the app called out.
Crackhead, not alcoholic.
Okay. Whatever the case, substance. She struggles with substance, and she had an episode on stage that encouraged. That's all. Jimmy Kimmel, please.
Jimmy Kimmel is bad. So you guys, can someone tell us before I dig out a clip, what happened? How did Jimmy Kimmel get? Because apparently they had a meeting with, he had a meeting with the ABC and Disney, and they agreed that what he said was insensitive for the time, but it wasn't against policy, so they brought it back.
They also were losing about $3 billion a day.
It was like less than $8 billion.
It was like $8 billion. Yeah, their stock price and the loss of subscriptions.
Oh, hell. And people was canceling. People was canceling their Disney vacation. Disney cruises was canceled and to the theme park.
Okay, I will say this: the smartest thing Jimmy Kimmel did is, as soon as it was announced, he didn't make a single public statement. That was so smart.
Right, and he said he's not going to apologize about the Charlie Kirk statement.
He will have the highest ratings ever tomorrow.
He tried ask, because I'm going to watch it. I can't wait.
I'm watching that tomorrow.
It's supposed to come back when, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow.
I think Stephen Colbert needs to meet with Jimmy Kimmel and see if he can get some advice.
Yeah, but also people talking online about it. Like, I don't know if you guys said it already. Having that money that they were losing, going to contact PBS to support PBS and continue to boycott the ship.
Wow.
So that would be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw your note in the chat. Were you looking to dive in about Jimmy Kimmel? Something else?
He's looking for a broke black mountain.
Yeah, man, I don't like Jimmy. I think Jimmy is a parasite. I think he's just a horrible human being. I mean, why am I not rich? Why am I rich? What makes me not rich? What makes me not rich?
One mic on Hank.
All I gotta say is that Jimmy Kimmel is a piece of shit. He's not a good person. I wish we could just give Arsenio Hall back. Someone who actually had some charisma. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, all of these lefty white guys that want to come up on talk shows are just stupid. They're bland and they have no personality whatsoever. Like a wet carrot, you know what I mean? It's just not good entertainment, you know what I mean? So stop making people first time in the room feel uncomfortable. And that's what you do. Well, I'm not uncomfortable because I'm around Black Americans, so I'm not. No, I didn't say that. I said first time in the room. No, this is my first time, sir. This is my first time. Exactly. I thought that's what you said. Yes, ma'am. That's what he said, but that's not true. That's not true.
It's not true.
He's a troll. What the fuck? Why am I a troll? Why am I a troll?
He's 100% a troll when he's been here before.
Okay, I have not been on Clubhouse. I have not been on Clubhouse for a long time, right?
Go ahead and finish what you wanted to say, and then we'll trip God.
And he might be a troll. This man has 0 friends. So I don't know who he is. I just know he's on this page tonight. Well, am I being disrespectful? I'm not being disrespectful. Thank you, ma'am. I do appreciate you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. So I'm not a troll, okay? I love my country. Far left is horrible, just like those far righties you were talking about, all these little racists, little hicks. You know why these hicks vote Republican? These little racist guys like to screw their cousins? Because they can't afford big government, man. They're broke. They're poor as shit. So they can't afford big government spending.
But they can afford cutting Medicare.
Cutting Medicare? How can we, where was Medicare cut, man?
Oh my God.
They didn't have to play yet, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah, it was a big Donald Trump now, wasn't it? They didn't cut Medicare, they cut Medicare. They cut the road, actually. And, you know, yeah, I was just answering the question. I'm sorry, I'm not here to monopolize the stage. I will go where you come from.
Y'all interrupted his answer. I really want to hear his answer.
Oh, could you repeat the question again? You said about the
Yeah, I summarized it in one sentence. I said, why would the minority, the Democratic Party, align themselves to far right when they are with the right in there?
Okay, well, that's not true. But I'm going to tell you that, we got to look at what the Democrat Party is these days, right? Just look at it as simple. It is the whole format of civil rights, Black America fighting for equality, and they're selling this image and American dream to every illegal who hops over the border. Okay? It is what it is, all right? They have gone so crazy that they don't care about their own anymore. If every Black voter went and voted Republican in the next election, the next presidential election, they will run that party's politics within the next 5 years. They have enough populace and enough vote to do it, especially in swing states. Okay? So when you look about equity, Black America is this big who gave the Democrats an identity, but the first was Democrats. What I'm saying is they betrayed Black America. That's what I feel. That's how I ask you a question. Go ahead.
And Brooklyn, you can tell me this anonymous person is. You know I don't like it when people have phony identities, but since we're here. Hey,
phony identity, okay.
Can you tell me, and you have a pink ticket, so, it's not...
What's pink ticket mean? Did I win a prize?
Yes. I've read he's rolling his gold a trip to the Google and say,
I apologize.
Lord. God, you apologize.
Jesus Christ
attractive enough to get such a result.
Lower tax initiatives, lower cost of living in their communities. Also, you know, if the Republican Party sees such a move, they're going to do a lot of fiscal spending to spend in their communities and give government grants and a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? To keep, kind of keep the money going. Policies that, especially with these tariff policies, you'll see a lot more manufacturing going on in their communities. I've been through a lot. I've Memphis, a couple of my cousins were truckers, and he was telling me about the skilled labor that's all over the Black Bible South, and it's crazy. Everybody on the West Coast, you look at the Latinos and you say, yeah, they got great craftsmanship, but I'm telling you, man, from the truck stops to the construction workers and everything, these guys. Okay, who am I? I wish I was Notorious B.I.G. and with his network, but I'm not. That's all. Okay, I'm not. I don't know. I try to.
Well, let's keep this conversation moving. Yeah, that's what I was just about to do right now. So right now, we can wrap this up right now. Hank, I think the conversation is disingenuous. I'm gonna discontinue. I think you realize that.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. It's disingenuous, but I'm really not.
Don't interrupt.
I didn't cut you off. I want to like.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty equal on both sides, but when I look at the stats and facts, in 2022, and let's look at 2023 and 2024, for the last 2 years, there were 61 political murders. All of them came from the right. You know how many came from the left? 0. It's not even like this is a nice sort of balance. So when you try to say, well, both sides got bad actors, no, they don't. They really don't. If you look at
Gemini, would you say there's a difference between far right and right?
No. You guys are better.
Well, I distinguish the difference between far left and left,
No. If you're on the right, you're on the right. If you're on the far right, middle right, left right.
I believe everyone was Gemini, but you're entitled to your beliefs, your views.
Do you think the Democratic Party is made up of only people of color?
I think that when the Democratic Party was being maneuvered and being structured by people of color, it was in a better place in America's history. We're talking about, 70s, we're talking about 60s, we're talking about the drive of equality. When that was, when Obama, I think. Okay.
I was,
Yes, ma'am.
so in the 70s, who was structuring who you
Civil rights Bible Democrats, Black Americans. That's what I was going to ask.
Okay, so them having to stand up for their rights, they were structuring.
Yes, because if you look, yes, ma'am.
How?
Because their voice and message, when you look at protesting, right, you see these walking all outside of Los Angeles and all these different cities acting like freaking Neanderthals. Look at how what did they do during the civil rights movement? Even Malcolm X, even Dr. King, they protest in peace and didn't destroy their community.
Okay, all right. So let's move on. Can we move on?
Yes, and I would like to say something because don't mute us. Hey, mute the fuck up right now. Put your mic on this page here. But I just want to say to all of my people in here, y'all be wasting y'all time with these people. I don't even understand why y'all need to discuss what's going on and the news or what's going on.
I'm here, I'm just here to troll the big one. I don't see anything. Well, listen, my dear, you can just.
Please, sir. Alpha Barbie.
What about it? Okay.
Just because it was
Everything don't have to be content.
right. That's by highlighting that right now, we take a step backwards in the conversation.
We caught him a troll already. He's a grown dumbass. Whatever.
Lisa, what's next? Okay, so we have this, we're trying to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. Please don't,
Lisa, it's not Kimmel.
I don't know why I said Kimmel. I don't know, I'm tired. I've been working for 13 hours. Say what now? Okay, great. Okay, so, who's getting a lot of flack though, and I'm gonna listen to her. Kamala Harris is getting a lot of flack on her book. She should maybe she shouldn't have wrote that book. Because her book, 107 Days, she didn't talk about Buttigieg and Buttigieg and clap back. She talked about, what's his name? Shapiro the clap back. She's not, what do you mean fuck all them? No, I told this busy broad to get Shapiro. Y'all the ones who's booty clapping for Timmy, and look what happened. Yeah, no, this Jewish had a lot of booty clappers for Timmy, and you know it. It went on, and you guys think you're gonna be on the drive.
I booty clap for him. It ain't our fault.
I was the one that said from a military perspective, when it was public business, for retirement. So I was a taxpayer as a motherfucker. I just didn't want to wait.
Listen, you guys remember how this road went, so don't you think I'm telling a lie.
I wasn't running.
And when it made a difference, so y'all think this
You
is
don't know,
about
we
who
do not know that.
Well, we don't, and we won't, we'll never know. Let's play this the way.
I don't think anybody was going up for Tim Walz before she picked Tim Walz. There were no deep stakes, and Tim Walz was the favorite. It's who the campaign ended up picking. And what we did say was, this is her motherfucking running mate, and all these pipe dreams about somebody else just didn't happen, right? And now, just like any other time that a black woman says any fucking thing, you got somebody to come undercut her. So Pete Buttigieg wants to be president. He's gonna run in 2028. Shapiro's gonna run in 2028. So they're out here doing the shit that they're supposed to do, and candidates who gonna run against her. Now, whether or not we let people continue to drag this woman after we let all of them drag us into the hell that we exist in now, is not our time first to take a shit. The fuck? And she needs to make, and if y'all don't go by that goddamn book on the table, each and every one of them, if you use the motherfucker to hold up your squeaky ass bed, fine goddamn. For the same reason, somebody said why we gotta buy the book. For the same reason people boycotted Target. For the same reason people decided to cancel Hulu and Disney motherfucking subscriptions. Unless we don't care that they are trying to drag this black woman from writing her story about the shit that we was all saying in the first place.
That's sad, boy. That's the same thing. We were saying the same shit anyway.
Hold on. What they're saying right now, right, is basically that it pushes a very racist narrative. Blame shit that is basically anti-democratic because it's one a lack of
And of course, he has to. Here's the thing: he has to say that, right? That because of his own political aspirations. So of course, it's his job to make that case. So I think for us to characterize this as like, oh, they're sparring, they're in a conflict, it's not true. They're both just, speaking from their own political perspectives.
Well, finding out about the flippers and all of them about the sooner, right? We probably will get a gay president before we get a woman.
A gay president?
I do.
Fucking, we already have one. His name's Obama.
Be straight and her vice president be straight. All they talked about was trans. Now what was she gonna do with a gay guy on her team? And they ran her down. And then you know what? It would have been Donald Trump would have had a field day. But I give her a whole lot of credit for even considering him, right? But it's her story to tell. So why can't she just tell her story? She knows what she's doing. She's smart enough to know that what she's receiving right now, she was gonna get. She knows America. She just lives it. And I think it's fair that she can tell her story. Now, whether somebody buys her book or not is a personal choice. I don't think it should be. It ain't no automatic choice to buy her book.
I mean, she did say he was her first choice, which I think is a great thing to say about somebody.
One thing we do need to acknowledge is that when it first debut on Amazon, it hit #1. Then it dropped, but it did hit #1. And right now, it's still currently #2 on the bestsellers list. It's not like she's not selling books.
And they're not gonna let us stay there long when they realize it's doing that well. Because they don't want her. They don't want to see her do that.
#2 on the bestsellers list is
It is, and when they realize it's that, stuff goes down. That's how they feel about it.
I don't know, sometimes that controversy backfires. People get more interested in trying to find out what the backlash is, but people picking up Facebook.
Now, the other thing, the Josh Shapiro thing. So she said that Shapiro was considered one of the finalists for vice president, which we know. And in the book, she expressed concerns that Shapiro might have co-chairs number 2 role, and that it might strain their partnership, like his ambition. And she also recounts a meeting in which Shapiro asked an aide about artwork done for the VP residence or something like that, like before he was even chosen. So Shapiro's office pushed back on some of the characterizations. A spokesperson called the claims "quote unquote" simply ridiculous, and Shapiro himself had said he didn't read the book, but he said, "quote, I was working my tail off to deny Donald Trump a second term." Now, so again, it's not that extreme of like some big feud or whatever, but my reaction to that pushed back so strongly against that. To me, calling simply ridiculous, and I hadn't read the book, but he's kind of proving it to be true, He's kind of pushing back so strongly in a way that shows, like, how strong he's taken. So,
I disagree with that. I saw him respond on Sunday show with on Channel 5. And I didn't get that at all. I didn't get that. And what Mike on he also said that to go further with what you said, Malak, he said I went out on the trail to help them because I wanted us to win. He went to places she couldn't get to, and he had a right. I didn't feel like it was pushback. I was watching him. He had a soft tone, a soft face about it. He wasn't defensive. I didn't get any of that. Now, Kristen Welker, it was her. She asked him 2 or 3 times, and he didn't go there. She tried to push him to something, and he didn't do it. Okay, well, yeah.
I think I disagree. And I don't think he had bad intentions. I don't think he was out to outshine her on purpose. I just think it was his personality. We actually used to talk about that in this room at rooms like it. When the election was still going on, when we were figuring out who she gonna pick and this and that, people literally said, well, he sounds like Obama, right? He's gonna outshine her, this and that. I don't think that's a fault of his own. I just think that was something that people noticed, and I think it's something that she noticed. And she's decided to not choose him for it. I don't think he needs a lot of pushback.
What do you think about his response?
Well, yeah, well, that's what I was just saying right now. I don't think it needs a lot of pushback or anything like that. I understand if I'm if he feels like that's going to take his character. But it was a thing. It definitely was.
I think what he was responding to, I don't even think he responded to the comments. Like, the pushback was really strong. What might be missed in the conversation that we're having is not so much what the principles that we're discussing, what they think. It's usually the staff and the surrogates that are sniping and creating all of this happen. And so his staff did the dirty work of pushing back more robustly, saying how ridiculous Hulk was, and all of this other shit, because it made him look petty. He said, bitch, how the fuck you asking about literally measuring the drapes, and I haven't told you whether you have the job or not. Literally, you talking about some stuff, how do we get this company to change the artwork in here? Like, what's the process at the Naval Observatory office do we call? Nigga, you don't have a job. You here for the interview. If you don't know which office you gonna get.
And if you read the book, in the book she talks about in her time as VP how she felt, kind of sidelined or undermined by the administration in her role as VP or whatever. And so coming off of 4 years of that, you can imagine you don't necessarily want a running mate that you're going to have to tussle with. You want a partner. You don't want someone who's going to be competing with you when you just have been dealing with that.
Absolutely. You want somebody you can trust that's not going behind your back trying to understand you.
Well, this is kind of like the conversation we were having earlier today. I don't know if people in the room were there, if you weren't, you can move on, but this idea of like that women need to help men move up or whatever, and it's like, does the help go the other way?
That's not right. This is that conversation.
Okay. Come on, guys, y'all know the old saying, hindsight is Monday morning quarterback.
And just think about all of those dog whistles that press,
At that funeral?
yeah. No, not at the funeral, today, that the press secretary, when she was blaming them, she was literally got on there today, press secretary, and doubled down on everything that they was talking about at the funeral yesterday, and basically blamed the Democrats.
Oh, you're talking about the White House president.
Yes, the White House president, did I speak about that?
No.
Whatever it is they doing a fucking good job of. This is an all-out assault from every angle. We ain't seen that.
Don't forget the office. Your voting stickers. Privately contracted.
We fight back with our indigeneity because we're all indigenous.
We're not black. Okay? Everybody in here is indigenous.
What they say, don't start with the Nubians, man. The Nubians ain't gonna do it.
Excuse me. Did you know that we were here before Columbus? And just like Tylenol causes autism, we are not black. We are indigenous.
Okay, so we're gonna do this. I know that your parents took you to finish that sentence. That's the biggest struggle.
So it sounds like to me that Kamala is at peace, and that's the main thing that I care about. It seems to me that she is doing good.
So she runs into the next big job.
I'm not voting for it. Okay, so,
Lisa called her dizzy. I don't think she's a supporter.
yeah, well, I'm just saying, listen, you guys, because the decisions that were made, and she made a lot of decisions listening to other people and going against her. Then she said it herself. So I want people, if I have a decision, if I want to run, go to jail, fuck y'all, I'm going to go to jail. If I want to do this, I want to do that. I mean, look at fucking Trump. Why do I have to quantify anything? It's like he does whatever he wants to do. He steps out there and takes those risks, knowing that it can be disaster. It can be kerosene fucking draws. He don't care. He gonna do it anyway. And just running whoever you want to run. I mean, what could you possibly could happen? You could lose, and you did it anyway. So I'm just saying, if you gonna be this kind of person and you gonna put yourself to be this kind of person, be that kind of person. Because that's what I do. I mean, I don't let none of y'all niggas on here tell me how to think, how to move, what to say. And even though I could capitulate because I need to do this, to do that, to stay out of the way, I'm not gonna do that.
But Lisa, respectfully, the stakes are a little lower.
No, I'm
And
just an
respectfully,
example. I'm not running for shit. I'm just saying.
respectfully, you're not. And
No,
running a
I'm not.
campaign for the presidency of this country is a whole lot different
So
than
explain
any
him. So
than
explain him. Explain him.
I can't. And I'm not
Okay,
I'm never
well,
gonna and I'm never gonna and I'm never gonna because it's
I
not
know it's not a Democratic and all that.
hold on. Listen. So when you say Trump, those MAGA support Trump, those white insecure fucking men. He's a sign of white power to them.
I understand that. I understand that. So and Democrats are not going to support people the way the MAGA. So that's why our party is so different. You got all kinds of different voices, and that's the problem even in this room. You got all kinds of different voices, and you have to understand that. I might not agree with Corey. Corey might not agree with Haitian.
Oh, maybe you should organize.
Brooklyn doesn't agree with Alexander, and that's the way the Democratic Party is. But at some point in time, you have to say, okay, look, whatever's on the table, we all got to come together and lock arms.
That's right.
Yeah, I hear that, and none of that happened in the very short period of time that she had. I mean, sometimes I hear these conversations, and they are the most graceless statements that one could considerably make, considering what she had to do in the amount of time that she has had to do it. Not a single person has mounted a modern presidential campaign in such a truncated time period. Not a single person has raised the amount of money that she has lifted up the national infrastructure, and she did not have the ability to do that by herself, just making whatever decision she wanted to make because she was at the top of the ticket.
No, but nobody's doing whatever. But it's just sometimes you got to take a stand. I know, Kurt, we know all of that. I
Let me finish.
days. What the fuck?
Go ahead, Lisa.
No, you go ahead and finish, because I know nobody can tell me to shut up.
It's me and you. Come on.
No, I'm just letting that person, I'm gonna let that person go with you.
Who said shut up?
Somebody said let me finish, but Lisa, go ahead.
No, babe, you go ahead, you go ahead.
No, because I'm not gonna go until you go.
No, Corey, you don't have to go, girl. Go, because I'm gonna get
Go, girl.
I'm about to say go.
Come on, go.
Corey.
Go, Lisa.
No, I like where you were going, but when somebody just says something like that, I need to.
Okay, you need a moment. I got it.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. I understand that. I understand. What I'm saying is, like, the heat that we have for her and Anita Dunn's name and on top of every one of our motherfucking lips about how
it's very interesting that, once you get your own versus you're gonna catch your wagon for them again. That's the gag. You're gonna do it again. Because you're not gonna stand on your own 2 feet. You're going to connect yourself to those same people that you claim you have so much vitriol for. You guys are never really gonna fool these Democrats to the points. Everybody's, look, Kamala had enough time to figure it out. And, you're timing Joe Biden out right now. It was pitiful. Her career is over. I think Stephen A. Smith did the other day saying it's over. And that's pretty much the end. And all of this is just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, and this is the problem that Ari is talking about. So you got enough people like Mike P. It's enough people like Mike P. that have something negative to say. We don't
This is the reason why I take this as I take, because these Democrats just never, ever, ever look themselves in the mirror and just admit that they're just too close.
30 seconds.
Top to bottom, they're all screws. They all are screwing with American people. They don't hold themselves accountable. Time and time again, their head is in the cookie jar. But then they want to blame other ones for 30 seconds. And so that's pretty much what it is.
Okay, so I caution anyone and everyone to tread very carefully when you are taking your motherfucking political analysis from Steve Research. Okay? We in dangerous territory when that's what we get from. Stephen A. Smith. Sir, I didn't interrupt you. I would appreciate you moderating. I would appreciate you not interrupting. So that's the first thing. And then all of these. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
And then all of these platitudes. He didn't say anything. They put their hands in the cookie jar and they're not gonna do nothing and hitching your wagon. Like, was this a contest of how many how many can I fit in one goddamn run along sentence about nothing? Like it's wild. The same thing about these things. They don't have any. You don't have any type. I'm gonna talk to you directly. You talk. You don't have any type of substantive critique about any of this stuff. Time. Like that's the most asinine thing that anybody with a brain could say about running a presidential campaign in less than 100 days. This administration has fucked up the world in less than that time.
And are you holding them accountable?
Nothing about what this administration has done to put us at the brink of a crashing economy, a crashing fucking care system, a healthcare crisis brewing, an education crisis brewing, and all of these motherfucking lies that this man told running for president. But you talking half money shit about the only chance we had was motherfuckers like you pissed on.
No, she dropped it. No. Wait, back and forth. It's 30. You can't. She's true to that. She did. Just blame her. And the Democratic constituency. Blame yourself. Don't blame her. Because you didn't galvanize them, that you didn't excite them.
Listen, let me.
Dropped on deaf ears. Don't blame the American people because we all had a land in fighting for the behind the scenes. Don't blame the American people because of the fact that this people, you got the ball. It's in your hands. Do something. Be somebody. Go out there and do it. Don't just go up there when they ask you real questions and you're still out there. Well, life is kind and it's great and you're not Joe Rogan and whatever.
Joe Budden, Joe Rogan.
Show. He was begging her, and she didn't want to do it because it had to be scripted, it had to be controlled, and so you gave in
Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, etc.
And now we don't even have FEMA.
What constituents won't, they will never look themselves in the mirror. Lowest education motherfucking rating in the 50 states, plus the goddamn territories, and they talk about closing down the Department of Education. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of money.
This is what we voted for.
Hold on, Melon. Let me just make this last statement so everybody is clear on the position I have. Most of these motherfucking American people that you talking about, don't blame, are dumb as a motherfucking box of rocks. And we're walking around here scared to say it. Stupid ass people with third grade motherfucking comprehension skills don't have any type of civic literacy. And I'm supposed to take you serious? Because you thought this white man was going to save you, make America great again? How did that work for all of those crying ass white folks who lost their good federal jobs after he decided this would make America great again look like? When are they going to look themselves in the mirror?
Celebrating climate change. FEMA. This is what we voted for.
And they're all done because they didn't vote for you. Because I don't know what's there.
No, that's not no.
Your leader.
No.
I'm just saying that your candidate was my candidate. So because of the fact that was the point that I made. I didn't say shit about because of the fact that they didn't say
No, you're dumb because you voted for Donald Trump.
because they are anti-education. For this anti-education fact. For this anti-education for the simple fact that they were why are you anti-education? For the simple fact that why don't you want people right? I get it. But that's why don't you want people to know things? This is the Democratic way because they didn't vote for you. Now I didn't say that at all.
Oh, you were dumb before that. You were dumb before that. You were dumb before that.
No, this is like never.
You were dumb. No.
This is the Democratic.
If the moderator view because
Okay, so I'm getting you guys, because there's 2 or 3 people. Can we just hear one perspective at a time so I can get a good understanding? Because I'm not hearing you guys.
Every time I speak this.
Okay, so you have the land, baby cakes. It's like 15 seconds. Can you wrap it up in that one time?
Okay, but we lost and y'all won. Okay, you won. But look what you got. And look what you got. And you know, and you won. And you won because he lied to you, dummy. He lied to you. You were lied to. And you won. And look at the country. What do you have to be proud of that's going on in America right now? Because nobody else gives a shit. Like, no other country gives a shit.
Yeah, right.
So you won. How many times you gonna say that? You won. But you didn't, what did you win? What is the big prize? Ask some people that voted for him already.
they should
That voted for him. Okay, but I was still talking.
I know, Deborah, somebody put it down, I said. No, he's gonna wait till you're finished, Deborah.
I'm nervous, man. Don't put me in with you.
Okay, so I know Ron and Deborah's out there. I know Ron was trying to get in, so let's give Ron a chance.
I think Dr. Pickering says he haven't been on the stage today after Deborah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't have anything to say.
I'm sorry, y'all. I walked away from the phone, but I'm done.
No, Deborah, I told Dr.
Done from what? You didn't say anything, you dumb bitch.
Okay, so I mean, I was just saying, I don't even know what I'm saying. Okay,
Exactly,
so
you weren't saying
y'all
shit.
won, but what do we have for the win? The country is fucked up, and everything that's going on is bad. But y'all won on a bunch of lies. So that's what makes you dumb. You don't even. I mean, you did have a choice, and great, you voted for Donald Trump, a criminal, and now we have a whole corrupt, even more corrupt than the Nixon administration. It's fucked up, and y'all are proud of it. So that's great. That's where we are. That's great. I'm done.
Go ahead, Ron. Hold up, Dr. Pickering is going after Deborah, and then you can go on. Go ahead, Doctor.
No, I just wanted to know, Ron, I'm not asking you to you can take that request away, Ron, because when you hear fully grown as a black man saying Mike makes right, and if a lot of people like it, it must be good. As if there's not like a bunch of things that are really popular in life that suck, whether it's music, whether it's art, if it's a whole bunch of people going out to see it, you and I both know, especially if you're a hip hop fan, that is just a black shit. So you're in here celebrating basically like the Beastie Boys over Rocket. Like that's what you're doing on a political level. You're just with the crowd, with the rah rah. You're over here saying Britney Spears is better than Whitney Houston. Like, all right, man, you feel proud about that because you're telling 13% of the population that they're stupid for not going with 6% of the population. Like that makes you okay. You get to like go on the internet, call all sorts of black people that remind you of your family because they're dumb. You're just special. We all know that's dumb. It's like a lot of people try to shit up your own insecurities. Man, listen, it's true what they're saying about that. Like, it's a white supremacist, racist ass political movement filled with criminals and sellouts. But before it's any of that, it's a civil rights movement for dumb people. And you're one of those dumb people. You're in here with Matt Rule, who's a white supremacist that uses like black women to then go into comment sections in all black clubhouse rooms, telling people they're big mad, but then he feels like superior to others. Like, oh, pathetic. And you might win, bro. Like, I pay attention to fascist movements, man. I might be in a camp getting executed in the same way many like black, brown, non-Christian, non-Aryan Italians were in the 1940s, right? 1930s. But Ron, you still gonna be fucking dumb, bro. I might be fucking in a chamber, dead. By the guy. I might be dead.
It's Mike.
Okay. Oh, is it Mike? My bad. Ron, you have me. That was Mike saying all that dumb shit.
The whole time I was like, I know you're not talking about me.
I thought it was you. Oh, is that Ron? Alright. Mike, you dumb motherfucker got me yelling at Ron because you say all this dumb shit. I'm not looking at my phone, nigga. I just want you to
America is already had a gay president and transfers what Barack Obama, Tucker confirmed Obama did not and was getting oral blowjobs from a crackhead and doing all that.
Why don't we take school seriously? That's literally all I was saying. And somebody went to, well, you voted for this bitch in 2024. We weren't even talking about that. I was talking about transgenders. Topic like that. You gotta stop doing that. We gotta stop. He was never gonna figure that out. So we don't gotta, like, these niggas ain't learning. They're mad at it. Most of this racist shit, as much as it's racist, they're also just tired of learning. They don't wanna go to work or some shit. They don't wanna, like, learn about people. Why I gotta learn? Most of the racism in America is still just not gonna learn shit. They don't wanna learn. Niggas don't wanna know what transgenderism is. Why do I gotta look shit up? I gotta read it. I don't wanna know that shit. I get them niggas to make me have to read. They don't even really hate transgenderism. They hate having to read about it. You just gotta learn about it. So that's all it is. It's not going to, you know,
Yeah, have a tag.
You called them stupid. We have to call it for what it is. We have to call it for what it is at the end of the day. And again, I'm not saying anything because the fact of the matter is that you lost. And that you weren't able to put out the proper candidate that were able to get out there and galvanize and like the messaging, and so the messaging and all of the stuff that you're trying to put out there is very angry. Because come on, buy a gun. Vote for you.
We didn't put out F-35. We didn't put out the F-35. And that $50,000 bag of cash. That's how we might love to, but I can't. Yeah, but we didn't do that.
The idea that the people that you needed to vote for you didn't, and all of a sudden they're not smart.
Yeah, okay.
This guy keep cracking up.
Who voted for a second?
This guy keep.
Okay, I'm gonna get up. But you voted for a second.
If you don't agree with them, then they want to silence you. But then,
Did you vote for a second?
it's just.
Is it true or not? Did you vote for a sex offender?
It's just contradiction. It's not contradiction. Contradiction. And that's why you're gonna lose again.
But you voted for a sex offender. Y'all go. That's right. You lost too, buddy. You lost too, buddy. You voted for a sex offender.
Can't be Gavin Newsom for destroying California. Those are gonna be. Let's talk turkey. Because they're mad because I'm like, I think that's what it is. You're allowed to be white girl. Everybody that is your white girl can be everybody that agrees with you can be an enemy. You know that, right? Oh, just MAGA. Just the MAGAs are
You voted for a sex offender. That's why you
that's a dumb thing too, because women are dumb in this bitch. Like that thing of men are stupid, but
all night. Everybody waits on him. He never lands. So when somebody else says something, they can't even finish before he back on the mic. Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you, motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucker.
We'll say this was actually my Congressman because I got
So if it's considered.
Let's do it, man. So we find everything we need. 25 seconds. 25 seconds. That's fucked up. I got you. I can go to wait on that now. Hey, what's Mike P? My PTR, so it looks like he got a shit.
Okay, so this I just want to say in this conversation is that you know that's all we do. I mean, it's like it's always just like to be people are very good at
Wow. Wow.
Okay,
Don't go adopting that over here because that's not. That comes from the pits of hell, Lisa. Don't hate on my boy Lou like that. That comes from the pits of hell. No, whether we call it a cook-off or a cook-off, we had it. We call it a cook-off.
okay,
But what I'm saying is,
no, this is not debate. This is not
look, no, it's not. So what I'm trying to say is this: no matter what we call it, as long as we can have a one, no matter what we call it, as long as we can have a one-on-one without other people interfering, then they it's
so ISO. I like the ISO. I like that. Okay, so why will you have the ISO with, sir?
Mike B is for industrial solution.
He's not going to have ISO with anybody. It might be. Will you have the ISO with, sir? I don't see Mike B. Oh, there we go. Mike B, who are you having the ISO with? No. We're doing the ISO with anybody with ISO with Mike B. Yes,
So can I just say, you don't get to yes, I want to have one. Let me tell you something, nigga. Don't put no labels on me. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. That's not what I am. I'm telling you what you are. I'm telling you that you're a sorry ass gladiator. You are. See, that's what I'm talking about right here. He gets to do that. He gets to do that. when it blew up, you were in there. I see it all over your face. You was in the front row, bitch ass motherfucker.
Alright, so here,
And so it,
Mike, I'm gonna ask.
dumbass motherfucker. You a dumbass. You're a dummy.
Okay,
That's
that's
what
it.
you are, a dumb.
Okay,
Yeah,
in
so, okay, can I,
fucking around.
can I,
the
can I,
ISO,
One mic on Lisa. That's in the ISO. That's in the ISO.
Lisa said it's over. One mic on
Lisa,
Yes.
can I real quick, that last part, when y'all start doing these ridiculous ass health reads and insults, like, about people that are in the room, about people that we claim to care about people who commit suicide, who take their own lives, about people who have HIV, about people who are trans, that shit is so unnecessary, uncalled for, and worse than distasteful. Like, I mean, we can do a whole lot better with our insults. We can do a whole lot better with our roasts. That's just unnecessary. And often when we do it, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Often when we do that shit, we have no regard for who the rock hits that we claim to care about.
I appreciate that, Corey. Good
You right, Corey. You right, Corey, and I apologize. I can do that.
And I
apologize.
I think Corey makes a strong point, but I do want to surface that there's nothing wrong with trans folks. There is something wrong with hating on trans folks while looking for pussy. If you're looking for pussy on Grindr, you can't be publicly hating on trans folks. You can't be. You gotta pick a side.
While we're at it,
Like,
we
yeah,
also please
You
can
gotta
I
pick a
speak?
side, nigga.
Malik was trying to
Well,
speak.
Corey, do you accept my apology, Corey?
Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Deborah. I do appreciate that, and yes, I do. I didn't expect a response. I wasn't saying it because I thought that was gonna happen. So you and Mike both apologize. I heard it. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I would also like us to please stop saying retarded.
I would like to say that while I would like to continue this pathward towards apologia, I really believe the day we stop saying it was the day Republicans, like the day we stop calling these people what they are is the day they got to start pretending to be something. So at a certain point, you got to bring certain R words back.
Okay.
And, can't be defanging. You're stupid.
Okay, so let me jump in real quick here. Bring us back around to the lounge. We're all enjoying ourselves. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having tasting all kind of whiskeys over here, which I'm not actually, but I'm trying to get you guys to settle the fuck down. They're saying that Democrats. This is an article from The Guardian, and they're saying that Democrats silent as Republicans galvanize after CK's memorial. Democrats treading carefully in responding to the event attended by 100,000 people that blended politics with religion. So we all know, most of us here, if you're in the two rooms, PC or this room, you know that nearly 100,000 people filled a football stadium and overflow area in Glendale, Arizona on Sunday to pay tribute to CK, according to the organization Turning Point from their own numbers. The show showed a force, and they said the service was a show of force that blended politics with religion, putting Christian nationalism at the heart of Trump's Make America Great Again movement. It also cast CK as a martyr who could be a rallying point in future elections. Quote, "Today is the day Democrats lost 2028." And that was posted by Meghan McCain, the daughter of the late Republican Senator John McCain. Oh, that's interesting. She would post that. Did you hear what she posted? Megan McCain said today, speaking of the day of the memorial, is the day Democrats lost 2028. That says a lot.
Yeah, I thought they were a little
Hold
more.
on,
I thought
not
they were a little more
finished.
centered. But yeah.
I don't know. Stephen Miller, our favorite subject of the day, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, said in a fiery speech, "We will carry Charlie and Erica in our hearts every single day." I don't want to keep repeating him because we played his whole speech. Um, you have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save the Republic. Closing out the 5 hour service, was that? It was 5 hours.
Wow.
Damn. Trump insisted the violence comes largely from the left without citing any evidence and leading into campaign.
He didn't post receipts.
CK didn't hate his opponent. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagree with Charlie. This is your president. I meant to play that clip. Dang it. That's the clip I was looking for. Okay, we got to find this clip. Okay, he said, without citing any evidence and leaning into campaign-style grievances, he quipped that Kirk didn't hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. He goes on to say, this is Trump, "That's where I disagree with Charlie. I hate my opponents, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry."
That's why he talks about Biden.
Yeah. I need
with
that
the
clip.
cancer.
I need that clip.
Smoking dope, Lil Mike. Spinner.
And it says that Democrats tried
Lil-
carefully and
We on
responded
Lisa
to
is
the
still talking.
Democrats tried
One mic on Lisa.
Whoa, what's going on, bruh? Democrats trod carefully in responding to the memorial service, aware that any hit of criticism might be construed and exploited. So, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Dems? Is it too early? Or what we gonna do? We not gonna say nothing?
So,
Let me go find that clip while y'all talking.
are y'all familiar with Alfred Street Baptist Church
Alexa,
in Alexandria?
Yes, Reverend Wesley.
John Howard Wesley.
I'm not.
Yes.
Okay. For the people who are not familiar, it is a renowned, notable black church in Alexandria, Virginia, right outside of D.C., who has a pastor who is, I believe John Howard Wesley is only a couple years old, in his mid to late 40s, and is a black liberation theologian, amongst other things. John Howard Wesley's sermon from not this past Sunday night,
Yes.
okay, yeah, not yesterday because he didn't preach yesterday, but the previous Sunday, his message touched on Charlie Kirk. I would encourage people to go and listen to it. It's on their YouTube channel. But as a result of that, John Howard Wesley, the church, his children, his family have received death threats and different things like that. And I think that if he is any example, it's what we should be doing. Like, I don't get how people haven't figured out how to just talk about this openly and honestly without fear. Like, okay, I'm gonna go on mute. Ron and I have had this conversation. Ron and I have had this conversation a bunch of times about like us being of the like militant class amongst us. I think people be too scared of the shit you gonna lose. All the while, every day we lose another day in our first dictatorship. I'm gonna keep saying that shit over and over again. I don't care that it's not a fucking dictatorship. I know what the difference is. But every day, that's what we got further into our first dictatorship.
because we're scared to lose civility or whatever the things are. All the while, your ass gonna be walking around with an ID card from ICE in a couple months. You keep fucking around.
I don't really understand why. I guess you call it the first dictatorship because there hasn't been others before it. But when I hear first, it seems to imply that there'll be a second. And the nature of dictatorships is there's only one.
Oh, I mean, America's first dictatorship. Ours here.
Gotcha.
You know, ours.
There's been others around the world.
Okay, yeah. But this is my first one. I haven't had
it makes sense because we're actually a pretty young country, so we're actually experiencing this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Like those other countries that already been
crazy.
They're thousands of years old, so of course, right?
And I know we latch on to that, but Lisa, my response to you is like Democrats and y'all can disagree with me, other folks, whoever can disagree. Like y'all need to talk to some black radicals, some black liberation theologists, some womanist theologians about how to have a fucking spine. Because this shiftless, hiding, I don't want to upset the apple cart bullshit is infuriating. And then,
best wishes, John Green.
So look who we rallied around.
The proclamation.
The millionaire white boy who lost his motherfucking show for a week.
The British.
That's who we rallied around. The millionaire white boy who couldn't get on TV and tell jokes.
Fighting man. The British mostly.
Before America was a nation, it was.
Let me play while Lisa's looking for the Trump clip. Let me play. There's a short 2-minute clip about the church and the preacher that Corey's talking about. So let me play that. Can you give me just 1 sec? Okay, here we go.
Sudden responses to Kirk's death have gained a lot of attention. A church in Alexandria made national headlines and faced some backlash for comments made by the church's senior pastor during last week's sermon. News 4's Jessica Albert has new comments from the pastor from earlier today. On Sunday, September 14th, the senior pastor at Alfred Street Baptist Church in Alexandria, Dr. Howard John Wesley, delivered a sermon which discussed several hot topic issues in the country right now, including the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, which happened just days earlier.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. But I'm overwhelmed. Seeing the flags of the United States of America at half staff, calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land.
Hallelujah.
The church posts its services online. Pastor Wesley's comments.
I am sorry, but there's nowhere in Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived.
Garnered tens of thousands of views, sparking some backlash. According to posts made on social media, Alfred Street Baptist staff sent out a message to members ahead of this Sunday's service, warning there could be protesters outside the church. News 4 didn't see any protesters while we were there, but we did see Alexandria police. The officers told us they are here every week. We reached out to Alfred Street Baptist for comment on the recent attention and criticism the church has received. We were told church leaders have no comment at this time. However, during this Sunday's service, Dr. Wesley did say this.
It's been a different kind of week. I want to thank you all for praying, for remaining peaceful, for realizing that we've turned down all media requests because we don't engage in sound bites. We engage in preaching the whole truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
He went on to say the church is making sure its members stay safe when attending services. In Alexandria, Jessica Albert, News 4.
Okay.
vile men who do reprehensible things over and over again. The veneration that he is receiving, the humanizing of him and his positions is an amplification of, I said this before, of how gentle we saw them put Dylan Roof in the back of that patrol car. How concerned they were. How concerned they were. How concerned they were with making sure he got something to eat at the rest stop because it was going to be a long ride. How we allow this motherfucking country to make these vile white men sympathetic characters needs to be studied.
And Corey, did you see the only black person that spoke yesterday?
I must admit to you all, I watched not a single moment of that 5-hour whatever it was.
He was the only black that spoke. Ben Carson.
Okay.
Oh wow, really?
Yes.
Did they give him 10 minutes? How many minutes he get? 5?
Yeah, about 5. And you know what?
He seemed like he was nervous too. He like his voice was kind of shaking.
And those people look disgusting.
You know what? He probably was scared that, if something could happen to him in that 5 minutes. Like if he was being set up,
Yeah, and what he said, you could tell was bad to him to say.
In the streets of Glendale the day after the event, just piles and piles and piles of trash from all the littering people had done. It's not even like, okay, the trash can was full and then it was around the trash can. No, people were just throwing things in the street and the sidewalks, anywhere. Just piles of trash, if that tells you the quality of folk.
They bring a bunch of them over here to clean it up and then take them back.
And then to be on this app, I had not witnessed it before, and I apologize to Brooklyn and a couple other people here on this app in this room who talked about TC's behavior in these other rooms. I saw it today firsthand for myself.
Oh shit, he saw TC?
Like, I don't know what version of the sunken place we are in.
Oh my god.
To have black men on this app literally prepared with sound bites to defend their arguments about how Charlie Kirk is not a white supremacist, was not a white supremacist, did not had black friends. He was actually looking out for black ones.
I tell you, they got the same recording and pictures.
I heard you, but I did not know it was as disgusting as it actually was.
I had to call him a total cuck.
Call him a cuck. Why can't they just say, okay, yeah, sure, he was a white supremacist, maybe he was a racist, but so what? I don't give a fuck about that. He was useful. They're using me, I'm using them back. That would be a more honest argument.
So, Corey, you wasn't here yesterday, but yesterday it got even worse because, what's his name? What's the guy named Pete? What's his name that did
Booty Juice
speech at Charlie Kirk's funeral? What's his name?
Stephen Miller?
Stephen Miller. He was talking about his speech and the part where he was, naming all of the countries that the whites originated from, and then he went on to include Monticello and Philadelphia. Well, TC said it wasn't racist of him to say that because he was talking about Black Americans and how Black Americans founded the country. And so
the reach.
And so I was like, so Monticello meaning where Thomas Jefferson,
has no concept of time.
It got worse. It got worse, Corey, yesterday, okay?
Of history. He don't have the concept.
You got a concept of nothing.
Check it out. He went further and lied and said he did not say that, and that he said that Frederick Douglass was there with the founding fathers. There's no way Frederick Douglass could be there, because Frederick Douglass was born in 1818.
I was here.
They don't know.
Oh, and then not to mention the day after the incident when they were threatening the HBCU, he was one of the ones that was saying that, you know, the black schools were being targeted because they breed Democrat liberals who are dangerous, basically. So all of the white talking points, all of them.
Can you believe this machine can grow diamonds in just 10 days? It's called a cubic press, and it mimics the insane heat and pressure deep inside the earth, turning what normally takes millions of years into just 10 days. Here's how it works. 6 hydraulic rams use a tiny chamber from all sides. Inside, they place graphite powder plus a tiny diamond seed. Then it's heated to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit and crushed under 700,000 psi. That's like stacking 500,000 tons on a small table. Under these extreme conditions, carbon atoms start to rearrange and grow into a diamond. After a week or two, they crack open the chamber, and inside, raw diamonds sparkling with magic.
I'm not being hyperbolic
Done.
right now.
Now it looks just like a natural diamond, but for half the price, about $1,000 per carat. This method is called HPHT. There's another one called CVD. Want to see how CVD diamonds are made? Drop a CVD in the comments. I'll show you in the next.
So that he was prepared to defend that Charlie Kirk was not a white supremacist. That white replacement theory didn't have anything to do with anyone else who was an American, only about immigrants. It's not racist. It's about immigrants. Like, I have never seen something so twisted in real life. It was the embodiment of Samuel Jackson's character in Django
With Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes,
Yeah.
it absolutely was.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like I believe that it's a website or a club or some kind of, maybe it's on X or something, that they go to and they discuss these talking points with their white counterparts, just to, you know what I'm saying, get the talking points, and then they come out with all of their little information, and no matter how much is debunked, they're gonna run into it like it's cold. They're gonna run all into it. So it doesn't even, that's why I said earlier, it's a waste of time even talking to people like this. That's a waste of time.
Let me be brief. Brooklyn, that's absolutely true, because there has been times where we've been in rooms and there's been breaking news around like something MAGA related or whatever, and they don't know how to respond.
Exactly.
Like they don't have anything to say because they haven't gotten the talking points yet, but then they come in after a few hours or the next day and they're all saying the same thing, same talking points.
One day they were
missing
2 days. Manfinity already told us that though. Cause you see how he's made the switch back to being regretful of his vote for Trump. But he already told us, like, he was the main.
Manfinity?
You guys have made a difference. You said it wasn't gonna happen, so obviously it's not a waste
No,
of time.
but we didn't make that difference. Like,
I don't know who
the
made
fact
it,
that
but it happened.
he got some pussy and it made a difference.
No.
That's all that was. Like, yeah, that's what he said.
He said he got some pussy and that made the difference.
No, he said he got
He basically, no, he said he found the woman and she is not on that tight time. And because she's not on that tight time, he switched sides. Easy. Just like that. That's what he said.
I think it's very interesting that, you know, I'm listening to Corey because, you know, some of this other rhetoric, it's, you
rhetoric.
But what I think is very interesting, and this is a very big problem, is again the people that you don't like, or the people that disagree with you, you hate them, you call them fools, you disrespect them, you say all of these different things,
Not talking.
and then at the same token,
Can we not do this, Lisa, when we say what's going on with that preacher, that man, he's now being threatened, and we gotta do this over and over when his son, he can't acknowledge it on his side. Why would he do it?
Don't listen to somebody who lies about it. At some point, it starts to fuck you up.
I mean, but, okay, so,
The day he was assassinated, and at the same there were many critics and staff who were opposed to his views.
Lisa is playing something.
The crowd, be quiet. That actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right, and he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In a private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words, God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing, use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators.
Okay. Saying that he hates his opponents.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah, he said that he was going to make sure that any news station, I'm paraphrasing, that said bad things about him, they get canceled. Play Steve and Miller though.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for playing it. Thank you for playing it, because Mike P can't say it.
Right.
He can't do this, so thank you for playing it.
Yeah.
You don't even have the decency to act like a fucking civilized human being at somebody's funeral?
That was civilized.
Who gets up at somebody's funeral and
that was him on his best behavior.
Well, I'll wait until he what somebody stood for, but I don't give a fuck. I hate that shit. What?
Yeah, I think Trump was representing the unique
Okay,
relationship.
Simone is talking. We're at the cigar bar, tasting whiskeys. Go ahead.
And I was interrupted, so but there you go.
Oh, I didn't know you were so interrupted.
No,
but
but
you can go right after. You can go right after.
But it has to be a new point. If it's the same point we've heard a million times, it has to be a new point.
Okay, so we're still at the cigar bar. Trying to taste whiskey. Go ahead, Samoa.
I appreciate you, Lisa. Yeah, I think a lot of people believe that certain funerals should be like gloomy and stuff like that. And then you kind of look at like the celebration of somebody's life. A lot of people like to crack a little joke to keep it light to celebrate people's life. And then people
You
have
think
like,
he was joking, Samoa?
well, he did laugh, right, about Erica and the people talking to him to change his views, to persuade him. And what he was doing was drawing a contrast between the motives of Charlie Kirk wanting to persuade everybody and the hardened Donald Trump, 70, however old he is now, the contrast between those two, right? Because you don't lie about who you are. You point out the differences between you and Charlie Kirk and show how great Charlie Kirk was to stand on his own 10, right? Like, that was the actual
So he
point.
was showing how hateful he is and how wonderful Charlie is. Is that what you're saying?
No. So like Charlie wanted to move people to a certain direction, and Donald Trump was.
Wait, hold on, Corey.
I'm almost done, brother. And Donald Trump was pointing out where he's at and where he's willing to be in the future.
Right. So
God's not finished with him yet.
Okay.
Well, he is the president of the United States of America, right?
Right.
God's
So,
not finished with him yet.
what was Trump's specific role at the funeral? Can you tell me what that was?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a eulogy. That was his role.
Thank you. A eulogy. You know what eulogy means?
Yeah.
What
It's a short summary of a person's life and the effect and the impact that they had on the people around them.
No,
that's
not what I'm asking. The etymology of the word eulogy, its basic definition. Do you know what eulogy means?
No.
Okay. So it means to speak well of.
Yeah, he was speaking well of that.
Right. That's your responsibility as a eulogist. So what you just offered is not the responsibility of a eulogist. It is the response of someone who is ill-equipped and disrespectful.
Wait.
Hold on. No, you're interrupting me now. And I am qualified to talk about this. So just hold your horses just for a second. Hold my mule, as my grandmother would say. Right? So getting up during the time where you are supposed to be speaking well of someone, to draw a contrast, to demonstrate how poorly of a human being you are, is not his role. It's not to laugh and kiki, ha ha ha. It is a further demonstration of his lack of care, respect, etc. for what he claims he respects, which is people's religious traditions, and this high right of eulogizing someone at a funeral. And just so you know, my level of expertise as it relates to this, like my training in homiletics, my having over-delivered 50 to 100 eulogies, and having done clinical pastoral education, where we have to talk about eulogies, my statement stands that it was exceptionally poor taste and a generous characterization of it for him to get up there and to talk about Charlie loved and didn't hate, but I hate. I don't want the best. That's disgusting. And that's why people are reviled at how they turn somebody, this good Christian man's funeral, into this pep rally for white supremacy, xenophobia, and all the other pet projects that these white men on the right have.
But Corey, he was talking about Democrats. He wasn't even talking about. Look, nigga, Corey landed. That wasn't an invitation for you to come off mic. You ain't.